Kai drops his staff to the side, then squares up for his next move. He weaves through the loud, crowded market, then lights up with warm hellos for the locals right after he wraps up his errands. He heads back home, steps onto the ritual mat, and fires up his one-of-a-kind ability. He got a pocket dimension from a deity, an entire world he can carve and build from nothing. Piece by piece. He scans the status board and realizes he's got to finish his first harvest to level up. He grabs the plow and starts turning the dirt, itching to turn this dead wasteland into a farm that finally bursts with life. It hits him like a punch. He completely forgot to grab the seeds from his room. The moment he slips out past that fence, it feels instant whoosh. He's teleported straight back to where he started. Kai storms into the forest and starts hauling back wild plants and hard-earned materials to bring into his world. He plunges young saplings into the ground and hunts down stone sources so he can blow up his infrastructure and grow it bigger. The dimension's magic supercharges his crops, and they shoot up at an insane, unstoppable pace. He tries dragging Rukia into the village, but right now, humans can't cross over at all. He busts his butt cleaning and farming until he hits the daily limit. And then the game slams the door in his face. Days later, the trees he planted have already shot past the boundary fence like they're trying to escape. He bursts over to his fields, praying the work has finally paid off. Instead, all he finds is a dead, withered wasteland like the ground itself gave up. Rage explodes as he screams, locked on the ruins of everything he built. He crouches down and digs into the soil and fertilizer, hunting for a real, logical answer behind it all. Truth's way simpler than it sounds. This fake sky has no rain, no clouds, just an empty, manufactured nothingness. With no water dropping from the sky, the sun blazed down and seared everything until it turned crisp. He clenches his resolve and decides to take control, forcing the sky to change its mood. She strikes the huge pile of brush and erupts it into flames, blasting a thick, choking column of smoke into the sky. He prays the smoke particles will kickstart cloud formation. His gamble finally hits. Dark clouds suddenly spin overhead like they're hunting him. A brutal downpour slams down out of nowhere, soaking the thirsty ground in seconds. Kai stumbles back home drenched to the bone, and Rukia can't stop laughing at the sight. She dashes in to help him dry off, and he's already celebrating like he just beat the water crisis for good. Now that rain might finally fall, he's fired up to dig irrigation ditches, anything to keep that river fed. A whole year of relentless farming vanished in the blink of an eye. He finally hauls in the first truly successful harvest. Giant sweet potatoes piled up like a victory trophy. A notification blares: this village just hit level 1, and the reclaimed land gets its rank. The magical fence ripples, then stretches wide, swallowing up his world and giving him a massive new territory. The new goal is crystal clear. He has to crank the village population up to 10 people, no excuses. While he sears his harvest over the open flames, that mouth-watering aroma drifts through the night like a promise. A mysterious elf girl lurks in the shadows, eyes glued to the food like it's the only thing in the world. Kai spots her instantly and shoves a freshly cooked potato into her hands. She takes a bite and boom, that delicious flavor hits her like a wave so strong she can barely think. She steps up and introduces herself as NL, the manager assigned to back his rise and push his growth forward. NL agrees to back him up on one condition. The high-quality food has to keep coming, non-stop. To celebrate his hard-earned progress, she hands him a seed of creation. Suddenly, a pack of primitive people pops into existence and starts wandering through the village like they own the place. Kai tries to greet them, but they march straight past like he's invisible, as if he doesn't even exist. Anno leans in and tells them the truth, since he's the god of this world. Everyone can't see him, not a single soul. To keep them thriving, he has to hand over the essentials of life. He slips into the outside world and tracks down hemp, grabbing fiber for clothes and oil for their needs. He even starts stocking the river with tiny fish and shrimp. Time rockets ahead now. The village is booming like crazy, and Kai and Rukia hit their 12th year. The long-awaited day of the formal blessing ceremony crashes in at last, and Rukia steps forward wearing jaw-dropping ceremonial attire. She leans in and asks Kai, "Be honest, do I look perfect for tonight?" They nervously hold their breath, waiting to be handed their blessings and finally rise as apprentice priests. Kai gets summoned into the inner sanctum to start his ritual. He braces himself to finally peel off the holy cloth that's been hiding a mark on his chest for a full 10 years. The priest fires up the incantation, and right as it starts, Kai sinks into the ceremonial throne. As soon as the cloth comes off, the priest jerks back pure, unfiltered terror slams into his face. He frantically flips through his holy text as Kai suddenly realizes something is horribly wrong. The moment the alarm rings, the Inquisitors are yanked straight into the chamber. They stare at the seal, then slam Kai's name into the verdict in evil God. Before Kai can even fight back, the guards gag him and haul him in. They yank him away and hurl him into a cramped cage on a ship that's already tearing off into the distance. He's curled up in the dark, terrified that they'll drag him to execution before he ever gets to lay eyes on his family again. The moment the ship bumps the remote coastline, the guards wrench open the cage at last. Exhausted and totally lost, Kai drops the gangplank, and the whole crew's in trouble. The guards slam him onto a wild, overgrown shore like they're throwing him to the tide. The ship shoots off the moment it can, and it leaves him stranded on a rotting wooden dock, alone with the crash of silence. He watches the ship vanish into the distance, and it hits him. His home is gone, and he's been thrown out like he doesn't matter. Kai stands alone on the edge of a huge, empty island armed with nothing but his survival skills. Kai stands on spotless shoreline sand he's never touched before, and it hits him hard. This is his first real beach in this new world. Staring out at those endless empty cliffs, he can't stop wondering how he's even going to survive out here. So alone it feels impossible. The silence feels suffocating, like nobody's alive anywhere nearby. Then a brutal, guttural growl snaps him out of it. Panic slams into him the moment he locks eyes with a gigantic prehistoric beast, something that looks like it crawled straight out of a nightmare. The creature blasts out an earth-shaking roar, its monstrous fangs flashing as it lines up to rip the boy apart. Out of hope and out of moves, Kai slams his ability on and faceplants straight back into the safety of his pocket world. He blurts, "That was close," wiped out in a cold sweat while Anel comes charging in, shoving water into his hands. Sure, Kai can hide here for a bit, but he knows the truth. He can't stay, because his time in this realm is strictly limited. The status board doesn't lie. He's got just 3 brutal hours in the village, then a whole day of cooldown before he's allowed to come back. He leans into Anel and begs for any weapons he can grab to protect himself from the monsters stalking outside. Sadly, this village is still brand new, no perks, just rough stone tools and the iron hoe he carried in himself. It's a brutal winter death grip, and Kai finally clocks the truth if he wants to see his family again. He has to battle every dangerous thing on that island, armed with the power of a god who was once branded evil. He steels himself for his next daring excursion. Kai shuffles back onto the island and lets out a shaky breath when he finally sees the giant lion is gone. But his luck crumbles fast. Then a hulking, tusk-shielded beast rips out of the brush and charges in. Right as the beast's about to tear him open, a massive hand seizes Kai and yanks him out of the killing blow. He can't believe it. His savior isn't a hero at all. It's a mysterious girl, and somehow she's insanely strong. She's got this quiet, stoic kind of beauty, and without a single word, she grips him and drags him straight toward a gigantic landmark. She drags him to the base of a colossal tree, a natural fortress where monsters act like they're scared to even step in. The boar slams to a stop at the clearing's edge, just as Kai tries to thank her. The girl vanishes into the trees, cocooned under the giant tree's shelter. Kai stares into the distance, where a frustrated beast lurks like it's about to pounce. Now he can't shake the feeling that getting dumped on this island was a trap. All along, his enemies didn't just want him gone. They wanted it to look like an accident. Clutching his hoe, he can't stop thinking about Rukia and his father. Are they truly safe without him? For now, I've got one job: survive, he declares, eyes blazing with fresh purpose. He decides this island is his new home, no matter what, until the day he finally cracks a way to get back to civilization. As night crashes down, Kai huddles at the foot of that giant tree, bracing himself and waiting for the sun to finally rise. By dawn, he's shivering like crazy, teeth chattering from the brutal island cold. He hightailed into the pocket village, and that fierce determination from the night before got brutally crushed the moment the cold reality hit him. Enel tries to calm him down with a hot drink, but Kai shuts that down. He knows he needs real shelter right now, or he won't survive the night. Anel fires back that their tech might be limited, but they're swimming in raw materials. Wood, hemp rope, the works. Kai starts the brutal grind of hauling logs and supplies all the way back to his sanctuary tree. He dumps out his haulstone tools, linen rope, and a stack of timber ready to build a basic frame from scratch. He demanded, "First thing, I'm digging up this ground," and yanked a shovel in his hands while Enel blared from the village, cheering him on. That island's soil is rock hard compared to the village ground, so every time he swings the hoe, it turns into a brutal fight. He grinds day and night, carving out one tiny room where he can finally drop his guard and sleep in peace. With relentless effort, he locks in the posts, cinches every joint tight, and digs out the foundation block by block. He slices openings into the walls to let light spill through, then hides under the giant tree's canopy like it's a fortress against the rain. From the shadows of the nearby woods, a mysterious girl quietly watches him work, not a sound escaping her. Kai catches sight of her and demands why she bolted earlier, but she dodges the question like it's part of her superpower. By nightfall, the hut is finally finished, blanketed in linen curtains that slam out the wind. He drops onto a rough bed of leaves and linen, and he can't help but smile. Those village supplies naturally keep the bugs away. Staring up at that leafy ceiling, he feels a rush of victory he's never even dared to dream of. He eases into sleep with a satisfied smirk, finally feeling safe, warm, and fully protected. Next morning, Kai swings back to the village for breakfast, totally refreshed and itching to take on whatever the new day throws at him. The village is booming, and the tables are stacked high with sweet potatoes and fresh fish. Living here is like cheating at easy mode, but Kai knows he can't let his guard down. If his power ever breaks, he'll need to already have food secured on that island. Enel hypes him up and basically dares him to haul back every cool thing he stumbles on, anything that can push the village even higher. If she can, she'll throw in something delicious, grinning like she's in on a little secret. Kai races back to the island with his tools and a bucket, ready to start carving a small field into the land. He strides up to his hut, and right by the door he spots something strange sitting on a leaf. He spots a tiny pile of fresh oranges, and right then there's the mystery girl, peeking out from behind a tree like she's playing with fate. He can't help wondering, was she exiled too? Or is she just native to this island? But the second their eyes meet, she snaps and bolts. "Thank you," he yells after her, chest blazing, because right then he vows to live no matter what gets thrown at him. The past haunts her back when a terrified kid ran screaming, and that girl was branded as a devil forever. Roars from a monstrous beast echo through these flashbacks, and absolute helplessness crushes him every time. Left in the dirt with no one around, the girl choked on her own tears as they spilled down her face. Right now, Kai stares at the fruit he just snagged, trying to figure out if it's actually safe to bite into. He hauls the harvest to Anil, and she can't help but stare at those bright fruits like they're absolutely mouthwatering. She takes a bite, and right away that bittersweet flavor hits refreshing, but with a kick that makes her eyes widen. She leans in and says, "The flavor is insanely deep, and you can practically see it landing like a guaranteed hit with the other villagers." Kai asks, "Can we plant more with just what we've got?" Aniel tells them this fruit will turbocharge their village, and everything will bloom at an insane pace. With everything mapped out, Kai rockets back to his own island to dive into the work waiting for him. After days of brutal grind, he finally starts carving fresh fields into the land. He snaps to it. Something familiar is watching him from behind the trees. "Thanks for the fruit you drop off every night," he says, then leaves a gift of his own for that quiet, shy watcher. But just as things seemed calm, a massive beast roars from the brush nearby, shattering everything in its wake. Later, Kai pulls Enel aside and hatches a fresh strategy. Then they march into the village with new weapons. El hesitates, then blurts out the truth: where they live, enemies just don't exist. She laughs and dares, "Let's toss the island monsters into the village and make them evolve." But Kai shuts that idea down hard. She snaps, "We need real military muscle right now." But then it hits her. Kai totally missed something crucial. She spills the secret seed of creation. Kai's buzzing with energy, practically vibrating with anticipation to see what this mystical item can do for real. He closes his eyes and prays, begging for a power strong enough to shatter the deadlock they've been trapped in. His mind drifts straight to the people he loves most, his sister and his father. He finally gets it. He can't lean on his father at all because that high priest is stuck worlds away. Kai decides he's got to prep a massive ship ahead of time just in case he has to bolt out in a hurry. The grind finally crushes him right as that mysterious girl stands in the shadows, watching every breath. The very next morning, Kai's trapped in bed, racked by a fever so brutal it won't let him breathe. "I've caught it fully," he realizes, and his body shakes like it can't hold itself together. He can bet on nothing but his own immunity eyes locked on the fruit she left behind for him. His vision starts to smear as his head spins out of control. He gets hit with a strange rush of nostalgia, and the sickness crawls in as memories of the same days from his past life come flooding back. Darkness slams in from all sides and the cold sinks into his bones. In a fever dream, shadowy hands claw up from the abyss to snatch him. Suddenly, the tent flap yanks open. That mysterious girl stares him down, her voice shaking as she whispers, "So, you're gonna die, aren't you?" Kai snaps his gaze upward, and this time, he finally sees her crystal clear. She lunges forward, panicked, reaching for him like the only lifeline left. She crawls into the bed with him, wrapping him in her own warmth, so his fever can't chill him to death. So warm Kai finally exhales and lets his guard drop. They crash into sleep side by side, and as the first morning light starts to sneak through the trees, the whole world finally quiets down around them. The tent floods with light, and Kai jolts awake only to find her staring straight at him. He finally comes to his senses and earnestly thanks her for saving him. She snaps her gaze aside and blurts, "So? Aren't you scared of me?" Kai finally owns up that her white hair and horns make her look like a devil from the Farleism religion. But then, he grins and tells her, "You're pretty cute, you know." The girl's so close it leaves her stunned, and Kai's suddenly freaking out, terrified they're about to hit some kind of cultural landmine. She tells him she was born on this island, and that she's been trapped in total solitude ever since. She tells him how the kids before him vanished. Either they ran screaming from the island's monsters, or they never came back. She shoulders the crushing truth that no matter what she does, she can't save a single one of them. Kai shuts her up, reminding her right to her face that she's the one who saved him when he hit rock bottom. He shoots his hand out, grinning, and asks her to be his friend. She finally drops her real name, Abyss. They clamp their hands together, and just like that, a fresh bond is sealed for good. Her cheeks flare as she meets his gaze and shyly whispers, "Nice to meet you, master." Kai's totally thrown by the fresh new title, but Abyss is practically bursting with joy. She finally has her first real companion. Kai jolts awake to gentle morning light, shocked to find his day starting way warmer than it ever does. Abyss is right there, sweeping into her master's arms with a warm, cozy hug as he finally stirs from sleep. She worries over him all night, making sure the cold snap never crawls into his sleep. The girl flashes him a soft smile and boom, he's totally dumbstruck, even as he scrambles to act like he's cool. So yeah, this is his new life now. Stuck living next to a girl who's stressing over his future way more than he ever does. Life out in the wilderness is brutal, but with a partner at your side, every hard grind feels way lighter. Kai finally clocks it. More hands on deck means expanding his territory gets insanely faster. As they sweep through the fields clearing the land, they suddenly spot a bizarre bud that doesn't belong with any of their crops. Abyss calls it the seed of creation itself, an eerie, mysterious plant with power no one can yet measure. Kai dreams of finding a miracle fruit that sprouts meat, but the sight of roasted chickens hanging there still feels more like a nightmare than a wish. Days go by, and that bud swells bigger and bigger until it starts turning into something way more incredible. Suddenly, a little head with cat-like ears shoots up out of the dirt. Kai's eyes nearly pop out of his head when a literal child crawls up from the ground, and it doesn't miss a second like they're ready to snatch up that little creature on the spot. She even pitches it as a meat substitute. Kai nearly loses his mind with pure horror. He slams the thought of eating their new friend shut, then hauls that poor little guy up and out of the dirt. Even though Kai is small, he can feel this warrior has something special in his bones. The moment it slams onto the ground, the creature surges with raw energy and springs to life like it's been waiting for this. It's a weird little masterpiece. But once it landed in its new home, it looked totally at peace. Kai pushes his authority to the edge, and the warrior snaps to his orders with ruthless, military-level precision. He shoves a little hoe into the kid's hands, praying it'll help him tackle the lighter chores at least. But the warrior's tiny, yet he smashes the battlefield, swinging that heavy iron tool like it weighs nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, that whole field gets turned over and primed for planting. With this new crew on board, their output is about to explode sky high. Even NL can't hide his shock. This sudden spike in labor efficiency is blowing his mind. But Kai refuses to stay stuck on farming. He's itching to tear out into the wild and explore the land around him. Abyss shuts that down instantly, then offers to head out and start hunting monsters himself. Kai nods, feeling it in his chest. But he knows he can't cling to her protection forever. He begged her to teach him every single trick for taking down monsters. She guards her methods like a treasure map, but Kai's stubborn enough to chase the truth the hard way. With his soldier in tow and his emergency evacuation power primed, he talks her into letting him slip out and take the risk. Kai and his more experienced companion stride into the dense jungle, and Kai keeps right on their heels. Abyss keeps him on a tight leash, blasting warnings that deadly plants and vicious creatures are waiting in the dark. They stumble on bizarre alien plants that look absolutely nothing like the kingdom's own vegetation. The whole expedition morphs into a full-on haul mission as they sprint to gather rare materials for the village. For a while, the forest feels dead silent, like every monster vanished without a trace. Abyss leans in and warns them predators are prowling out there in the brush, just waiting to strike and taste their delicious master. Kai hates the idea of ending up on the menu, but he forces his focus to stay sharp. Right before they head back, the warrior's ears snap up something huge is lurking nearby. A giant snake rockets out of the trees, and Kai panics. She slams the village escape system before the whole place gets swallowed. He crashes back into the village's safety, and Danelle is left standing there, utterly stunned by what just happened. It crashes into him like a freight train he just abandoned Abyss behind. Fear ignites into pure adrenaline as he rockets back into the jungle to save her. He charges into the clearing, and the massive predator is just gone. Vanished like it never existed. Abyss stands there completely unharmed, practically shaking with relief. Our master actually busted out of that trap. She clutches him tight, warning that if their master goes down, everything ends. Kai gets hit with a crushing wave of shame for ditching his companion while she stood her ground. This village is a safe haven, but it's also a blind spot, like it's hiding from all the lethal danger waiting beyond its walls. He's got to cook up a brand new plan so Abyss never has to battle a monster by herself again. The secret is simple. Push the warrior past their limits and forge them into a real, unstoppable fighting force. He's got to power up the village, forge stronger gear, and fight off the island's deadly threats. This is going to be a brutal grind, but he's set ready to throw himself into the work. Even plain stone tools count, because if it gives you one chance to fight back, that's everything. But before he can even breathe, the island answers with a thunderous blow. A massive talon crashes into the earth. The hit blasts them off their feet, and the raw shock of that strike rattles every bone in their bodies. A prehistoric nightmare swoops in above them, its feathered wings swallowing the sun whole. It's a predator straight out of a nightmare. No one's seen anything like it. And its eyes are already pinned on them. Abyss begs him to sprint, but the monster is already slamming shut the gap. Clutching his crude hammer, Kai braces himself for a brawl he may not survive as the beast unleashes a deafening roar. A towering bird monster lunges out of nowhere, smashing into the group and making Bissu shriek for a master while they bolt to run. Kai barely dodges the beast's snapping beak as the tiny cat creature launches into action. That predator isn't backing off, it's looping right back for round 2, ready to strike again. Kai clocks it. Instantly the beast runs on pure instinct, mindless and unpredictable, and that makes it a nightmare that can kill without warning. He barks at Abyss to scramble back toward the giant tree right now. Flight is off the table. Now they've got nothing left but stand their ground and fight. Kai snaps his orders. Warrior Kun, smash the monster's legs with the stone axe. The tiny warrior darts in and unleashes a wild storm of punches right into the bird's crushing talons. Kai crouches low, forcing the beast's attention onto him so another beast can slip away. As soon as she's fully in the clear, Kai fires up his village's one-of-a-kind building power. Back at the settlement, Enel kicked back and munched roasted yams like the world was finally quiet. Kai rockets into the area, yelling at Enel to light the fire right now. He plops down a sack of yams and snatches a solid, sturdy branch like it's his next weapon. Kai strikes the wood to life and hastily forges a makeshift weapon, ready to take the beast on. Monster extermination is his mission, and he barrels back to the front lines without slowing down. Kai hurls himself back just in time to watch the beast bear down on his companion. He lunges ahead, screaming, "Take this," as he swings the torch like a weapon. Flames snap onto the bird's feathers, and it shrieks in raw, burning agony. While Warrior Kun keeps the head busy, Kai slips in and smashes it with a second scorching blow. He swears he'll never face another monster by himself again, and drives his blade into the beast a third time. Kai lunges into the fourth strike, all grit and focus, ready to slam the door on this battle for good. Flames bite into the monster's wing, tearing away the very thing that lets it soar. The creature goes for one final lash, but its power is already slipping away. The whole beast gets swallowed by flames, slams down, and hits the ground in a brutal smoking heap. Kai erupts and cheers for the win, shouting praise at Warrior Khan for the clutch assist. He spots it this beast is still there, lurking in the shadows, watching the whole brutal fight like it's waiting for its moment. The monster keeps twitching, and Abyss looks absolutely wrecked, like she just failed in the worst way. She tears herself apart, convinced she dragged her master straight into that terrifying danger. She begs him, "Please don't hate me for what I'm about to confess." The Abyss starts to glow, and it starts slinging out an insane wave of magical power. With ruthless resolve, she orders the monster to die as her power surges to its peak. A brutal burst of energy slices through the world, vaporizing everything it touches in an instant. All that's left of the beast is a charred, smoking skeleton, clawed down to nothing. Kyra dives into stories about legendary wizards and how their power gets passed down through legacy. He locks eyes, jaw-dropping, because right beside him a powerful wizard is standing there. Ava straight up tells him, "Yeah, I use magic, but don't call me a wizard." She leans in and asks, "Can you still choose me and stay by my side?" Kai locks eyes with her and swears he'll never let hate into his heart. Abyss drops the truth she's a battle doll, a weapon forged to mimic a wizard who vanished from the world long ago. Her real identity isn't human at all. She's the replicant Abyss, a crafted artificial being. Even though she's synthetic, her body looks and functions so perfectly human that you'd never guess the difference. She was forged a full millennium ago, and just now, out of nowhere, she sprang back to life. Kai suddenly realizes the person traveling with him is way older than he looks. Her flawless look and her refusal to eat suddenly click. Everything finally makes perfect sense. Abyss frets that her demonic traits make her look like a full-on monster. Kai grabs her hand and, breathless with gratitude, thanks her for trusting him with her secret. He leans in and tells her she's beautiful, swearing there's nothing creepy about her at all. He swears he'll gamble his life for her because she's already done the same for him. Kai couldn't help it inside. He was celebrating hard because he'd just scored a top-tier android companion. Abyss straight up admits she has no idea how to live a normal life all by herself. Kai throws out the idea that they should live together, and Abyss instantly decides. No hesitation, she's following him. He knows she can't just march as a battle doll, someone has to guide her, so she can forge her own path. Kai snaps back to a past life where he woke up in a hospital bed, and the second he remembers it, freedom becomes the only thing he wants. Abyssinians are desperate to forge a real connection, the kind that actually holds. She tilts her chin up at him with stiff formality and asks him right there to be her master. Kai realizes his dusty old otaku values are the very thing keeping him alive right now. With his memories of those games and media ripped away, he'd be terrified to even think about accepting her. He stands up and claims her as his, sure as day that her heart is his to take. They swear to stay side by side until she finally finds her own reason to keep living. Abyss is buzzing with joy to be by his side, and Kai feels practically unstoppable after that heroic speech. After Kai smashes the monster, he grabs that massive bird and hauls it all the way back to Tenohira village to harvest every last bit of its materials. Suddenly, the warrior dwarf collapses and evaporates into a tiny seed, and Kai's gut drops as he panics and screams, "The warrior died!" He barrels to the village entrance with a carcass dragging behind him, desperate to find Anel and finally tell her about the emergency. Getting to level 5 is a huge milestone, and that bird he brought back, it's exactly what kicked his growth into overdrive. This level up didn't just boost him, it unlocked brand new features for his whole settlement. The village just got officially upgraded to an explored village, and now the next mission is crystal clear. Reach 60 people total. The biggest game changer is the guest feature. Kai can pull other people straight into his private dimension just by holding their hand. Anil shoots him a quick look, slams the panic down, and explains that the warrior didn't get defeated, it just slipped into sleep mode to heal from the damage it took. Kai's shoulder finally loosens now that his friend's coming back to normal, so he declares it's time to throw a level 5 celebration. He's buzzing with excitement because he's finally ready to show Abyss everything his hard work has earned. After Kai lays out how his unique blessing works, he leans in and reveals the warrior is tied straight into that mysterious power too. Kai shoots Abyss an invite. He wants her to see the village firsthand now that his power has leveled up. Abyss practically shimmers with excitement, desperate to finally see what's waiting past the edges of her island. They stride through the gates side by side, and Kai beams as Tenahira village keeps growing right before everyone's eyes. That happy moment lasts about half a second. Then the beast suddenly gasps, crushed by this weird sensation it can't even explain. She drops to her knees the instant they arrive, her body giving out on her right then and there. Inel steps in and drops the brutal truth: this world is Kai's, and it's not made for everyone to survive. Abyss was pure magic made flesh, so when the village ran out of magical power, her strength just burned out and she straight up ran out of fuel. Kai is shaking with fear as he watches her fade away, finally realizing just how much danger he dragged her into. Abyss finally steadied herself, admitting she was only thrown off by the sudden, shocking drop in mana. Back on the island, she's totally fine. But Kai's crushed. He can't bring her into his world the way he really wants. When night crashes over the island, the two of them slap together a fire and get ready to cook up their hard-won spoils. Kai practically drools on the spot when he finally lays eyes on his first real meat dish in ages. He locks eyes on that cooking meat, completely locked in, like nothing else in the world exists. Sea salt hits his tongue, and that flavor knocks the breath out of him, pure perfection that makes tears of joy spill from his eyes. Kai slides a bite to Abyss, but she just sits there, smiling, completely happy to watch him dig in. She can't help but smile watching her master devour every bite, so she decides to stay close and keep watch for now. 3 blazing months pass on the island, and before they know it, they've carved out a solid routine and get things running like clockwork. With Abyss's raw combat power, hunting down massive game turns into a daily grind just to keep the village fed. They chart the gorge-shaped island edge by edge, and then bam, there it is, a colossal ancient tree standing like a giant warning sign for the southern territory. Their search uncovers all kinds of fresh plants and then slaps them with bitter fruits they definitely didn't ask for. They're standing in awe, staring up at the colossal giant tree that rules the whole landscape. Kai's grin explodes when he spots an olive tree finally. He's found the one thing that lets him make his own oil. He rallies the warrior dwarves to help him blast in more fruit trees, tangerines, and bananas before it's too late. He hauls out the water-repellent banana leaves and slaps them onto the roof back at camp, starting fresh with a brand new cover. Those fresh tangerines hit like a vitamin punch, bursting with sweet, refreshing flavor right when you need it most. Kai finally figures it out: whatever he drags into the village doesn't just disappear. It latches onto the place and becomes part of its living ecosystem forever. He's thinking about dumping in enough seawater and tiny fish to eventually build a working little ocean right inside the village. His final goal burns in him: build a boat, break free from the island, and race back to the family he can't stop yearning for. He misses his father and sister so much it hurts, and he's determined to make sure they know he's safe. He can't stop picturing their smiling faces, clinging to the hope they'll be together again soon. As Abyss opens up about his family, he realizes right there in the silence that those bonds are still burning in his heart. Art gazes at Kai with a warm smile, telling her it's family because that's the heart of it. Her feelings crash over her, and she yanks him into a brutal, chest-smothering hug so tight Kai starts gasping for air. At last, they make their way back to their island home, and the moment they arrive, the hard-working dwarves greet them like heroes. Those little warriors are running circles around camp, due to keeping everything standing tall with pure, fearless high spirits. In just 3 months, the village skyrocketed to level 7, smashing it open so they could hire even more workers. But Kai knows one brutal truth: crossing the open ocean means building a ship, and right now iron is scarce, so every scrap matters. He finally gets it. They've got to survive the winter first, or they can't make a single big move. Kai realizes he's short on manpower, so he dashes into Inel for another no-nonsense, serious talk. He flashes his sharpest polite smile, then pleads for more seeds because he's determined to make the population explode. Inel cuts in and reminds him she's only the manager, then urges them to drop everything and zero in on finding livestock next. Next, she imagines a farm packed with 5 different species cows, horses, and more, so they can all team up and haul the heavy lifting. Kai refuses to risk domesticating monsters, so he dashes out to track down gentler wild beasts instead. He locks his eyes on the island's northern edge, hunting for whatever secrets are waiting for him there. The dwarves lean in and swear the area isn't that dangerous, and that's when they finally give him the green light to charge into his expedition. Kai tightens his focus and smirks like he's already ready to take on whatever's coming. With livestock on his mind, Kai drives straight into action, and Abyss rallies the crew to kick off their next massive hunt. Kai and Abyss keep pushing north across the island, mile by mile. Abyss beams with pure joy, cherishing every single moment she gets to stay by her master's side like it's priceless treasure. As they slug their way across the island's narrow neck, the air suddenly changes. The magic here is wildly unstable, so most monsters back off, but it also summons a whole new danger you can't ignore. Abyss instantly feels the danger screaming in the air. Her instincts snap on full blast. They strike gold fast right by the water. A massive herd of buffalo is grazing in plain sight. The manic chaos in the air churns her stomach and makes Abyss feel like she's about to break, yet she forces herself through it. With one sharp burst of magic, she smacks the buffalo hard enough to drop it cold, stunned and helpless. Kai keeps his eyes locked on the beast, praying it's still alive and breathing. Their arrival goes noticed instantly, and the whole herd starts closing in on them. Suddenly, a colossal buffalo rockets straight at them like a runaway war machine. Abyss braces for the fight, barking at Kai to break free and run. She unleashes a storm of magic to blanket his retreat. The twisted mana throws her spells off target so hard that even calibrating them feels brutally impossible. She doubles down, blasting out a double blaze to slam the aggressive beast back. The situation spirals into total chaos as they're almost boxed in from every side. Kai yanks her hand, screams for her to hold her breath, and slams his unique power into Action Tenohira Village. The buffalo's horns slice the air by inches. Then the target blinks out of sight and disappears into thin air. They snap back into the village safely, and Abyss finally gasps for air after that brutal burst of magical strain. The escape barely worked, but Abyss finally takes a breath and forces herself to stay calm. And best of all, they didn't return empty-handed. Now the buffalo are locked in tight inside their own borders. With one guy and 4 girls, the lineup is just right to kick off a herd that can actually thrive and last. Kai surveys his booming domain, already dreaming of a future where dairy flows and leather is crafted on an industrial scale. The months start to streak by, and before anyone can catch their breath, that first year has already come and gone. Sweltering summer heat batters Kai as he grinds through his manual labor, refusing to break. All of them race to join the harvest seriously. Even from the depths to those relentless cat spirits, everybody's shipping in. Autumn swoops in and hands them an overflowing reward for every ounce of hard work they've put in. And as the leaves tumble down and the chill winds slam into town, the whole landscape flips again. The lush trees crack and warp until they're nothing but brittle bones. A brutal, merciless winter crashes down on the island, cold enough to crush the soul. Kai finally heads back to his new home, a tough little hut. His warriors held hammered together. They ditched their hemp clothes and slipped into heavy monster fur, all sun-browned by the folks of Tenohira. Kai takes pride in every hard-won detail, even when the whole process grinds his body to the bone. Inside, the hearth blazes and wraps everyone in cozy warmth, cutting right through the biting cold outside. He finished that house way ahead of schedule, all because his ever-growing population threw in the manpower like a machine. Even with the flames burning, those brutal winter nights still hunt like a silent killer. Kai sinks into silence, staring into his cup like it holds the answer, because he can't stop wondering if he's really got what it takes to survive this season. Abyss silently creeps closer, pressing her warmth against her master like a promise. She gazes at him with real, heartfelt love and blurts out how insanely grateful she is that fate brought them together. They huddled close to the roaring flames, a tiny family clinging to each other as the storm raged outside. Spring finally shatters winter's grip. Now this village is buzzing nonstop. Families live in peace, and the whole place feels alive. The buffalo are yanked into action, hauling plows across the rich, fertile earth. A whole year has ripped by since Kai first showed up, and every notch on his calendar proves it. Suddenly, a triumphant fanfare bursts through the air like it's celebrating something huge. Kai finally hits level 10, and just like that, his settlement gets promoted into a full-on agricultural village. Right when he gets the new title, he unlocks warp points that let him rocket between specific exits. And then he gets hit with a wild new prize, the golden seed of creation, shrouded in mystery. Hungry for results, he drops the seed into his richest, most fertile field and waits to see what explodes from it. A few days later, something weird starts popping up out of nowhere. That's not a leaf or a stem at all. Those are animal ears right there. The abyss surges in with a sickle raised, ready to slice down and harvest that strange, unnatural growth. Suddenly, the earth rips open and a girl rockets out of the soil like she's been hiding a secret all along. She strikes a fierce pose and announces herself as the mighty wizard of Hellfire. She beams at her new master Yorishikune, my lord, and leaves Kai and Abyss absolutely reeling from what just happened. When he hits level 10, the reward explodes into the golden seed of creation, and it births a foxy new girl right out of it. She wastes no time and shoots her new master with one simple request. "Give me a cute name." Kai pauses, stares at his own name like it means something, and then before he can overthink it, he decides to call her Ren. Abyss watches, stunned, as Ren embraces her brand new identity with blazing pride. Peace doesn't stand a chance once Ren steps forward to square off against a monstrous beast. She boasts she's the legendary Great Wizard of Hellfire. She flicks a hand and unleashes a brutal inferno that hits like a gut punch. The explosion rips through everything, and when the smoke clears, Kai and Abyss are left completely stunned. No words at all. This isn't the magic Abyss acting like it's seen it all before. Ren explains her power doesn't even need this world's mana at all. She swears she'll keep her lord warm, and that vow leaves Kai completely baffled by where she really came from. With Abyss and Ren hunting together, they wipe out dangerous monsters fast. Kai whispers a silent prayer, begging the surplus for a place to thrive in the ecosystem. Tenohara village goes official upgrades into an agricultural village, and suddenly fresh seafood is landing on every table. As the locals scramble for anything they can salvage from the shore, Kai realizes they can't make it without a true vessel. He commands an L to haul in hemp rope and slam-ready logs. Kai drops his secret escape plan, and it's a giant raft. He's tried it a bunch of times, but the squid-shaped design is locked and built to stay perfectly stable. He can't stay trapped on this island forever. He's got to get Abyss, and he's itching to see the world. Ren drops the news that the project is done, then they gear up and ready the ship to set sail. Kai pulls a map from memory and jabs his finger toward the land southwest, like he's calling the next step in their escape. He skims the ground of the past, digging for every detail like it's a hidden map. Abyss crunches the numbers. Her wind magic says the trip will take 11 days. Kai slips his stake beneath the mighty tree, setting it up as an emergency beacon so he can come back fast. Suddenly, Bisu's senses scream something was coming right for him. She leans toward the horizon, eyes locked on what's waiting out there. She points into the distance and declares, "The ship is right there." A gigantic Karak ship barrels into the bay, cutting through the water like a storm. Kai's blood turns to ice when he realizes it could be the temple. He snaps to attention and orders the raft hidden behind the trees right now. Abyss still can't forget this moment because it's the same scene from when Kai got left behind. She leans in and demands to know what his plan is. Kai softly strokes her head and swears he'll help whoever's trapped on that ship. He slips out solo to scout the situation before anyone else even realizes it. Crouched in the brush, he keeps his breath quiet as he watches a figure step down. A hooded priest coldly drops a terrified little girl on the pier and walks away like it means nothing. Kai clenches his teeth, holding his breath, waiting for the exact second to explode forward and strike. The ship roars off into the horizon, and the child is left all alone shaking with fear. Kai bursts out from the shadows to greet the girl because Kai hates it. She's shattered, but Kai grabs her heart and tells her, "You got a home here now." The truth that she can't go back smashes into her heart, and right then, Kai slips and tumbles straight into the water by accident. He shrugs it off with a grin and promises he'll hunt down a real, permanent solution later. Ren and Abyss burst in, and Ren's fuming because Kai never waited for backup. She threatens to roast Katie's plushies, but Kai darts in fast and talks her down before it turns into a disaster. He lays it out Farley's religion is using this island like a giant dumping ground. Kai swears he'll hunt down and save every last kid the temple throws away. Kata blurts out that she's from a city called Godai, while Abyss blasts her clothes dry in a blink. Kai finally grasps just how massive this cruelty really is. It's everywhere. He corners Kate and demands to know what blessing ceremony she's going through. With a voice that shook, she confessed she'd been handed the evil god's power. Kiri leans in and tells her straight up, "The power isn't evil, what matters is what she does with it." He fires up the tour, shows her the village from corner to corner, and introduces her to everyone living there. Cade runs into a dwarf who looks downright unstoppable, and before long, he's starting to feel at home. While they toil in the fields, she can't stop wondering if Kai's feeling lonely. Abyss catches himself staring out at the ocean again and again. aching for the family he lost. Even with a brave smile stuck on, he's still grinding harder than everyone else. Katie stares down at her doll, her face heavy with solemnity. Kai sits Kata down and teaches him the name of a god Alamira. She begged to test her blessing on her toys. She snaps her fingers and activates her temporary life ability. To everyone's shock, the plushies suddenly pop up and start talking like they've got a secret to spill. The cat and rabbit are completely aware of everything, and they start scrutinizing their surroundings like, wait, what is going on here? Kai's mind reels her blessing is so wildly unique that she can't even wrap her head around it. He slaps Kate on the shoulder with steady support and welcomes her to the team. 3 months slam by in a blur as they work the fields side by side, harvesting the crops together. Kita slips into island life like it was always hers, drifting off to sleep soundly with her new family. As summer creeps in, they dig into shared meals and burst into laughter like the season just sparks something in them. Coyote's smile says everything right there in his grin. The moment for the voyage to conquer everything is finally here. While Ren and Keed kept watch over the house, Kai and Abyss pushed off on their raft and chased the horizon. They blast into uncharted waters, chasing a city nobody's ever laid eyes on, and the horizon keeps stretching forever in every direction. All they can see for miles is that sparkling sea, blazing ahead like a promise they can't ignore. Thanks to Abyss and her GPS wizardry, getting off that island was actually within reach. Kai's body is already starting to take a brutal toll from this journey. Back on the island, Ren sees that being left behind. Kai had to spell it out, this raft couldn't hold 4 people at once. Life keeps rolling without them, and K-Day swings back to the fields to push the crops along. Ren is still glaring, clearly pissed about everything that's happened. Kai hammers at home. Those fields must stay maintained, no matter what, for any future emergency. The dolls do their absolute best to lift Ren's spirits, dangling juicy promises that playtime's coming later. Cade steps up and fires up his plan, handing chores out to the little helpers like a mission. Ren kills the hours by stacking stones right in the river. Still, she knows her job is to guard the island, yet the boredom drags on like a curse. Chores? Yeah, they're absolutely not her thing. She keeps asking herself when her lord will finally come back to them. Suddenly, her fox ears snap to attention at a weird new sensation. One of the dolls suddenly crumples, and a suffocating silence drops like a hammer. A bone-chilling screech tears through the forest like a warning from the dark. They stumble on a massive shattered eggshell stuffed into the cliffs, like the landscape is hiding a monster's secret. Cade freezes in place, and his feathers drift down through the air like slow-motion chaos. A monstrous raptor dives out of the sky, talons blazing, ready to tear its target apart. Cade belts out her brother's name as the raft jolts from a sudden hit of wind. Abyss blasts her magic, shattering the raft loose from that brutal ocean current. She straight up admits her magic shines more in support and everyday utility than in real teeth-bearing fights. Ren's raw fighting power isn't just strong, it's on a whole different planet. Ren slams into the monster with a crushing, show-stopping attack. She tears into the beast with a blazing storm of fiery slashes, cutting it down in seconds. Ren stands tall in triumph, roaring that she's the greatest wizard of hellfire. The terror finally snaps, and Kita collapses into non-stop tears. Ren hoists her sister onto her back and barrels into the walk home. Kagiri can't shake the guilt of knowing she couldn't do more to help. They stare back at the quiet hut, and that heavy silence crushes them like a hand on their chest. Ren's mind starts to unravel terror spikes as he realizes Kai might never return for them. The idea of never seeing him again is more than I can survive. Tears spill down her cheeks as loneliness crashes over her, wave after wave. She fights tooth and nail to shove those dark thoughts out of her mind. Kahedi yanks her into a tight hug, wrapping her up in comfort like a shield. They link up and decide to wait for their brother together. The night sky sprawls over the island, and a soft rustle ripples through everything. Katie snaps her head toward a weird noise creeping from outside. She sneaks a peek and spots the dolls hunched down, digging their hands into the dirt. Tiny warriors are bursting out of the ground like they've sprouted overnight. Ren tells them, that's how the dolls multiply one by one until the numbers explode. Within days, the village explodes with fresh life. Ren explains that Kai didn't just allow it, he gave them the go-ahead and started it all by planting the seeds. With that extra crew on board, the island finally stops feeling so brutally empty. Kata clutches the doll to her chest and prays with all her heart that she makes it back safely. Clouds rip open over the wild ocean, and at last land breaks the horizon like a promise. Kai spots the brand new continent, and relief hits him so hard he almost exhales on the spot. After days jammed on that cramped raft, his joints lock up completely. He tells them if he used his village ability while he was moving, it would have been a total disaster. They finally steer the raft straight to the sandy shore. Kayaskabist whipped out his scan to hunt for any nearby rivers or cities. Turns out, they've still got a brutal 3-day trek on foot staring them in the face. Kai refuses to slow down. He's sprinting toward the city as fast as humanly possible. They plunge into the mountains, chasing one burning goal find. After 2 grueling days of trekking across the continent, Kai and his crew finally start closing in on their destination. Right before they step into the city, Kai begs Abyss to snap back into her adult form. With a flash of light, the transformation snaps into place, and Abyss stands ready to guard him. Kai fires off his unique power and hauls in a fully stocked wagon packed to the brim with fresh produce and livestock. Kai tells his warriors to stand guard over the village while he sorts out the town visit. Then he trades his old hem for a sharper outfit. Clean, refined, and ready to look like a real, successful trader. His plan is simple. He'll dress up as a rich merchant and bring in a bishop as his elite bodyguard. To stay under the radar, he shoves Abyss a cat-eared hood, snapping it into place to conceal her unmistakable horns. She's straight up adorable in the new gear, and the duo hops onto their wagon and rides out. As they step onto the stone bridge, Abyss's sharp ears catch human voices drifting from just ahead. Thinking they might track down a local for directions, Kai barrels into the commotion to investigate. They instantly knew they'd walk straight into a hunt. Men were screeching, demanding someone be caught, and the panic hit hard. A young woman gets violently yanked off her feet and pinned down, while rough thugs tie her up tight. These guys treat her like stolen property, and when she tries to run, they start threatening her like it's nothing. The group closes in on her, smug grins on their faces as they bask in their captured prize. From the trees, a cold Abyss gaped as he watched those ruffians. Then he realized they were way weaker than the monsters they were supposed to fear. Kai gives the signal, and Abyss erupts with a lightning arc that instantly turns one of the kidnappers to ash. The rest of the gang gets slammed by a massive discharge, and they spasm on the ground, twitching like they can't even breathe. Kai steps out to check on the stunned woman, and she can barely process that she's really watching magic unfold. She asks if he's a sorcerer, but Kai brushes it off like it's nothing. "Sorry, things look getting dangerous. Am I intruding?" He grinned, then introduced himself as Kai, just a simple merchant, and said the magic didn't come from him at all, it came from his escort. The woman tells Kai her name's Sarah Bianchi, but you can tell she doesn't trust what he's really up to. She figures no merchant helps for nothing, so she presses him. "All right, what do you want in return?" Kai just flat out asks her to lead the way to the nearest town. Sarah's jaw drops at how modest the request is, but she nods and promises to spill local intel as they travel. She blurts out the town's name is Scorpa, and the fear of going back still keeps tormenting her. "She told me she'd only slipped out of the city by pure luck, just barely making it out in time." Even with fear clawing at her, Sarah blurts it out, "What's right burns in my chest, and I can't turn down this request." Next, Kai shoots a thankful look at her, then checks close to make sure she's really okay. She admits she's been on the run, with nobody to turn to. Kai can't shake the feeling this meeting wasn't random at all, like fate pulled it off just to reach him. Sarah begs for a scarf to mask the mysterious collar snug around her neck. Kai eyed the request like it smelled fishy, but he still passed over the cloth, no questions, no prying. And she said their attackers were ruffians hired by a powerful trading company. Kai refuses to let good gear go to waste, rips the thugs of their coins, boots, and weapons before they can blink. Kai realizes these things are way beyond anything his village has ever seen, so to make sure no one trails him, he leaves the thugs tied up and stripped out in the woods. As they ride straight toward the port, Sarah leans in and tells him the region has only just been swallowed by the Limelic Empire's rule. They finally crest the hill, and boom, the sprawling port town of Scorpus sprawls out before them, a massive, thriving hub that has Kai completely stunned. They slam the wagon through the gates and roll it straight into the roaring streets. First things first, Kai snatches the moment, eagerly paying for a piping hot meal. "Let's chow," he yells, practically vibrating with excitement to finally sink his teeth into real food instead of his hoarded wild supplies. Then the first bite hits so hard it tears him up, because human civilization tastes like salvation. While they march through town, Abyss quietly chomps an apple, and the townspeople just stare at the newcomers like it's the moment they've all been waiting for. Kai couldn't stop thinking about how wildly different this life is from the one he used to have. He knows this is a packed street, so one wrong move with his abilities could spell disaster. Soon, they set up their stall in the bazaar and launch their business for real. Sarah asks Kaya if she can stay a little longer, because when she's with him, she finally feels safe. She shoots back, "So you really know nothing about this collar I'm wearing?" Kai shrugs and insists it's just decoration, and Sarah bursts into laughter at how clueless he is. She drops the brutal truth that magic sealing collar was built to chain slaves. Once it latches on, it rips the wearer's emotions to shreds and turns them into a puppet for their master, the moment that choice is made. Since the magic runs through bloodlines, the aristocracy treats these slave sorcerers like priceless, top-tier prizes. Kai's stomach drops when he realizes just how brutally cruel this world can be. Sarah takes in Abyss's eerie silence and assumes she's hiding the same fate as a slave sorcerer. Abyss knows this one thing for sure: her loyalty to Kai is her decision, and it's hers alone. Kai blurted, "Can we rip this collar off?" And Sarah shot back that it wasn't just locked. It was an indestructible artifact crafted by someone blessed. Kai is absolutely sickened that the temple would dare forge tools that horrifying. He refuses to leave Sarah behind and offers her a seat on his boat-like. This is the escape route that finally gets them free for good. He swears they'll crack the collar somehow because he can't just walk away from someone he's already helped. "Sorry, I owe you everything," Sarah blurts out, voice shaking as she's moved to the core, but with his kindness hitting her like a wave, she can't ignore it. Time is slipping away. She frets, should she really trust this boy with everything? And to keep her secret safe, Kai quickly hands her a spare hood to pull over her identity. "It's a little extra for our escort," he says it as he shoves it into her hands, and you can tell he just can't help himself, egging her on to slip that cat-eared hood on, and even forces her into a Naya pose to seal the disguise. Meanwhile, the auction turns savage, with the crowd hurling piles of gold coins at the goods like it's a life-or-death bidding war. The girls are left wide-eyed because their fruit and livestock are blowing up way bigger than they ever imagined. Kai finally admits he never ever thought their very first try would blow up into this kind of success. At the very end, the table is straight up bursting with mountains of gold. Sarah's jaw-dropped island produce was actually buying a mansion. Kai is already plotting his next move, gearing up for iron, livestock, and raw cotton. He's hunting for hard-hitter industry secrets too, like leather tanning techniques and the craft of making soap. Tomorrow's their last big shopping spree before they finally head back home. Kai offers Sarah a permanent home on their island, like a safe haven she can finally call her own. Sarah's heart flips, takes her in without asking for anything back, and he doesn't even dig into her past. He even slips her a few coins for a drink, and that random burst of trust blindsides her completely. The room hangs in crushing silence, like everyone's gratitude is trapped behind their teeth. She decides he's earned the whole truth, so she leans in and demands he listen. She drops a shocking secret. She used to be a noblewoman from the Principality of Mondial. Beyond her royal bloodline, she mastered royal magic and served the crown as its mage. When her nation crumbled, she was one of the guards throwing herself into action, escorting the princess to safety. They got cut off right in their tracks by a pack of magic-wielding brigands. A brutal burst of fire magic detonated, ripping straight through the guards' formation. Sarah surged in for a brutal physical strike, but her opponent was already waiting. Her magic got completely wiped out the moment the clash erupted. The bandage hit with zero mercy, dropped her hard, and captured the guards before she could even breathe. A slave trader burst in, ready to haul them all away as top-tier, high-value merchandise. Sarah got sold first, but she broke free before she ever ran into Kai. She crumples to the floor, clutching at his mercy, begging him to save Princess Yuri Cecil. Kai tells her, "I'm just a merchant." But she notices the power he's been hiding the whole time. Because private soldiers nabbed her, the princess is still up for sale. Sarah comes up with a desperate last-ditch plan to somehow scrape together the money she needs. She's pushing Kai to sell her off to a rival trader for a huge payday that makes her smile. And hey, those mage kids are basically a sure bet for any noble house. Millionaires would shell out a crazy fortune just to adopt a kid with magical potential that insane. She's literally wagering her own life, daring anyone to bet she'll haul in a higher price than the princess. Kai finally clicks. She starts to see the cold, brutal logic buried in her proposal. He leaned in and asked, "What would you do if I just grabbed the money and left you behind?" The moment she realizes she's vulnerable, Fear flashes through her like lightning just for a beat. Kai realizes she's way too honest and way too trusting for her own survival. He refuses to just toss aside someone so pure. He agrees to help on one condition. She has to believe in him no matter what. But Sarah sticks to her word, no hesitation, no doubt. To see if Abyss really trusts her, Kai demands he remove her hood right then and there. The girl lifts the veil and bears the huge horns that prove her real nature. Sarah can't shake the feeling that the thing she's staring at might be a real demon straight out of the old myths. In this world, demons aren't just monsters, they're the ancient, feared evil that everyone dreads. Kai keeps his eyes razor sharp, hunting for even the tiniest flicker of rejection or fear. Sarah decides that someone that stunning couldn't possibly be a monster. Kai lets out a deep breath, clutches Abyss close, and declares no one tops him as his most precious companion. The intense debate finally dies down, and they rush into the night, ready to crash and sleep. Kai's eyes lock in with steel as he vows to push forward and see the rescue through to the end. Abyss suddenly breaks into a feverish rush and demands to be right next to Kai. She flips into her adult mode and yanks him into a tight, fierce embrace. Kai's body goes rigid as he's pinned down on the bed, completely freaking out. Abyss locks eyes with him, tears shimmering, and asks if her presence really isn't wanted. He shoots back fast, insisting it's not true, even as his own young age trips him up. Sarah stares at the display and suddenly it hits her. She belongs. He can't help but stare in awe at someone who tells the truth, with no games at all. He swears in silence he'll save every single one of them, even if it costs him everything. Kai scans the bazaar for raw ores, but the moment he looks deeper, he realizes this hunt is going to be brutal. Sarah straight up admits her mining skills are pretty limited, so they waste no time and go straight for the basics, getting iron tools first. Kai decides to break the tension by grabbing a gift for Abyss before they dive back into the rescue mission. They tour through the market stalls, grabbing masks, hauling livestock, and stacking up a mountain of fresh produce. The price tag is brutal, but even though they missed out on horses, Kai's still grinning sheep and goats are piling up in the hall. Their bags are stuffed to the brim with everything: iron hoses, aromatic oils, the whole wild assortment. Abyss is blown away by how packed the goods are, but Kai won't let up. He's convinced the village still needs more. He tells Sarah to hang on for a second while he gets ready to stash their brand new supplies away. With his one-of-a-kind power, he blasts the whole load across space in the blink of an eye. Back at the settlement, NL gets blindsided when Kai suddenly shows up out of nowhere. She stares at the colossal haul of animals and barrels, and her brain just can't keep up with what she's seeing. The young elf can't handle the blow, her knees buckle, and she faints right where she stands. Kai leaves her to recover and sprints back to the city only to find Sarah starting to feel totally abandoned. He pops back up in a bird-like mask and startles her, swearing that this is his disguise for the next phase. Sarah admits her fear was crushing. She thought Kai had truly left her for good. But Kai shuts that panic down fast. With a firm, steady reassurance, she snaps herself back into place fast, reminding him this kind of raw vulnerability isn't her usual thing. Kai blurts out that he needs directions to the exact trading company where the princess is being kept. Sarah snaps her arm toward the Malini Trading Company, a towering, intimidating fortress that feels like it could swallow the whole city. Inside, Princess Yuri Cecile stays perfectly still as a servant combs her long, flowing hair stroke by stroke. Malini storms into the room with a nasty sneer and calls her the former princess. He leans in and tells her to thank her lucky stars, because they handle high-class merchandise with the kind of care you only give to something priceless. He keeps needling her, smirking that her magician will never come back for her. Malini shoots a warning. If someone else had caught her, she'd be going through something way worse right now. He tells her to stop fighting the bars, quit dreaming of escape, and swallow her fate inside a gilded cage. Rage flaring in her chest, Yuri slams her princess blessing on, and a crystal barrier erupts, blasting everyone back. Malini realizes his insane strength can't dent this transparent wall one bit. He roars for his heavy hitter, Fuzzle, to slam into that stubborn royal. Fuzzle stares that barrier down and sneers, shocked that no magic and no brute force can crack it. He goes after his boss, mocking him for letting that magician slip away in the first place. Malini leans in on the mercenary and growls that he's getting paid a fortune, so one more failure and it's over. Falls crunches down on a snack, then swears to herself she'll keep that threat front and center. Malini tells him to stay razor sharp while the search crews fan out and tear through the north side. As he turns to go, Bazal leans in and tells Yuri that her hope isn't courage. It's a slow poison draining her from the inside. With the servant stuck by her side, Yuri stays trapped inside her barrier, silent, stubborn, and refusing to say a single word. This week, Kai and his crew finally push through the doors, and they come crashing up to the gates of the Molini company. Sarah's panicked like they're marching straight into a lion's den, but Kai snaps, "Trust my plan," and somehow she has to believe him. He steels himself, then flips the switch, plotting to swagger around like a rich, arrogant noble. He sucks in a deep breath, daring himself to be as bold and heartbreakingly moody as he possibly can. Kai explodes through the doors, slams his hand down, and demands to see the owner for a massive transaction. Molini hears the chaos and bursts outside to greet the mysterious visitor. Kai pops in and introduces himself as a noble from a tiny kingdom, then reveals he's traveling incognito. To prove he's worth it, he makes the Abyss reveal the captured Sarah to the merchant. Sarah slams onto the floor, fully crushed, staring up at her former master like she's lost everything. Molini is bursting with joy, stunned that Kai actually managed to bring back his runaway slave. Kai shoots in close and demands, "So what kind of compensation am I looking at for finding something like this?" And Molini can't shake her curiosity. Why would some noble risk all that just to send back one lone magician? Kai tells her, "Sarah begged me to sell her, then swore she'd use every coin to rescue the princess." He says watching that kind of devotion in a slave lit a spark in him and made him hungry to know what the princess was like for real. He insists on meeting the princess. He's determined to judge whether she's truly worth all that sincerity. Sarah huddles close to Kai, whispering with shaking breath that he can't really be about to hand her over. She snaps at him, screaming, "So that promise to save Yuri was just a lie?" Kai drops down, snatches her hands, and vows, straight up, that he's going to buy the princess, no doubt. He leans in and whispers that he doesn't even need the money from Sarah's sale to pull off the purchase. The Abyss clamps a gag on Sarah to stop her from blowing their cover, while Kai rushes in to apologize for the whole disaster. Molini is stunned to the core, then barks for his guards to haul Sarah away while he storms off with Kai, racing him straight to the princess. Kai tells Sarah she has to show up for the meeting because her loyalty deserves a final reward. Molini bursts into laughter because Kai's ice-cold heart is honestly terrifying. He flexes his secret private army and brags about the massive stacks of cash he dumps into security. He swears he's the type who gets his hands dirty, so he even storms into the chaos himself to seize the slaves firsthand. They stride down the hall while Kai squeezes his growing disgust behind his mask like he can't let it show. They barge into a room and find Yuri's other bodyguards shackled in chains, trapped, and waiting. Sarah screams for her comrades as she sees them reduced to total ruin. Then the light snaps onto a lone figure posted by the window. Even with her bonds holding her back, the girl still radiates pure, undeniable grace. Molini dramatically points at what he treasures most, his most valuable asset. He proudly introduces her as the gem of Mondial, Princess Yuri Cecile. Kai finally locks eyes with Princess Yuri Cecile, the special class slave the merchant wouldn't stop hyping up. The merchant practically begs Kai to slow down and really study her, praising her gorgeous long blonde hair and those sharp bangs like they're the best treasure in the room. When Kai saw her, he couldn't shake the feeling. She looked just like Rukia. Kaya asks the price, and the moment the slaver whips out an abacus, she's totally stunned when he spits out a monstrous sum. That kind of cash could have built a fancy house, so Kai demands a discount. The merchant stalls mid-sentence, then blurts out, "Yuri, you're the gem of Mondial," swearing even emperors can't resist her. Since Kai brought Sarah back, he's ready to drop the price. Sarah crumples to the ground in pure despair. Trapped and surrounded by the other captured women, she's shattered with guilt, convinced that trusting Kai led her friends straight into this trap. She clings to that last sliver of hope, begging for one more chance to say goodbye to Yuri before her spirit shatters. Kai smirks coldly and says he's loving this pathetic scene, leaving everyone completely stunned. Then, like it's nothing, he casually drops that he's going to grab a few more bodyguards too. As the merchant steps out to lock in the arrangements, he clocks just how weirdly mature and how sharply well-spoken Kai is for someone so young. The second the door slams shut, Kai's entire vibe flips instantly. Sarah clings to him like her life depends on it, begging no, pleading for him to buy every last one of them. Kai softens, blurted out an apology, saying she never meant for her show to look that brutal. Suddenly, Abyss bursts out of the shadows and slashes the slaves' bindings apart. Kai tells them straight up. He refuses to let them suffer the same crushing ache of separation that he once endured. He snaps an order. Everyone who's trying to escape, grab hands right now. The slaves are frozen in shock, staring at this sudden twist like, wait, can we actually trust what just happened? Kai swears this is their one and only shot to escape. Princess Yuri strides forward, eyes locked on the young boy like she's about to make him a target. She clocks a spark in him, nothing like the merchant's greed or the mercenary's pity. She snaps her head toward him and locks onto his eyes, where a fierce, unmistakable determination burns. Yuri tightly grabs Sarah's hand and gives her a look that screams, "Trust me." Next, the crew huddles up into a tight circle, eyes locked on whatever hits them next. Kai shouts at Abyss to make it as flashy as humanly possible, then slams his power to life to Nohira. Meanwhile, a terrified guard bursts in and slams the merchant's moment to a halt. The merchant slams his fist on the table and rage surges as the truth finally hits him. He roars for Fossil and snaps at his men to drop everything and follow him right now. They finally burst into the room and there's Abyss, standing in the breach like he's daring the world to stop him. She disappears into thin air before anyone even gets the chance to land a hit. Fossil finally snaps. He realizes a mage totally played him, and the special class slave is already gone. The merchant's fury ignites. He barks orders at Fossil to hunt them down, no excuses. Fossil stays unbearably arrogant, swearing he alone can handle a simple rabbit hunt. The slaver cedes at the total disaster his subordinates just caused. Outside, the Abyss lurks around the corner playing the perfect rearguard decoy. She fires off magic to slip past the guards, staying just out of reach while driving them right after her. Back in the village, Sarah is still wrecked, sobbing her heart out after that crazy teleportation just tore everything apart. The whole crew stumbles into this wild, green, fenced-in hideout, and they're left staring around like, wait, where are we even supposed to be? Kai tries to soothe Sarah, but the moment he clocks it, he realizes the princess is weirdly unbothered. An elf girl strides up, beams at them, and asks Kai what he's planning to do with all the resources he dragged in. Kai finally cracks and tells Sarah the truth: his icy act wasn't real at all. He staged it just to trick the merchant. He snatches a mercenary sword and starts wrenching the metal, twisting it hard to smash the chains open. He tells you this space was forged by his blessing, and you're completely safe in here. Yuri leans in, asking if Kai has any link to her shattered homeland. But Kai admits, flat out, he didn't even know Mondial existed. He finally spills his true motive. He wasn't playing games at all. He just wanted Sarah, and he'd do whatever it takes to save her, and everyone else too. Yuri stares at him, and the moment hits, she can feel just how ferociously deep the master-servant bond really runs. She opens her mouth to ask him something, then stops cold, caught in hesitation. Kai finally smashes the last of her chains free, and then she clocks it. Sarah isn't just protecting the princess, she's treating her like her own little sister. The mercenaries snapped to it fast. She wasn't a target at all, she was bait, sent to yank them away from the other slaves. Kai's plea to stall them for as long as he could echoes in Abyss's head, and she stops running, locks eyes, and takes the fight straight to her fists. The goons think they've finally trapped their prey, barking for answers about where the others are hiding. Before they can even blink, a colossal blast of mana erupts, sending the mercenaries flying through the air like they weigh nothing. She darts in like lightning, slashing with brutal ferocity until even the toughest fighters are left totally helpless. With the streets strewn in unconscious bodies, the Abyss snarled, ditching to claw its way back to her master's side. Her road gets slammed shut by a terrifying mage, who spots her crazy potential and dares her to settle it in a duel. Back at the facility, Kai runs the plan through the group one final time, then they're ready to strike. He braces to shut off his spatial power, then throws the signal because it's time for a full-speed dash straight for the town's exit. Inside the office, the slaver boss is seething over his men's failures, and he doesn't even sense Kai's crew materializing right behind him. He jolts like someone yanked the power cord because suddenly, he's not alone anymore. The former slaves waste zero time. Cold steel snaps to the villain's throat. Kai snaps his head toward the distant clash and realizes Abyss has already jumped in and started fighting the enemy. They don't have time for a big interrogation, so they haul the boss in, tie him up, and stuff his mouth with a gag. Kai locks the man's gaze one last time, then flat out tells him to forget he'll ever see his products again. A brutal blast rips through town as the magic fight cranks up and the whole place shakes. The whole crew barrels toward the noise, then slams on the brakes for a split second to decide who's strong enough to carry fragile Yuri Cecile. Just as they think they've slipped free, an armed squad crashes into the narrow alley and cuts their escape short. Sarah's breath catches as the walls close in turns. Out there surrounded by the very men who snatched them. Kai sweeps his eyes across the enemy line and realizes the killer mage who wiped out Sarah isn't anywhere in the ranks. He figures Abyss is tying up the biggest threat right now, but his gut clenches, because a battle-hardened veteran could still outmatch her. The slaves shove Kai forward and shout, "Take to Princess R1!" as they slam the line shut to buy him seconds. Kai just smirks, telling them real quick that every single thing is still running exactly the way he planned. He nods and says, "Since the lead mage is tied up, this is our perfect opening to wrap it up." He tells everyone, "Circle up lock and tight and block my sight." Just long enough for a few brutal seconds. Kai slips into his spatial dimension and pops back instantly, gripping his secret weapon, the battle experts. Local guards race in to investigate the chaos, then spot one of the mercenaries sprawled face down on the pavement. They demand answers. Who's behind the bloodshed? And they're already pointing the finger at the slaves. Guards snap the command. Everyone drop the resistance. Lock the shackles back on right now. Suddenly, a flood of tiny, adorable warrior kundals comes crashing down, and every one of them hits like a nightmare. Kai orders his tiny Legion No Mercy, and they crash into the guards, smashing them down one after another. Even though they're huge, these dolls zip around like lightning, dodging every swing and landing crushing hits. The slaves stare in pure awe, gushing over how those little warriors look so cute, and then realizing they're brutally effective. Within minutes, the whole squad of soldiers gets crushed into one grim, defeated pile. Kai grins at his little helpers, then slips them back into seeds so they can finally rest. Once the way was clear, he charged ahead and guided everyone straight to where those magical explosions were coming from. Abyss clashed with the veteran mage, and the outskirts of town got blasted into a cratered wasteland. The mage is drenched in sweat, reeling like, how does one girl have a mana stash that never ends? No matter how hard he tries to siphon her magic or bounce it back, the onslaught just won't quit. Kai's crew shows up right on the edge of it, just to watch Abyss completely take over the fight. The Abyss ignites the second she spots Kai. She's waving like she's won while her opponent lurches, gasping for air. Worn-out Mage nearly drops his staff when he realizes Kai is the owner behind a fighter of that insane caliber. Kai tries to tell them he only ran into these people by pure chance, but the Mage is so fed up he won't even let him finish. Even with the beating all over him, the warrior clenches his teeth and won't surrender. He's gearing up for one last, desperate strike. Kai leans in and whispers a razor-sharp tactic to Abyssy, tells her they only need 3 more minutes. The mage rips out a colossal beam of energy, screaming at the top of his lungs as he pours everything he's got into his final stand. A thick wall of dust swallows the whole area, and the mage tears through it, frantically hunting for his targets. The Abyss unleashes a perfectly timed storm of magic beams, blasting down just to keep him pinned in place and staring. And that's the perfect opening. Kai slips through the smoke like a ghost and snatches the mage from behind. Just as the man tries to react, Kai snaps into action and yanks him straight toward the world of Tenohira. Kai smashes in with a crushing hit, and his opponent staggers like the world just tilted. His vision smears as the brutal truth of the strike finally hits. He jolts awake, dizzy and squinting at the blazing noon sun, and can't believe how fast the time vanished. He whips around and realizes the battlefield is gone. Now he's standing in the middle of a humble settlement. Kai wastes 0 seconds, snaps orders to Enel, and demands the next phase of their plan be executed right now. Enel tore toward the villagers, roaring that a deadly enemy was attacking them. She whips them into a frenzy, screaming that the bad guy has come to snatch their harvest and even their children. Villagers stare in sheer terror as she slaps a target onto the confused mage. He tries to talk his way out of it, says he's got no reason to fight, but it all falls flat, and they don't hear a thing. Kai stands right in his face, and you can tell he knows it. Those villagers can't even sense him. With angry farmers closing in and pitchforks raised, the mage squares his shoulders and unleashes a power that's about to turn them to ash. He tries to cast the spell, and the moment nothing happens, terror slams into his eyes like a sudden wave. Kai grins and says this place is a void where magic power just refuses to exist. Desperate, the mage wrings every last drop of mana from his body, yet all he can muster is a pathetic little spark. He blasts a tiny ember forward, but all it does is lightly scorch a wooden tool. The villagers aren't buying it. They watch some guy torch their homes and then he charges in like he owns the place. A tiny plushy-like creature rockets out of nowhere and snaps the mage's defenses shut before he can even react. He snarls through gritted teeth as his magic user pride crumbles right in front of him. A swarm of peons closes in, and he suddenly realizes they're about to beat him down. No legends, just commoners. He refuses to swallow the humiliation of getting beaten by some brat like Kai. The mage's fight ends fast and brutal. His body drops face first into the dirt. Inel slams the fight shut, then watches in silence as the villagers lash their captured prisoner down tight. Kai can't stop thinking about how brutal their world really is. He knows that if he makes these people see him as a real threat, it hits harder than any monster ever could. And now she studies him, caught between deep concern and pure, breathless admiration. She tells him to trust his gut and do what he knows is right. Beneath a sky packed with stars, the crew tightens their plans and readies themselves for what comes next. They toss the unconscious mage into some remote wilderness and decide with no second thoughts to leave him there as they ride off. Abyss slumps with a heavy heart, muttering that she's worthless because she couldn't do more. Kai slams the plan to a halt and tells her straight up she's the key that gets everyone rescued. Abyss flushes bright red and pleads with Kai for a hug, like it's the only thing that can calm her down. The rest of the crew just stares as they see the embrace, and you can practically feel amusement and jealousy clash in the air. Yuri Cecile strides up to Kai to deliver her proper thanks for saving them. Kai can't shake the thought, yeah, he wants them to stay, but he refuses to trap them in a life he can't truly force on them. Yuri Cecile just drops a bombshell. She tells Kai to take them in as his family's slaves. She tells him flat out, they've got no home to go back to, so now they're counting on him to protect them. Kai scratches the back of his head, suddenly exposing the truth. He isn't a merchant at all. He tells them they're stuck on some total no man's land, no people, anywhere, just an empty wasteland in the middle of nowhere. As soon as they hit that remote island, the refugees start doubting the soil and the water like something feels horribly off. One girl bursts into laughter, bragging that her home country was so broke they'd nicknamed it the Bumpkin Country. Kai's ready to take them, but the moment anyone sets foot on that island, they'd better meet his one harsh rule. Revenge is a hard, no, strictly forbidden, he snaps, forcing them to see it as a brand new rebirth. Yuri Cecile nods on the spot because when she sees there's nobody left to even hope for happiness, her revenge feels pointless. Once the deal was sealed, Kai shot back a business handshake, then steeled himself to guide the whole crew back home. The whole crew huddles up together as a mysterious wind whips around them, spiraling like it knows something they don't. They charge north, following Kai as his wild, powerful abilities light the way. They stride through a portal, and just like that, the refugees scream in terror as the heroes get yanked across the world in an instant. Kai ushers them onto his no-man's island and grins, asking if the emptiness of the view has them let down. Suddenly, Ren the Fox Girl slams into Kai and tackles him to the ground, yelling that he's far too slow. So, Kai finally breaks down and apologizes to her for the loneliness he left behind while he was gone. Little K-Day barrels in and hugs Kai and Abyss tight, tears of pure joy streaming down their face. Kai steps forward and hypes the newcomers as the island's brand new residents. Cade politely greets Yuri Cecile, but Yuri's still stuck processing the whole insane situation. The newcomers stare at the shattered shipwreck, and it hits them hard. There's no turning back anymore. Kai steps up to them and admits it straight. Right now, this island has absolutely nothing, but he's got a vision to build this land from the ground up and make it happen himself. He paints a picture of the future sprawling fields, deep wells, rising houses, and orchards heavy with fruit. He's absolutely certain, and he declares he'll forge a brand new country of his own. When the word country hits the air, the whole group perks up, hope flares in their eyes like a match struck. Yuri Cecile's heart is practically skipping because she can't wait to step into a whole new world. Katie and Ren were so desperate to help their lord build this dream. Abyss quietly swears he'll follow his master anywhere because to him, they're family. They finally get it. They can start all over, from nothing, and sink deep roots into this brand new ground. Yuri Cecile shoots out her hand and grips Kai's tightly. She swears she'll fight with everything she's got, to forge a nation where nobody ever has to feel unhappy again. Suddenly another girl blurts out that she'll give it her all to be his wife too because they've already shared the same bed. Even with chaos whipping through his growing household, the first building of their new nation rises strong and proud, framed by the forest behind it. While Abyss-chan takes care of the hard work, the villagers can't help staring because she looks exactly like the demons from their darkest legends. A young girl snaps the gossip shut on the spot, swearing up and down that Abyss-chan is way too gentle to be a monster. Meanwhile, Ren-chan throws straight-up firepower into the village kitchen, but the wildest part? She's the one acting most stunned by island life, like she can't believe what she's seeing. It doesn't take long before the local women crowd around her, all but fainting with pure obsession over how soft and fluffy her foxtail is. As everything finally calms down, Kai glances down and realizes his worn-out footwear is on its last legs after years of taking punishment. Realizing they can't keep spinning out of control, he slams the first Islander Council meeting into action to get ahead of their rapidly growing needs. Requests slam in instantly, people begging for better farming tools, and others pleading like their lives depend on getting a real bathhouse. Yuri Cecile-san strides up and delivers the royal, eye-opening perspective they need right now. She leans in and says, "A real country can't exist without land, raw power, and the one thing that matters most people." Kai nods and admits it bluntly, sure. They've got the land and the magic, but their population is the crack that could break everything. He blurts out, "How do we boost our numbers fast?" And Yuri hits him with a universal trick he never even saw coming. She argues that the fastest way to build their population is simple. Kai has to start having babies. The whole group snaps into stunned silence when Yuri lays it out. He's the future king, and he needs a proper heir. Where she drops a bombshell. She's got royal blood from the Mondial Principality, and that makes her the perfect pick. Yuri refuses to back off. She leans in close and tells him that locking in the succession is a king's most crucial job. Kai gets thrown into total panic, his mind going blank as that sudden proposal hits him like a punch. Yuri seizes the moment and tells him to ditch the formalities, just call her Yuri. Kai can't figure out whether she's falling for him for real, or if she's just playing the perfect royal role. All icy duty and no heart. The talk snaps to one thing where they'll live, and Yuri pushes hard for them to move in with Kai right away. Kai shifts his focus to winter and starts planning to build 10 separate houses, one for each person so everyone stays warm. And on top of that, he tracks down a volunteer who knows carpentry to help steer the whole construction. Yuri slams the door on the separate housing plan and demands they build one massive grand castle instead. Kai feels crushed by the sheer size of her dream, but Yuri fires back that it makes way more sense to cram everyone into one roof than juggling a dozen separate homes. She imagines a towering, unbreakable stronghold, right at the center of their brand new nation. With the massive world tree towering over her, she vows that this castle will become the shining symbol of their courage to endure and survive. Abyss-chan nods and says the castle's unity matters more than mere function. Then the village snaps to attention and makes it their #1 priority. Kai rockets back into the Tennohira dimension to grab the materials, then NL ambushes him with a full-blown celebration. After all this grind, the village finally hits level 20 and boom, a huge milestone lights up. The level up reward snaps into place as a brand new support elf Kadomo, who turns out to be Nell's younger sister. Cuomo makes clothing and gear from scratch, basically filling a huge, desperate hole in the village's supplies. As Nell juggles the food, Cuomo steps up and promises the whole village top-tier outfits, no shortcuts. Kai can't believe what he's seeing, especially with Anal's food testing, where she just digs in and devours everything in sight. Kuramo boasts she can whip up a whole outfit in just 3 days if Kai brings the materials. Kai wastes no time and demands a tough pair of leather boots to replace the ones that got wrecked. Right before Inal heads out, he shows him the new village status and boom, it's officially become a magical hidden village. This upgrade bursts open the east exit and drops a brand new seed synthesis function into the mix. Synthesis lets Kai smash seeds together and forge even deadlier warrior kuns. He's out of seeds right now, so he has no choice but to wait until the next level up to finally test the new mechanic. 3 days later, Kuramo shows up and keeps her word, handing Kai a pair of professional-grade combat boots. The craftsmanship is insanely top-tier. He tears monster parts apart and uses them to forge something built to last, no matter what it takes. Kai slips them on, and they fit like they were made for him, instantly blasting his confidence sky high. Karomo's beaming with pride, practically vibrating with excitement as she begs to prove she's the far more useful sister. While Kai's busy testing his brand new gear, Sarah strides up and drops another critical idea to upgrade the village's infrastructure. She says they need a dependable way to haul water for the fields and aqueduct. Big pots, anything that works. And Kai freezes at how brilliant it is before blurting out his thanks for her passion. Since the supplies are right there, he rallies everyone and declares their next big move: build pottery so they can finally lock down their water supply. Kai knows one thing for sure. If they want a better life, they need the right tools, starting with water jugs and earthen pots. He swears his genius comes from stuff he binged on TV in his past life, but to the villagers, it sounds like he's a mastermind. He tells you making enamel is a huge shortcut, but he admits his expertise is mostly just what he's seen on the surface. When he asks Abyss where he can find clay, she just freezes, utterly clueless. Rhea jumps in and pushes them to hunt around the swampy spots or the riverbanks, where the mud gets thick and sticky. He remembers Rhea's advice. The best clay always sinks right where the river's sediment settles, far from the reach of big looming trees. Anosa hands him a sample, but it's way too thin, no viscosity. No chance. Kai scrambles to describe the gooey, ash-gray texture he needs, and he's stuck wishing Ren was there to translate every word for him. The tiny Usu finally got it, then geared up to cannonball straight back into the water. Kai and Abyss stared as the spirits sank under the surface, then they pushed on, still hunting. They push deeper down the river toward the cliffs, praying the bare stone faces will finally cough up a. Suddenly, an OSA tore out of the water, clutching a basket packed to the brim with heavy, thick mud. Soon as the crew's ready, they start hauling huge piles of top-tier clay onto the shore. Kai squeezes the material and grins. Yeah, that's the perfect texture. This is the exact breakthrough they need to finally start making water jugs that won't break or leak, durable. For real. Abyss is genuinely blown away by his knowledge, but Kai can't help thinking secretly that he should have studied harder in his past life. They haul the material straight back to Tenehira and start refining the clay, drying it out and scraping away every last impurity. Kai tells them that time runs way faster in this dimension, so they can fire the kiln so much more efficiently. He blurts out the multi-chambered kiln design he swears he saw on TV, like it's seared into his memory. A seasoned villager who's built bread ovens before steps up and offers to turn the whole idea into something real. The whole community rolls up their sleeves, molding bricks and prepping the construction site like they're building the future with their own hands. Kai keeps watch as they pile the chambers into place and slam in reinforcements to lock the whole structure down. In just a few days, that giant multi-chamber kiln towers into place, built, loaded, and ready to roar. Kai's grinning at the progress, sure. The whole structure still doesn't have a roof, but it's coming together. He hands them the core knowledge, then lets the villagers figure out the trial and error from there. Ren shows up with little Keichen, and she's totally locked in playing with her magical animated dolls like they're alive. Kai can't believe how quick and sharp the dolls are now, like they've suddenly leveled up overnight. He drags Ren to Tenehira to lend a hand with the killings, and Keishan tags along too. That little girl can't contain her excitement. She's sticking right by her Oni-chan as they make their way back. Kei-chan can't believe his eyes. This village has exploded in size, new fields stretching out everywhere, and people piling in by the day. Seeing those local families hits her like a brick, and suddenly she can't stop wondering what her own life even means. She finally admits it. She misses her parents like crazy and can't stop worrying whether they're doing okay back in that far-off hometown. She shares vivid memories of her and her mom trekking to the castle, all because they wanted to greet her father and welcome him home from work. Kai swore to her that they'd find her home someday, no matter what tried to stop them. It's obvious she's surrounded by love and she's pinning everything on Kai to bring her family back together. Kai blasts the call for a village-wide gathering to celebrate the kiln's very first firing. He's begging Ren to light the fire because he wants the whole world to feel just how powerful magic really is. They're kicking things off with a dry burn, blasting the kiln's walls until every last bit of moisture disappears. NL snaps for everyone's attention as the crowd gathers. She sweeps into the crowd and hypes Ren like he's a legendary Hellfire Mage. Everyone's been dying to meet. The whole village glares at the quiet girl, until Kai flashes his signal and she finally starts. The crowd's jaw drops when real magic shows up right on time, and for something actually practical. Once the kiln's ready to roar, it's time to shape the real pottery. Kei-chan steps into complete silence, eyes locked on her clay as she concentrates on every single detail. Everyone jumps in, hands filthy, fighting tooth and nail to mold the raw material into something real. Kai clocks that Kei-chan is ridiculously skilled, and the wild part is, when she's locked in, she talks in single words only. Ren finishes up too, while Kei-chan keeps grinding with pure, relentless focus. She whips out a warrior kun figure, and Kai snaps that if any air gets trapped inside, it'll shatter the moment they bake it. Meanwhile, Sarah goes into overdrive, hammering out an insane amount of clay and shaping it into something huge. She zeroes in on the kitchen essentials pots, bowls and bottles, functional and ready for action. The village square quickly fills up with pottery lined up in rows, all baking in the bright sun as they dry. Once the pieces are finally set, Kai and the Yosas start carefully feeding everything into the kiln. Kei-chan clutches her breath as they lower her special figure into the chamber. They slam the kiln shut and kick off the firing for real. 10 hours later, Kai finally checks in like, "Tell me you can open it yet." Elle tells them to let it cool down slowly over the next few days, or those cracks will ruin everything. Next day, the whole village crowds in as the first bricks get ripped out of the kiln's entrance. Kai shoots his hand in and yanks out a piece, then blows the dust away to get a closer look. Everyone gasped because the very first batch nailed it, start to finish. Ren and Kei-chan sprint ahead, desperate to find out whether their personal projects actually paid off. Ren's doll steamrolled the heat with zero trouble, and Enel erupted in cheers like a new era of industry was born. Rhea fired up the crowd and reminded them this was only the first shot finishing. The ceramics is still a long, brutal road ahead. Kai yanks him away mid-thought, dragging him into an urgent situation. She drags him straight to the clay storage shed and swears she's got something she can bake in the village. Inside, Kai spots a massive, rock-solid clay doll, and it turns out Cade crafted it with her own hands. "I'll help build the castle," she says, determined to turn that doll into a powerhouse worker. She's clearly overworking herself, and soon a nasty cough hits hard. Kai pushes Ren to keep a sharp watch on her while she forces herself to rest, and he takes over the heavy lifting. He fires up his Tenohira technique and hauls that gigantic statue straight into the village for the final countdown. While he's waiting, he jumps in for some tea and soon realizes the villagers' pottery skills are leveling up at lightning speed. Pottery is booming, and Sarah-san has totally surprised everyone by diving in with her massive cooking know-how and tool expertise. Inel blurts out that real life's joy is built on eating right, and Sarah is the one perfect person to lead that charge. Kai bursts into the kitchen and there's Sarah, calling him over to grab more fresh ingredients. She's sick of the same tired routine, and she wants to blow up their go-to staple food and rebuild it from the ground up. They both finally nod this is the day they graduate from their sad, potato-only life. Kai slams a massive spread of meat, eggs, and fresh produce onto the table, all gathered with everything they've got. They're dreaming of the day they can harvest all of this straight off the island themselves. The best part of the whole haul is a bag of wheat flour Kai ground himself. Sarah locks eyes on it and freezes on the spot. "Pure white," she blurts, shocked out of her mind. This kind of perfect, refined flour is unheard of in their whole world. Kai looks totally lost, then blurts out that he only used a plain old millstone and water wheel. Hungry for answers, he goes straight to Anna Lonely for her to drop a shocking truth about what his power really is. Because Kai was convinced flowers had to be white, his wild perception wasn't just strange. It was rewriting the laws of reality itself. This reality-warping power doesn't just mess with the world, it hijacks everything he touches, even the safety of raw eggs. As long as Kai looks at them and thinks, fresh, safe, the world bends reality to match. He finally gets it. Everything he learned back in his past life isn't just helpful. It's a double-edged sword that can cut both ways. He rushes back to Sarah and tells her straight up, this beautiful flower is the real deal. She's blown away by how perfectly grounded it is, totally clueless. It's really spilling out of his subconscious. They decide to bake bread, but Kai blurts out he wants to add eggs, and it totally throws her for a loop. Then it all slams into a brutal wall-no-leavening agent so the bread just won't rise. Neither of them has a clue how to make yeast from scratch. The only person who could know is getting buried in hard labor somewhere else. Kai checks Tenohira, and once again, there's not a single trace of yeast anywhere. He remembers how the villagers always grind their wheat into noodles. Kai suddenly realizes he's got a soft spot for noodles instead of bread, and he flips the whole plan on the spot. Sarah-san, there's no bread leavening agent. Forget the bread. We're whipping up noodles instead. He straight up admits he's only chasing his own selfish cravings, and Sarah can't wait to spoil him. She still remembers those mouth-watering noodles from Scorpa like it happened yesterday, and she knows the recipe by heart. If we can eat it together, then we can cook it together, she says with a warm, ready smile. The duo jumps into action, dumping in the flour and kneading the dough into shape. It's brutal work, but they pour their hearts into every punch of that dough. While the dough rests, Sarah whips up a killer savory sauce to kick off the meal. Kai asks if she misses her old life, and she just smiles warm, genuine, and like it means something. Even without her magic, she finally snatches a place of her own and it feels like destiny. She finally doesn't have to fear politics or war anymore, and she can just settle into the kitchen and live in peace. She holds cooking with Kai close to her heart, savoring every second they share in the kitchen. It's this quiet, close moment, and when Kai finally finishes the prep, they're left totally blushing. As the sun drops, Kai storms in with a steaming bowl of noodles for the bedridden K-Day. He served her kamatama udon, pure comfort, perfect to warm her up after that brutal, long day. She takes one bite and the flavor hits like a punch, blowing her mind instantly. Every single person in the group is all in. This meal is a total win, no debate. Abyss clocks. Kai's deep in thought stare and shoots him a question. What's wrong? He finally gets it. Inel was dead on, because good food really is the greatest joy. He finally plops down with a satisfied grin and digs into his own bowl, overwhelmed by that hard-earned, deep pride. The very next morning, Sarah's back in the kitchen, then Abyss steps right up to her. That maid leans in with a serious request. Teach me how to cook, and I mean, right now I'm counting on you. Abyss feels like Kai hasn't needed her lately, and she decides she's done standing on the sidelines. She's going to prove her worth. She's determined to feed his heart with her own hands and make him whole and truly happy. Sarah flashes a smile and tells him, in no uncertain terms, she's not going to be an easy teacher. They kick off training right away, starting from the ground up with the simplest plain omelet. Kai slams the finishing touches on the clay figure, and once it's baked, it hardens up sturdy, dry, and ready to last. Kai slams her ephemeral existence ability into place, and suddenly the earthen vessel comes alive. The construct snaps into a graceful bow, and you can't miss how smooth its movements are, even though it's made of metal. Kai is totally blown away by its manners, but then he can't help wondering if he should call it the gold lamp. Kai's mind snaps back to ancient tales, earthen dolls, soaked in magic, brought to life like living nightmares. They decide to stage a performance test on the spot and find out exactly what this new ally can do. Keita hits the mark, and that golem blasts off like a cannon, exploding into sudden, unbelievable speed. Thunder crashes over the land, rattling the settlement like the ground itself can't stand still. Even Sarah and Abyss can't believe it. The golem just barrels forward with insane speed and somehow refuses to break. The machine screeches and skids into a flawless stop right on the finish line. Next, Kai decides it's time to see just how strong its raw muscles really are by trying to move a massive boulder. Kai squints at the lift like, that physics makes no sense, but the golem charges in anyway, zero hesitation. With one brutal heave, it yanks the massive stone high overhead, like nothing can stop it. Ked can't stop grinning at the sheer power on display, while Kai realizes her blessing hits just as hard as his. He's convinced the golem can do anything only. Keddy's logic stands in its way. With success finally within reach, Katie can't wait to build a tiny army out of them. The golems transform into indispensable workers, hauling stone at full speed and blasting construction into overdrive. Farming and expansion sprint along at a breakneck pace as the seasons flip one after another. 4 months later, that once dying village exploded into a thriving community. The fields burst with life, and that golden promise of a massive harvest hangs thick in the air like destiny. Ren shows up and comes to drag Kai into the celebration because they've earned it, and the hard work needs to be toasted. Ka-headed catches up with them, clutching her prized doll as they barrel toward the very heart of the village. The main building is finally finished, towering over everything like a real royal fortress. Kai shows up with a brand new haul of fish, ready to feed the whole crew at the feast. Biscuit blindsides him by serving a homemade dish she cooked herself after learning how to cook. Kai sinks her teeth into the first bite as her gaze hangs on every move. He declares it delicious, and that bite explodes into pure joy for him. Yuri makes it crystal clear, this place is their official castle, no questions asked. She swears that if she gets people to call it a real country, they'll all rise up and unlock the best version of themselves. The moment the party kicks off, they toast Kai as their rightful leader. No question, no delay. When winter starts creeping in, the air stays warm and hope burns bright in every breath. The villagers lift their glasses and clink them high, toasting their king like their lives depend on it. That night, the truth of where Kai stood finally slammed into him, hard and out of nowhere. Yuri and Abyss immediately snap into a heated argument over who's getting the spot beside him. Sarah leans in from the sidelines, grinning as the royal chambers erupt into full-blown chaos. Abyss insists it's her duty to keep Kai warm, clinging to him with a tight, unshakable grip. Kai can only sweat as the whole moment spirals into pure, soul-crushing awkwardness. He realizes even the younger girls are huddling together, sharing beds just to stay warm. Yuri's bed is huge, but Kai still feels boxed in by all those ladies circling for a spot. With exhaustion eating him alive, Kai finally rolls onto his side and wrestles his body into sleep. Yuri stares at him, her thoughts spiraling as she imagines who will take over next. She weighs the brutal weight of his bloodline and wonders what his real intentions are for the kingdom. The very next morning, the trio is still tangled up in their messy domestic fight. Golden sunlight blasts the village as a fresh day of development kicks off. She meets Yuri over tea, all set to finally pry open the secret behind her blessing. Yuri realizes Kai picked a private room on purpose for this chat. He makes it crystal clear any useful skill could mean the difference between life and total ruin for that island. With their old kingdom wiped out, Yuri finally admits her secrecy vows don't bind her anymore. She flashes a grin like she's about to unleash her divine power any second. Still, she digs in her heels and demands a tiny favor from him, demanding it as the price for her cooperation. She reaches for a hug and tags Kai so hard with it that he's totally blindsided. Kai scrambles to stall the request, but Yuri's already in motion. She slams her Blessing War Maiden Sanctuary into action, pinning him hard against the wall. An invisible power whips forward and slams into Kai, pinning him to the spot like he can't even blink. Yuri blasts open the truth her power is fueled by the god of shield, lined so she can conjure an unbreakable divine barrier that nothing can pierce. Years ago, inside the Rev Ruta Sunday School, a priest sat the kids down and told them that the saints didn't just accept blessings, they used them to rescue people. He laid it out like this: magic is the weapon of war, but blessings? Those are miracles the god Farley hands down. In the present, Yuri breaks it down. Her blessing is the War Maiden Sanctuary, a gift she's been granted by Lin, the god of shield. This power snaps an invisible, unbreakable barrier around her, one she used back in Scorpa to keep everyone safe. Kai thinks the range is tiny, but Yuri smirks and says she can stretch it wide anytime she wants. She blurts out that she shrank the barrier on purpose, set to trap Kai and lure him in, then growls, "I won't let you escape." She lets out a mischievous giggle, and you can practically see the trouble in her eyes. She finally found the perfect person to push her limits to the breaking point. The Abyss crashes in at the door, and she's totally stunned by what she's seeing on the other side of the glass. The barrier smothers every sound, and the homunculus can't hear a single thing happening inside. She reaches out, and bam, she feels that icy, invisible wall clack back against her fingers. Yuri grabs the privacy and slips close, whispering right into Kai's ear. Then his face explodes into a full-blown, panicked blush. She flat out brushes off his protests, grinning at him like, if the Abyss can't spot what's going on, then nothing's wrong. Outside, Abyss's confusion snaps into blazing, glowing mana as she readies herself to smash through the wall. Her eyes turn ice cold, and her focus locks in like a target. With a thunderous surge, she slams out a brutal kick that shatters the barrier. The impact slams into the shield with a thunderous boom, yet it holds strong, unshaken. The Abyss won't let up. More attacks slam down as Kai grabs Yuri, begging her to cancel the ability before this spirals out of control. He realizes Abyss is treating this like a real emergency, so he snaps at Yuri to stop right now. Yuri doesn't even flinch at the damage. Kai locks eyes with Abyss's distressed face, and he knows he has to move, fast. Yuri clenched her grip and refused to let go, praying for just a few more precious seconds alone with him. Kai has no choice. He slams his own power into action, and right as he starts the transfer, he moves so fast that Yuri gets completely blindsided. She stares at him, stunned and yearning all at once, and realizes she still hasn't spilled every last truth. Magic feedback crackles like lightning, and the sanctuary starts to crumble apart. Outside, Abyss hovers with two massive energy orbs spinning up ready to blast the whole building to rubble if it has to. Kai warns Yuri that if she doesn't stop right now, his fury is going to go nuclear for real. He yells her full name, Yuri, Cecile. The moment she locks eyes with him, she knows she has no choice. She has to give in. The pillar of light dies out as the sanctuary powers down. Abyss locks onto her master at once. She barrels in and slams Kai into a colossal bear hug. Abyss admitted she was scared because he looked like he was in trouble. But Yuri brushed it off and insisted he was totally fine. Yuri's sheer size felt like a ticking clock, flashing a warning that Kai might one day snap and finally get tired of being smothered by all that overprotective care. Yuri can't take it anymore. She watches the two of them and fury keeps boiling in her chest. She snaps a reminder into Kai's head. Magicians are the country's main weapon in every fight. As her king and master, he can't let his personal feelings mess with the strategy. Kai grabs Abyss's hand and tells Yuri, "It's not quite like that." He reels it all back, being a savior, gaining a friend, and finding a companion from 1,000 years ago. He grins and announces that, to him, the Abyss's family is everything. Yuri's cheeks flare bright red as she declares that if Abyss is family, then her and Sarah are family too. Then she even throws out the wild idea that Abyss could become her legal husband, as long as he takes all of them in. As Kai scrambles to clear up the misunderstanding, he blurts out that his bond with Abyss isn't anything like that. He tells everyone that Abyss is basically obsessed with hugging him. He lays down strict boundaries, telling Yuri he's got zero plans to start that kind of relationship with her or Sarah right now. Abyss stares down, grips his sleeve tight, and blurts, "Promise me you won't get tired of me, right?" Kai meets her gaze with a soft smile and swears, "I won't." Abyss practically glows with relief, thrilled she can just keep being herself. As they trade another hug, Yuri stands off to the side, muttering that Kai is just as overprotective as she is. Yuri slammed through the door, her whole body shaking because that massive magical surge she just felt was pure terror. Kai quickly soothes her, brushing it off like it's just a petty lover's quarrel, while the princess stays on edge, eyes sharp, trying to wrap her head around a power that could conjure an entire village out of thin air. It's a mind-bending miracle that breaks the rules, hands you endless resources, and zaps you across enormous distances in an instant. She realizes amazing doesn't even scratch the surface of what Kai can do. The Farley religion's secrets run so deep, and this power? It's guarded with absolute ferocity. Kai pauses, breathes in, and steels himself because what he's about to say could hit like a bomb. Because they're all stuck on this island together, he finally decides it's time to rip the curtain wide open. He tells the princess this knowledge comes with a deadly catch. Once the temple learns she knows, they'll take her life with zero mercy. In a calm, unshaken tone, he declares the name of his power, God Alamela. The air turns thick as he leans in and reveals the temple has branded Alamela as an evil deity. This island isn't some sweet paradise. It's a cold dumping ground for kids marked by a forbidden blessing. Kyer tells how they ripped him away in the middle of his own ceremony and tossed him aside like trash. He and Cade were doomed to get ripped apart in this monster-choked wilderness, same fate as the kids who disappeared before them. The princess is absolutely captivated by everyone's rare gifts, especially Cade's wild power to bring dolls to life. Kai snaps into place, correcting her, saying it's not just moving them at all. She's the one breathing life into every golem and toy. Like they're alive because she says so, but the official religious doctrine just doesn't feel right to him at all. His father's records name 10 gods, but the legends insist Farley runs with 13 subordinates beneath him. It's obvious those last 3 gods didn't just vanish, they were wiped from history on purpose. He has this sinking feeling Alamela might be one of those hidden deities, but the church's real game is still a total mystery. The princess suddenly sees it. This exile system isn't justice at all. It's a ruthless trap meant to choke off every last shred of knowledge about those evil gods. The Farley religion seeps into every single part of daily life, and once it's there, their deception becomes absolute. By stuffing the ceremonies only into the big-name towns, the temple makes it easy to spot every kid with the wrong blessing, then snatch them up and banish them fast. A shadowy figure called the Inquisitor looms in silence and passes judgment like a death sentence. Yuri jolts like a flash of lightning and suddenly remembers the very same kind of figure showing up during her own ceremony. It smacks her right in the chest. If kids are born with this blessing, then those ships will keep rolling in. Every spring, the temple launches a vessel to pour even more souls into this so-called wasteland. But Kai refuses to stay trapped as a victim anymore. He declares with total conviction that his ultimate dream is to build an entire country right here. Silence slams down on the table, and that declaration hits like a crushing wave. Yuri fears that if the temple finds out they lived through it and even flourished, they'll finally stop watching and start coming for them. If they ever turn into a real threat to the church's order, the church will unleash an army to crush them. The princess nods and vows to turn this settlement into a full-on global powerhouse. Kai's wiped out by the huge job waiting for him, so he storms back to his room and flings himself onto his bed, crashing hard. He stares at his old weakness and flashes back to that moment when he couldn't even fight for his own right to live. Suddenly, Abyss launches a violent pounce at him, snapping Kai out of his dark, swirling thoughts. She's got this weird spark of rivalry burning with Yuri, and she's determined to prove, with no doubt, just how devoted she really is. Kai gets completely rattled when her sudden fire pins him down. Kai breaks into a real smile, and her loyalty hits like a warm, steady promise. He knows Yuri's working for his future too, no matter how intense her methods get. He pushes Abyss to find common ground with her because the country can't afford a rift. Kai snaps his attention to military power and starts cooking up battle plans to harden their defenses. He links up with NL and spots it right away. The village already looks more grown up, more solid, like it's leveling up. He leans in and asks if she's got anything at all that could be forged into weapons for the warrior coons. Enel snaps out the truth: if they don't keep iron flowing, those archers will tear them apart. To Kai's shock, she drops a bombshell: iron tools are already flowing in, all thanks to traveling merchants. He can't believe it. This trade is actually happening on its own, with zero help from him. Ino makes it brutally clear since these weren't made through the village system, she can't just hand them over. She proposes seed synthesis as the move to multiply and diversify their forces. Kai grabs 2 red seeds and kicks off the process, praying this time it finally hits a breakthrough. The aftermath drops a mysterious purple seed, and nobody knows what it'll grow into. Elle stays tight-lipped about what it could unleash, so Kai has no choice but to figure it out the hard way. Soon, a fresh warrior one with a color no one has ever seen bursts out from the synthesis. NL bursts into cheers, shouting that a new religion has finally been born right there in the village. Kai can only freeze in stunned disbelief as everything spirals out of control at lightning speed. Kai strides to Tenelhira village, shocked by how far it's grown now. It's a proper, thriving place. He spots a brand new shop and can't help wondering what kind of progress they've pulled off since the last time he came by. Inside a cramped workshop, the moment the woman steps in, the door slams shut behind her with a brutal thud, and she jerks in shock. She tries to laugh it off like it's just the wind. But then a sudden creak from the shadows hits her like ice and her spine shudders. Right as she bursts into a terrified scream, a peddler barges in and finds the poor woman shaking on the floor. She panics and blurts out that the elders were right: something eerie, invisible, is stalking this village. Right on time, a hose starts levitating in midair right in front of their eyes. The ghost starts stomping around the room, and the villagers freeze in pure terror. Anil can't hide his grin. He's soaked in the chaos, shouting that a brand new religion has officially been born. She starts naming every miracle the villagers are whispering about: things floating in midair and whole piles of food vanishing without a trace. Kai instantly clocks it: he's the one causing the hauntings because he used his powers while he was invisible. Anil smirks and admits she's been feeding the confusion on purpose, telling everyone these are all Kai's doing. Kai freezes in horror, terrified that they might think he's turned into some kind of evil god of mischief. Anil snaps back and tells him, "I framed it as Kai bringing prosperity so the village could finally grow." Kai isn't buying it for a second. She shoots her a look full of raw skepticism. He shoots the question back: are they really allowed to know this whole world was built from his power? Anna waves off his worries, smugly claiming the villagers wouldn't get it even if he tried to force the truth into their heads. As they stare at the crowd swelling for the ceremony, Kai finally drops the truth. He just wants everyone to have a normal life, not realize their whole world hangs on him. The girls grin and tell him, "Easy, stay healthy, eat right, and hold on to life as long as you can." They swear they'll stand by his side through every step and every disaster, no matter what comes crashing down. Kai finally realizes that Enel and the rest now share his fate: lock, stock, and barrel. The ceremony kicks off, and Kai braces himself because the villagers are about to show him the monument built in his honor. The sheet falls away and there it is. Kai's massive statue gripped tight with an orange. Kai's soul nearly blasts out of his body from pure humiliating embarrassment. Enel proudly declares that this monotheistic religion is 100% devoted to him. To them, he's the god of creation showing up now and then, just to wreck the world with pranks. Kai can't believe the irony of it all, especially since he was once banished for his faith. Back in the real world, little Oza messes up with a stone tool and snaps it clean in half while he's working out in the woods. Kai grimaced, realizing plain stone just can't handle a warrior's brutal workload. He'd love to smuggle ironware out of Tanoira, but his current limits slam the door shut. He's chasing a future where they can finally stand on their own, with zero dependence on his village. He scans the land, already plotting to expand the fields and grab enough firewood before the cold hits. Winter on this island is pure cruelty, so even Abyss starts wondering if snow is even going to show up. Beneath the glow of 3 moons, the chill hits so fast the air turns icy in seconds. In the bedroom, Abyss slips into action and offers to warm Kaya up herself. Kai tries to play it smooth, reminding her how hard they went to land her that private room. Abyss is having none of that. She snaps back that she's his fine futon, and absolutely nothing more. She even shoots a brutal warning at him. If he sleeps alone out in that freezing cold, he could drop dead without warning. Her intensity hits like a punch, and Kai bolts backward, blurting that he has to check the winter clothes. Abyss is left slumped on the floor, crushed as her master slips away and escapes. Later, the elves throw a wild celebration after hitting level 25, because the new religion's growth just fired off that sweet, soul-boosting upgrade. They figured it out once they nailed the Fates founding. The level up clicked into place for real. He freezes mid-scroll, ripping through their fresh rewards because Elle just discovered they unlocked a TV. It's a slick modern flat-screen TV bolted right in the center of NL's home. They gawk at it, stunned out of their minds, because why in the world is a piece of Earth tech sitting here? They're praying it'll stream programs from home, but the manual shuts that down cold. The screen doesn't just show anything, it lets them spot the exact spot where Kai last triggered his power. Inno can barely contain her joy as she finally realizes she can watch everything that's happening out in the real world. She cracks a joke about using it to catch Kai when he thinks he's totally alone doing something naughty. Without so much as a pause, she slams it on and instantly fires up the new feature to test it. The screen glitches on, and there it is. Kai's massive bed, looming like a monster in the dark. Abyss is sprawled over the spot right now, just waiting, eyes locked on the door for Kai to come back. Enel leans in with a smirk, watching the dragon girl lock in with quiet, unshakable dedication. When Abyss flashes that "I'll be your futon" line on the big screen, Kai's face burns straight up mortified. I'll flash a grin, tell Kai to run back and tease her. She's been waiting for it. Kai realizes the brutal truth the moment Enel switches to spectator mode. There's simply no way to win. He storms back into the room, and there's Abyss, waiting like it knew he'd come. She immediately lunges in, yanks him close, and locks him into a razor-tight, electrified embrace. On TV, the elves gasp as a beast morphs into her full adult form, instantly bringing extra warmth. Even with the crowd pushing in, Kai finally found their spot, thanked Abyss, and drifted off to sleep while Enno kept a close, watchful guard. Under Kai's leadership, the island keeps surging forward, mile by hard mile. From a high branch, he scans the land like he owns the view, realizing 2 whole years have already flown since he first showed up. Yeah, those onion, turnip, and garlic fields are finally waking up, and fresh sprouts are starting to push through the soil. Even with all that growth, Kai can't shake the fear that if there's no entertainment, their culture is going to stall in place. He orders a warrior coon to pound stakes into place for a brand new project. With a thunderous roar, the creature drives the marker straight into the ground like it's punishing the earth. Sarah rushes up to Kai, and the moment she sees him, his face is pale and sweat is pouring off him. He spots it instantly. Her complexion's gone pale, and fever's got her burning hot. She immediately snaps orders to the warrior coons, demanding they carry her straight to her room so she can finally rest. They snug her in safe and sound right as her eyes flutter shut and her strength slips away into unconsciousness. Kate shows up with worry etched all over her face, fighting to keep Sarah's health from slipping away. She offers to nurse her back to health then. Kai slams the brakes, warning that the air's gotten way colder. He hammers the point that keeping clean is the only way to stop that sickness from leaping to everyone else. Scorpa's stockpile of soap is massive, so nobody's getting dirty on their watch. Still, Kai can't shake the fear that one plain cold out here could turn fatal fast. He storms into the kitchen hunting for Yuri. He asks for light, easy-to-digest meals to help Sarah recover. While he rattles off the essential nutrients, the other women swarm in with wild folk cures meat here. Mustard compresses there. Yuri leans in and tells him the truth: no cure exists except the potion the temple sells. But the price is pure extortion. One bottle costs an entire month's salary. As Abyss nurses the patients, Kai can't shake the dread that if more people get sick, they won't make it through the winter alive. He's being crushed by the responsibility every single soul on that island is on his shoulders. Yuri wraps him in comfort, pointing at the home's cozy warmth and the clothes they've stitched together with their own hands. The other women nod in unison, their faces glowing as they thank him for keeping them safe. Knowing how strong they are, Kai swears with everything in him that they're all going to make it. Yuri tells them that when spring finally hits, it's time to crank up their military power and lock in focus. They better get some defensive power ready because the moment they get discovered, it could turn into a slaughter. Yuri lets it all spill. Her home country got wiped out because they didn't have the guts to fight back. She begs him on her knees to make sure history never gets a chance to repeat itself. Kai studies the island's layout like a chessboard, mapping every angle so they can slam down a tactical defense. He finally gets it. If they want any chance at a future, they need a map to make it happen, not just from their doorstep. This was a fight that swallowed the whole world. He lays out the ink and paper, ready to take on that massive, history-changing job. He leans in and begs Abyss to spill every scrap of knowledge she has about the surrounding lands. Abyss blitzes forward with supernatural speed and locks every move in with jaw-dropping precision. She carves out a jaw-dropping, ultra-detailed map of the whole continent. The villagers gawk in disbelief as the wide area map nails every detail with terrifying precision. Yuri spots their old stomping grounds in Skorpa, right there in the town streets. They finally clock it: this empire has spread across almost the entire western continent. Kai fires off a question about iron production, hunting for a way to crank up their defenses. The girls start remembering this merchant from the Magni Federation, the one who showed up once to push for negotiations. The deal collapsed because the prices didn't match, but they still know exactly where the Federation is located. Magni sits straight south of the island, so they set their sights on it as the next stop. Kai asks about the Kingdom of Laverda, but everyone's got nothing, no clues, no answers, just silence. Yuri shoots out an apology, pointing out that Mondial has never once traded with that region. Kaede stands there saying nothing, but her face screams nothing but silence and sorrow. The warrior coons kick off construction on a massive new ship meant to carry them through the journey ahead. Cater shows up with lunch for Kai as he studies the brand new raft up close. She throws herself into the moment, begging to come along, desperate to prove she's useful. Ren tells Cade point blank that she wants to track down her family all by herself. Kai offers a shaky compromise, promising he'll take her through the city soon. He breaks it down. If they drive in those stakes, they'll build a portal network that lets them jump back and forth anytime. Cade is bursting with joy and vows to wait loyally for his return. She drags Ren with her and storms off, dead set on doing every single thing she can to help. Shivering from the cold, Cade suddenly realizes just how vital it is to stay warm. She proposes they build one huge communal hot bath for the whole village to soak in together. Ren can't stop grinning at the idea, because it's a massive upgrade from getting blasted with freezing cold water. Winter finally breaks apart, and spring storms in with crisp, fresh air. Kai, Ren, and Abyss gear up for the bulk shopping trip they've been craving for ages. While the whole village roared from the shore, the brand new ship blasted off toward the Magni Federation. Eniel pours out fresh orange juice as the whole crew finally sinks into a rare, breathy moment of pure relaxation. Kai and Ren rush back only to find her still stuck in a daze. They break down how the village's magic rules work, and how every single detail either locks Abyss in place or lets him finally travel. By the second day out at sea, Ren is already shaking Kai awake, barking for them to get moving. They finally spy land, but the whole shoreline is smothered by brutal, jagged cliffs standing guard like a fortress. While they had no clue, a pair of watchful eyes peered through the thick foliage, tracking their every move. Kai decides the quickest way through is to barrel straight over the mountain. Abyss lunges for a massive stake, ready to slam it down and lock their path in place. She climbs the sheer rock wall like it's nothing, moving with terrifying, unstoppable ease. With a fierce shout, she slams her unique ability into action. She slams the stake into the ground like a thunderclap, locking in the perfect landing spot for the rest of the team. While Ren and Abyss snap into their guard stances, Kai leans in, eyes scanning, trying to figure out how far the nearest town really is. His brave attempt to scale the terrain turns into a total clumsy wreck. He realizes fast wading through that mud is a dead end. He slams the palm warp and dodges the whole climb like it's nothing. Ren swears Abyss is cheating, but Abyss is already sprinting off to scout ahead. Suddenly, a brutal pack of giant gorilla-like monsters storms out of the woods and slams into the girls. The beasts shot forward with a deafening shriek that tore through the air. Ren and Abyss barely even clock them as a threat. They charge like a hurricane, tearing through the monsters so fast they don't even get a chance to breathe. Kai catches the distant clash of combat, and he knows the girls are out there putting in work. He catches the signal and rushes in to regroup with everyone. Abyss snaps at him that the monster density is way higher than they ever expected. Thick jungle walls in on you, and every single step feels like you're fighting for air. Kai can't shake the feeling that this wilderness has no secret civilization at all. Even with Abyss guiding them like a living GPS, the group still feels stuck, like they're running the same loop over and over. She leans in and tells him, "The summit is finally within our grasp." Ren's eyes snap up. Something huge is plummeting out of the sky and it's coming straight for him. A blinding flash tears through the trees, and a dark shadow looms over them, swallowing the light. Kai can't help but wonder if another monster is about to crash the party, but Abyss gives off zero malice. It's not a bird at all. It's a humanoid beast with crushing, power-packed wings. A teenage girl with razor-sharp talons and towering feathers rockets down toward them. She drops in front of the group like a strike, staring them down with sharp, curious eyes. "So what are you two doing in a place like this?" Kai leans in and tells them these are travelers from another island, so they never knew the mountain was off limits. "Yeah, I'm searching for a town," he finally admits. The girl locks eyes with him, sizing up his character like it's a final test. She cuts straight to the point. "These girls are your slaves." Kai snaps to attention and corrects her fast. "Nope, they're my family." He tells her they're not really beastmen at all, and it only throws the girl even deeper into confusion. As the sun dipped, she pulled out an invite and begged them to come to her village. Kai can't believe it when he realizes there's a whole settlement tucked this deep in the mountains. "Look, I might not have much, but I can at least get you a bed for the night," she says, flashing a warm smile. Kai rolls up and introduces Ren, Abyss, and the little warrior cunts to their brand new host. "Name's LaBelle," she blurts. And then she points to herself, telling me she's one of the winged men. Kai can still picture it years ago. Buried in his father's old books, he read all about her race. She tells them that this mountain is holy ground, so they've been living out here in strict isolation. Then she demanded they keep her village a secret from everyone in town. Kai can't believe it. She's so open with people she just met. "Because you're such a nice guy," she bursts into laughter. Her carefree attitude hits the group like fresh air, lighting everything up. They finally burst through to the village entrance. The settlement is packed with primitive huts perched sky-high on wooden stilts. Tucked away from the world, it's a quiet little community that feels like it's hidden on purpose. Kai clocks it instantly. The whole village screams poverty. Ren leans in and whispers, "Maybe we should just keep going." Kai flat out refuses to leave, determined to stick around and repay their kindness with heartfelt gratitude. LaBelle beams as she proudly rallies the group, introducing them to her fellow villagers. Those winged guys don't just look different. They look like real raptors. And the second they spot the girls, they get suspicious fast. An elder owlman greets them warmly and urges them to slow down and take their time. But as Kai whips his gaze around, a sudden chill claws up his spine, because besides LaBelle, there's not a single other woman in sight. The old man smiles at them warmly and offers every ounce of hospitality he can spare. Ren and the girls waste no time. They burst out with their loyalty, proving they're not just some subordinates. Kai tells everyone, "To me, they're not slaves, they're my family." LaBelle is absolutely stunned, because most humans don't just ignore beastmen. They torture them without mercy. She instantly knows. Kai has to be the kind of person who's truly extraordinary. As Kai watches the village, he can't believe how wide open these people are with each other, even while they're cut off in total isolation. He can't stop wondering, did they leave any secret hiding spots still waiting to be uncovered? Lost in his own thoughts, he suddenly stumbles over a weirdly heavy black rock. That rock is way too dense to be ordinary stone, and the second he touches it, he's already sure it's iron. He whips his head around and spots massive crates stacked high, spilling the same material everywhere. The elder steps in, peering at Kai, and asks straight up if he's taken an interest in their stones. He nods and confirms it's top-tier iron ore, then makes it clear their main job is to dig it up. Kai spots the huge potential and fires off a request to buy a sample. But the elder smirks and drops the bad news. Every last piece of stock is already locked up under old contracts. Kai flips into full merchant mode and swears he's got a deal so much better than what they've got right now. The elder's face twists with conflict, like he's fighting himself as he weighs that offer. He admits the promise they're living by is ancient, but he can't even say when the next collection will happen. They finally drop into the guest hut and settle in. Kai can't wrap his head around it. How is the village still so broke when they're out here trading resources that are this valuable? Lavelle shows up a moment later, cheeks burning as she timidly offers him the pot of porridge she cooked herself. That meal is pure heartbreak. Just a bowl of hot rice water. Barely anything at all. Kai slaps on a polite smile, hides his shock at the place she calls home, and thanks her like nothing's wrong. He refuses to let her go hungry, so he swings an invite and pulls her into their dinner plans. He reaches into his own stash and hands her a big, hot, cooked potato. With a grin bursting wide, LaBelle dashes out to hand the food to the whole village. Kai lets out a huge breath of relief. Kata wasn't around to witness that pathetic bowl of soup. He knows she'd have devoured it instantly, not a single complaint on her lips. That night, the salty taste of their meager meal clung to every breath, like a brutal reminder of everything they'd been fighting to survive. Out of nowhere, Ren and the girls barge into Kai's room and wake him up in the middle of the night. LaBelle slips in and yells at them to get ready like right now. She tells them to move right now before the night's cover slips away. That mountain is off limits to humans, no exceptions, because guards are posted right at the entrance, ready to stop anyone who dares. If they catch Kai, the truth behind the winged folk's existence will be blown wide open. Kai snatches up his stuff and bolts before anyone can stop him. Right before he rides off, he drops a huge pot of potatoes in the villagers' hands, like a sweet parting gift. The winged men scramble for transport, driving everyone toward a massive cloth sling ready to lift them. He finally figures out, down to the last detail, exactly how they're going to reach that town. The winged men launch into the sky, hauling the trio in a sling high above jagged mountain peaks. Kai is absolutely terrified, clutching the fabric like it's the only thing keeping them from falling as they soar through the clouds. They tear down toward the lowlands in a breakneck plunge. As soon as they land, Kai's trembling like crazy, and Ren laughs at him nonstop for being such a scaredy cat. LaBelle flashes a final goodbye and pleads with them to guard their village's secret. No one must ever know. She gushes about how much she loved having them around, then gets ready to soar back home. Kai blares out his thanks one final time, then urges her to track down the gift hidden inside the hut. At last, the party smashes into the towering gates of Zack's town. The girls yank their hoods up hard, trying to shroud their non-human faces. The moment Kai got inside, they wasted no time first thing. On their mind was hunting down real food and stuffing their bellies. He rushes to a local vendor and grabs a bunch of sizzling meat skewers. The butcher leans in and tells him the whole town's packed because a huge Farley pilgrimage has everyone flooding in. When Kai brings up setting up a stall, the man leans in and warns him. It's way harder than he thinks. He flat out tells you the government controls every market price, and you gotta run everything through the trading guild. Kai suddenly realizes the authorities have a vicious grip on the local economy. He grits his teeth, pivots on the spot, and starts hunting for answers information, like it's the next move that'll save him. He makes the girls stand in the way like a living screen, tucked in a quiet alley so his moves stay hidden. With the coast finally clear, he shoots a signal and summons Kata. She darts out with pure excitement, finally thrilled to be anywhere besides that island. Man, it's a wussum Oni-chan, she blurts, practically vibrating with excitement. Kai leans in and asks if the town of Zack's rings a bell for her at all. They kick off their hunt, praying that tucked somewhere in all those tourists is the first real clue to K-Day's real hometown. Ren strides through the roaring market streets, clocking just how non-stop the trade is in this area. He keeps a hawk-like watch over the livestock, making sure the water buffalo and sheep don't stray a single step. Ren steps up to the local merchant, then flashes a sharp signal like, listen up, because a huge deal is about to go down. The merchant's jaw drops as he sees the sheer mountain of high-quality goods Ren is selling. As the merchant checked every item in his inventory, Ren and his crew leaned in to grill the locals about a nearby castle. They're barreling straight for the Sanctus Rukia Cathedral, the towering landmark that dominates the heart of town. Abbas clocks the raw distress on Ren's face as they stare up at the colossal religious monument. Hearing the saintess's name hits Ren like a gut punch. It yanks him straight back to his own sister. Even with everything pulling their attention away, Ren locks in, no distractions still, on a single mission, finding Kaidi's hometown. They strike a perfect balance, never letting one goal go stale while they chase the other full throttle. The crew finally comes back together, and Ren learns the truth: his rare luxury oranges sold for a jaw-dropping fortune. With the money from that sale, Ren suddenly realizes he's hit the jackpot. He's got more than enough cash to build an entire brand new building. He flips the plan on the spot now. It's all about grabbing iron and medicine so he can ship it back to the island. Ren spends the rest of the day grilling every shopkeeper he meets for secrets and intel. He finally stumbles onto a crew of travelers who instantly recognize the town's name they've been hunting for. One of them remembers a guy who showed up on a pilgrimage straight from that very spot. The clue snaps into place and proves their destination sits right inside the Lime League Empire. Turns out Gaudier is one of the oldest cities in the whole empire, and it used to be the empire's very capital. Ren swore to Ka that he'd track down her parents, no matter how brutal the road got. With tears in her eyes, Kid thanks him for handing her hope back. Ren braces themselves to push forward, sprinting straight toward the city's beating heart. He snatches up a flask of holy water, then bolts off to tackle the next day's work. When Ren asks to buy iron, the local merchants snap into stunned silence like they've just heard the wildest request. He discovers the temple basically owns every single bit of iron manufacturing and getting it lock, stock, and monopoly. This isn't some humble religious group, it's a giant corporate machine, siphoning control over the country's lifeblood. The temple's authority is the one force holding the Mani Federation's islands together. Ren clocks the truth: this temple is scamming the winged men, hauling their iron away for bargain basement prices. To dig deeper, Ren slips Abyss at the inn and sneaks away without attracting any unwanted eyes. He rushes to the temple to haggle for supplies, but the moment he opens his mouth, the staff shuts him down hard. The encounter goes south fast. Ren gets physically hurled out of the building like he never mattered. As he hauls himself up, a hulking carriage rumbles through the plaza, rolling straight past. That's the official temple wagon, packed with guards so tight, it feels like the whole thing's hiding a secret. The temple guards snap to attention as the carriage rolls in to fetch the bishop. Ren's eyes snap wide the second he spots a familiar jar hidden inside the wagon. He clocks it right away. This is the exact gift he'd hidden for the village of La Belle. The bishop supervises the unloading like it's sacred, calling it the latest harvest hauled in by the winged men. Ren sprints back to his room, and a grim, intense look hardens on his face. He orders everyone to hold up, then fires up a magical viewing screen to spy on the temple. He slips into the bishop's private quarters without getting caught, and secretly listens to every word of their conversation. The bishop and his subordinate leaned in, trading heated words about the winged men who were now demanding their hostages back. The village is getting fed, lies like poison, and the people are finally hitting the edge of breaking. The bishop stays stone cold, scheming to wring even more supplies from the desperate villagers. He refuses to give the hostages a glimpse because he knows their battered state would ignite an instant revolt. Among the loot they've snatched is the jar Ryan gave him, yet the bishop swats it off as nothing but a stolen trinket. The bishop explodes in rage the moment he realizes the townspeople could spot the extinct winged men. He casually drops that they'll finish off the hostages the moment they're no longer useful. Hearing that, Ren's rage shot straight to a full boil. He storms out, blazing with resolve to crush the temple's corruption once and for all. Ren and his companions skid into action as they intercept the temple wagon, launching forward the moment it appears. They explode through the door only to find La Belle tied up, gagged, and dumped on the floor. The temple official gets blindsided the moment the intruder bursts in out of nowhere. Ren snaps at his companion to hold the guards off while he rushes in to secure the prisoner. A gigantic fire serpent explodes into existence, swallowing the wagon's space whole. The official cringes in terror as the hellfire magic burns hotter and hotter. The guards are shaking with terror, staring at a beastman who's tossing around sorcery so powerful it feels unreal. Ren's Fore's flames erupted in a furious blaze, and everyone knew the brutal reckoning had just begun. Ren blasts the moment alive with a blazing ring of fire while Kai stands between it all, shielding the traumatized label. The crowd erupts in pure panic, because they can't stomach it. Some beastman magician is running the show in their sacred territory. LaBelle clutches Kai like a lifeline, shaking as she blurts out her gratitude for saving her. Outside the carriage, the roaring commotion grabs even more suspicious stares from everyone nearby. The villagers gasp in horror as flames roar, and the beastman's presence feels like a full-on desecration of everything they hold sacred. Their fear instantly curdles into rage as they scream for the divine soldiers to wipe out the winged men. The crowd explodes into a frenzy, shrieking for the non-humans to get out while they pelt Ren with stones. Enraged that they can't even tell the real villains apart, Ren swings to strike, then Kai snaps in and stops her. He snaps off the perfect distraction, urging Ren to yank everyone's attention skyward with something loud and flashy. She fires off a monstrous flame burst that floods the whole square in roaring light. In the middle of all that chaos, Kai slams his hands together and unleashes his village power Tenohara Kai to Kimura. With a blinding flash, the whole carriage and every last member of the team gets wiped out of existence in a blink. The guards stand there, dumbfounded, staring at the empty cobblestones as the person vanished without a trace. Hiding in the shadows, the corrupt bishop clocked it. This wasn't a normal escape at all, and he snapped to the divine commander. Back in Kai's pocket dimension, LaBelle is still shrieking in pure terror after that brutal teleportation. Kai slips in close, coaxes her down, and tells her, "You're safe now. This world is the one my blessing built." They're met by a grin-spread elf who's been silently tracking all this madness through her own monitor. Catching their breath, Kai huddles with the crew and orders them to rig an escape route through the local inn. Ren's bloodlust still burns hot as she admits she'd rather have gone on a full-on massacre and slaughtered them all. Kai shuts out the evil Ren and rushes to make sure LaBelle is okay. She's blown away by everything and wants to dive into the world. But Kai slams the brakes and orders her back to the inn before the city mess spirals out of control. They burst back into the real world at the inn, and the ever-loyal Abyss greets them like it never left. LaBelle is still reeling, trying to wrap her head around instant travel. Her confusion isn't random. It's the echo of being exploited and hurt in the worst ways. She recounts how her village was crushed when temple officials stormed in to drag off their iron reserves. The winged men were pushed to total collapse, forced to claw their way through impossible deadlines. The officials smiled through clenched teeth, swearing their families were fed like kings in the city, while the villagers wasted away starving in the streets. When the birdmen pleaded to see their loved ones, they got stone-cold indifference and were ordered to wait. After 6 long months apart, a younger LaBelle just couldn't wait any longer. She needed to see her mother. The officials finally caved, but their real move was cold. They yanked her away from everyone else. Just before he left, he spotted some top-tier pottery and instantly claimed it was stolen so he'd have a reason to grab it. The temple men stormed into the village and ripped away all their hard work with not a shred of guilt. They even smashed the jars to pieces, spilling that precious food everywhere. Mocking them, the official branded the food as livestock feed, then hauled LaBelle off in chains. LaBelle can't shake the thought that they were treated like this only because they were too weak to fight back. The moment you step outside the inn, the city turns into a powder keg roaring with noise and packed with soldiers. Kai snaps to attention, demands they move fast, and orders Abyss to scout the nearby village on foot. Abyss squeezes him into a tight hug, then dashes off, leaving LaBelle staring in shock at the bond they just shared. Kai braces himself and sends the rest of the crew back into his dimension. Meanwhile, Abyss vanishes into the crowd, slipping through the city like a shadow. Inside the cathedral, a terrified crowd corners the bishop, pressing him with fear in every breath. They demand the divine soldiers hunt down the winged men who have gone extinct. The bishop leans right into their worst fears, insisting the birdmen are cursed with ancient plagues and, somehow, not even intelligent. He vows the outlaws will be seized and clings to that polished mask of holy authority like it's stone. He reassures the crowd to stay calm, all while masking his real greedy motives. All alone, that smug mask stays glued to his face. He laughs off winged men as a myth, and makes it clear he won't let anything slip out of his control. He storms into a private chamber, shouting for his secret weapon. "Mariella!" He catches her just casually filing her nails. Like priest work is the last thing on her mind. The bishop grabs her attention and warns that a terrifying beastman mage is in play, then demands they track down the blessed girl and bring her back. A sinister grin cracks across Mariella's face the moment she realizes just how brutal this challenge is going to be. Back in the village, Ren stares at the wreckage, then realizes, right then and there, that in the heat of the moment she accidentally burned her own clothes. LaBelle rockets forward, wings blazing open, and finally, she's reunited with her father at last. He yanks her into a crushing hug, and the relief hits him like a wave. She's finally safe. But that relief lasts about 2 seconds. Lavole snaps at him that they've been played the whole time. She spills the truth. Humans never planned to set them free, and it was Kai who ripped her out of her captors. Kai steps forward and offers to lay out the grim truth of what they're really facing. He steps up to the wing crowd and makes it brutally clear. Waiting is over, and the time for action is now. He slams the idea into them, save the remaining females. Then burn this place down and never come back. The winged men stare, stunned and unsure, trying to wrap their heads around what they just heard. They told him the temple had always been their home, always. There to shield them when there was nowhere else left to run. For generations, humans have hunted them down, then chained them up and sold them into slavery. To them, the temple and the Farley doctrine were the last walls holding back their total extinction. Kai squints at the temple's hostages, then starts grilling what they're really meant to be. LaBelle cuts in on the spot, slamming the truth down. The deal they struck was nothing but a straight-up lie. She lets it slip that while she was still bound up, she overheard the humans straight up admitting they never planned to let her go. They don't just want her, they hunt her down because she alone can sniff out rare iron deposits. This is Mithra's blessing, god of the hunt, handed straight to her. The older wingmen scramble to dodge blame, insisting it was just some isolated incident. But LaBelle hits her breaking point and finally refuses to live as a secret servant one more day. She's sick of the rules. She can only soar at night just so she stays hidden. She gasps in heartbreak, shouting about how brutal the exhaustion is for her family and how they're trapped in a life so small it barely feels real. Her father can do nothing but stand there, wordless, as his daughter's tears break him. Right as the emotion peaks, Ren suddenly slams into the scene and cuts the moment in half. Her sharp ears caught that brutal scrape of metal. Temple armored soldiers are closing in fast. From the sound of it, we've only got about 30 minutes before the enemy crashes in. Even with everything going bad, those winged men refuse to give up. They still bank on negotiation, convinced they can charm their way out of this mess. Kai finally agrees to let them try while he and the others lurk in the shadows, watching every move. They sprint toward the village huts and spring their trap. Abyss demands orders, dead set on what to do if the negotiations crash and turn into a bloodbath. Ren steps in with a permanent fix. He offers to slaughter the soldiers and vanish their bodies in the mountains. Kai slams the idea down hard, insisting he's not ready to become a murderer. He admits the world is brutal, but he refuses to cross that line, at least not yet. He pivots to strategy, saying, yeah, we can take on mages, but blessed ones are a wild card. You never know what they'll unleash. He tells Abyss to zap them with non-lethal electric shocks, to knock them out fast just in case things go south. LaBelle chokes out an apology for her family's hesitation, but Kai shuts her worries down. He reassures her and swears he'll rescue the captive women tomorrow. He tells the wingman he can leave his old life behind, right here in his own village. Ren and Abyss paint their home as a wild paradise, nature everywhere, food stacked high, and life bursting at the seams. LaBelle is left speechless. By his kindness, why would some random stranger go that far for them? She leans in and asks, what can I do to help? Kai asks if her searching blessing can dig up anything besides just iron. LaBelle locks in her power and snaps on the god's eyes. Her vision burst outward, cutting through the forest like a laser as she mapped every inch with mind-blowing precision. She spots the oncoming unit with crystal clarity. Kayash handed in a report. LaBelle spots 2 blessed soldiers hiding in the ranks. Deep in the mountains, the second blessed one finally makes her grand reveal, Mariella. She pushes deeper into the brush, with a tiny, silent companion padding right beside her. The soldiers trailing behind her grumbled non-stop about the brutal heat and the swarming insects, totally baffled that any saint would choose to train in a place like this. Out of nowhere, a colossal monkey monster explodes forward and slams into Mariella. She doesn't even blink. She snaps her Sanctuary of War Maiden up and smothers the attack like it's nothing. She taunts the beast for wasting its strikes, because every hit shatters against the invisible barrier that won't let her go. With a smug show of force, the creature gets smashed straight into the dirt. Back in the village, the alarm suddenly blares and chaos erupts. Mariella and her armored escort stride straight into the heart of the winged men's settlement. She cut straight through the small talk, demanding to get this job done right now, no delays. She snapped at the wingmen to drag the beastman Mage to her along with her master. Mariela whips her gaze over to LaBelle. LaBelle tries to slip out of it by claiming she was just left at the base of the mountain. Mariela isn't buying a word her patient snaps fast as she clocks it as a total waste of time. She snaps shut mid-sentence, then grabs LaBelle and takes her by force. A soldier pushes to have LaBelle treated like a priestess, but she shuts it down, fast. She refuses to abandon her family. She digs in her heels and demands they leave no arguments. No delay. Mariela barks for the soldiers to snatch her up, laughing at the bishop's orders and daring them to bring her in the hard way. She flashes a sinister grin and barks orders that the soldiers get moving. Do your jobs. Soldiers ring them in tight, yanking their blades free as the winged men panic and scramble. Mariela grabs LaBelle by the face and unleashes all her pent-up rage on her. Her eyes blaze with a terrifying glow, and then she finally unveils her real power, the soul-binding puppeteer. Abyss hits first, blasting out raw magical power and yanking the soul-binding puppeteer completely off guard. The impact hits like a hammer, and the manipulator stumbles backward as her grip on everything instantly slips away. With the sudden assault hitting like a thunderclap, the remaining soldiers crumble into panic, caught off guard, exposed, and completely lost. Kai dug in his heels, standing between Abyss and Ren as the knights closed in, demanding answers about what just happened. Kai raises his eye of truth and locks his gaze straight into the core of their deception. He tells them, "I don't need proof, I can see every lie you're trying to hide." Honestly, he's just acting up to mess with them, and the knights are totally buying the whole bluff. Kai finally spills the truth. His real plan is to slaughter the winged men and claim the females for himself. The shocking news slams into the winged men like a punch, cracking their faith in the knights wide open. The moment the knight commander realizes their cover is blown, he snaps orders to his men, wipe out Kai before he can get another word out. But Ren and Abyss aren't letting it happen. They slam their mana together for a brutal counterattack. A colossal burst of elemental power detonates in the sky, crushing the knight's resolve like it's nothing. Kai slams down one last ultimatum: surrender right now, or get eliminated where you stand. That crushing force hits them so hard the soldiers drop their weapons because the puppet master is finally pinned down, bound, beaten, and cornered. The knight leader finally has to face the full weight of his crimes. Kai corners him, grilling him on why someone ordered the wing population to be thinned out. The commander spits it out. Those winged men are just pesky thieves, snatching food from honest farmers who bust their backs every day. A young winged girl sobs and shouts in protest, refusing those baseless accusations with everything she's got. They've stayed in hiding exactly like they were ordered, and somehow they're still getting hunted like animals with nowhere to run. Their tears slice through the cruelty of the prejudice they endure every single day. While the party maps out their next move, Ren slips away to snatch priest clothes for a slick disguise. Kai can't help but admire her foresight, even if her overwhelming thoroughness makes it a little intimidating to keep up. But the moment Ren wraps up her task, disaster explodes out of nowhere. A blazing wall of fire explodes upward, screaming that a breakout is finally happening. The puppet master woman broke free, lunged for Ren, and burst into laughter as she declared the girl was finally her doll. She's standing triumphant on the lookout post, using Ren as a human shield while she taunts the party for their careless blunders. Abyss and Kai stared in horror as the truth hit them. Turns out they totally underestimated their prisoner. She smirks and brags. She didn't really pass out. She faked it to bait the perfect moment, then struck. Kai starts digging into whether her hypnotic power is a blessing, but Abyss spots a clue the villain totally missed. Ren gives them a slick little wink, and suddenly it clicks. She's just playing along to dig up even more secrets. Feeling untouchable, she smirks, then commands her fresh puppet to wipe out everyone else. Ren and Abyss kick off a fake fight, unleashing an absolutely insane performance that turns chaos into art. Kai jumps in, playing it up like he's drowning in total despair while the woman cackles at their misfortune. She bursts into mocking laughter, taunting them. "So what does it feel like to die? Backing birds this worthless?" Kai plays his part all the way through, desperately begging for answers because whoever holds them is about to die. The woman snaps onto the bait and straight up confesses they're planning to sell the winged men into slavery. She tells him that since they're so rare, the black market would pay a jaw-dropping fortune for them. She fixes her gaze on Ren and sizes the girl up like she's worth a jaw-dropping 10,000 gold coins. They shove the women into captivity for a whole year. forced them to nourish, and kept them chained to make sure they'd fetch the biggest profit possible. Kai finally cuts it off, signaling that the show is over. Ren's blank stare snaps into focus the second the trap springs shut. She explodes forward in a blur of speed and crushes the puppet master's face straight into the dirt. The woman's mouth falls open, gasping in pure shock. Because she can't wrap her head around how her hypnosis just failed, Ren Shikuli explains it like this. She's a blessed child, and no one's magic can muscle her skills out of the way. The winged men swept in on Kai, lowering their heads in a full-on bow of deep apology for doubting him earlier. Kai waves it off, fully getting how brutal it is to make them swallow the truth after it hits so suddenly. But the winged men aren't satisfied anymore. They're done sitting in the saved seat, and now they're gearing up to defend their own village with their fists. They refuse to stay weak and clueless while their families are the ones paying the price. Kai catches the fire blazing in their eyes and instantly recognizes the truth. This resolve isn't going anywhere. With everyone locked in together, they gear up to hit the rescue mission hard and rip those captured females out of enemy hands. Their mission is crystal clear. Slip into the sanctum, grab everyone, and get them home with the least bloodshed possible. Kai is barely keeping it together as they streak across the freezing night sky. Ren tries to calm his nerves, but she just can't resist needling him, hinting that Abby Chan might start getting jealous of how close they are. Speaking of which, Abby Chan keeps her eyes locked on the duo from afar, glaring with a piercing, jealous stare. High above the clouds, LaBelle snaps on her eyes of God and rips across the world below, hunting every detail like a hawk. Her sharp eyes cut through the dark, hunting for any sneaky threats or roadblocks lurking ahead. She spots 8 blessed ones inside the city walls. In a heartbeat, and thankfully not a single enemy mage is anywhere nearby, she locks onto the exact building where her mother and the other captives are trapped. Right as they line up their next move, a hail of arrows comes screaming out of the sky. The enemy has already clocked them, and the temple guards are wasting 0 seconds. Then arrows start raining down as they finally realize the security is way tougher than they ever expected. Kai shoots a command at Ren, create a distraction, so they can slip away unnoticed. With a lightning-fast chant, she hurls a blazing fireball that slams into the temple walls. That massive explosion erupts just in time, giving Kai the perfect cover to shout for a total withdrawal while everyone scrambles to regroup. Safe in the mountain village at last, Label's father sits and stares at how deadly things got. For years, he swore the only way the winged men could live was to vanish into the shadows. They vanished from everyone's sight, huddling in the mountain peaks like secrets nobody was meant to find. But now the temple is stealing their lives and crushing their freedom. So he finally realizes they can't keep sitting back and doing nothing. LaBelle refuses to sit on the sidelines. She's set on teaming up with Kai and forging a future where fear doesn't get to run their lives anymore. They're chasing the day they can all take to the sky and soar free beneath the open heavens. To turn that dream into reality, they've got to stand up right now and throw down. The whole plan kicks off in the city. Tiny scouts slip into the bushes, spreading out fast to start the operation. They move in the shadows, slipping in markers, and setting the whole scene for what's about to explode. Soon, rumors rocket through the local taverns. People swear the extinct winged men are walking around alive. The whole town is spooked. People huddle in whispers about the sightings, even as the bishop tries to slam the rumors down. Fear flips into suspicion as the locals start whispering. Are these demi-humans about to strike and tear our crops apart? A band of cloaked pilgrims finally shows up, daring the locals to face their prejudice. They slam the message into the terrified townspeople. We teach here, and strict rules ban any discrimination against demi-humans. Cornered by their own faith, the locals scramble backward, insisting they never meant to hurt a soul. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rips through the air as the winged men storm into town, shouting for their families to be returned. They march under banners that demand an end to the systemic abuse they've been forced to endure. Kai surged forward, shouting that the pilgrims needed to hear the truth right now. He tears open the temple's dark secrets, showing how those winged men were chained to brutal labor while their families were kept as hostages. He points out that the temple's been using these people like tools to keep their iron monopoly locked down. Even the temple started plotting to wipe out the demi-humans, just to erase every last trace of their crimes. Kai tells Ren they're weaponizing the pilgrims' deep-rooted faith, turning it into their advantage. Because these pilgrims swear by equality, they call the temple's actions utterly heretical. The pilgrims are rattled because the winged men in front of them are drowning in raw grief. and there's no way to look away. Kai pounds the truth into the air, screaming that the temple is gearing up to auction these women and their daughters into slavery. He throws himself into the crowd's face and begs them to see the truth. These people aren't hunting a fight. They just want their loved ones back. The Lee pilgrim finally gives in to the plea, agreeing to cooperate once he realizes they're both devoted to Farley. The pilgrims step up to the cause, shouting their message right into the swelling crowd of curious townsfolk. The crowd's momentum surges as more locals start challenging the temple's authority. Side by side, the pilgrims and the winged men marched shoulder to shoulder toward the cathedral, turning the whole street into a roaring show of solidarity. They tore up to the grand sanctuary's gates, and the whole place felt like it was about to explode. Inside, the gluttonous bishop snaps at the chaos pounding outside. His irritation snaps into full-blown terror as he peers outside and sees the massive uprising explode into view. A massive wave of pilgrims and winged men has totally boxed in his sanctuary. Like there's nowhere left to run. He panics and demands his soldiers back then. His stomach drops when he realizes they've already been taken out. The bishop finally clocks it as corruption has been exposed to the whole world. At the gates, the winged men's leader raises his voice and declares their days of subservience are finally done. With a blazing glare, he whips his people into action, driving them to reclaim what was stolen from them finally. Outside the colossal cathedral, the crowd explodes in rage, screaming for the return of their stolen families. Kai storms to the front of the protest, screaming that the temple is squeezing the citizens dry and then dumping abuse on the winged men with discrimination. The heavy doors groan as the bishop finally steps out, wearing irritation like a mask for the mess waiting in front of him. The commoners go dead silent, trembling as the man's holy authority bears down on them. With a smug grin, he declares this place sacred. Then a winged man steps in, snarling that it's time to get his wife and daughter back after a whole year of shattered promises. That bishop's smile turns ice cold as he acts like he's never laid eyes on these people a day in his life. He whips around to the crowd and pleads with them, "Don't you dare swallow that nonsense." But the protesters refuse to fold, and it's clear they're done being fooled because they know he's plotting to sell their families into slavery. With his patience gone, the bishop's smile turns cruel, and he snaps at his guards to deal brutally with the dissenters. Kai stares as the armored soldiers surge forward, and his resolve hardens like steel. He barrels straight up to the bishop and demands an answer if the winged women are uncovered, hidden away. Will he finally confess his crimes on the spot? The bishop laughs it off, smugly believing his lie will hold, while Kai tightens his grip ready to take matters into his own hands. Kai shoots Abyss a quick whisper protect the protesters while he slips in and handles the infiltration. The bishop slinks inside and barks at his men to lock down the holding area with unbreakable security. The soldiers plant their feet and grip their weapons, dead sure nobody's getting past their perimeter. But Kai is already charging ahead. A burst of magic and blistering speed detonates out of nowhere, and the guards don't stand a chance. They're caught completely off guard. Milan charges in first, her power blazing, and she snaps to Kai that they've got to shove through right now, all at once. Her familiars streak through the sky, smashing soldiers down before they can even lift a single spear. Kai barrels ahead, sensing the captives right on the other side of the next door. In a freezing stone room, the winged women huddle close, their hope crumbling into despair. Kai storms in, grinning as he shouts that he's come to guide them straight to freedom. He exposes the bishop's lies, snapping that their husbands are alive right there, waiting for them. Hope bursts back into their eyes the moment they realize this nightmare is finally over. Kai snaps that they need to hurry, and the whole group spills out of their cage at once. Back on the cathedral steps, the bishop is still working the crowd, yapping that the temple's the real victim of beastman discrimination. That mysterious bias just stands there, eyes locked, watching the drama explode in front of them. The bishop slams his decree down, declaring the protesters guilty of heresy, and orders the guards to surge in. The winged men huddle and beg for mercy. Then the bishop shrieks, "There aren't any women in there!" The second he says it, the sky bursts with feathers as the women launch out from the balcony. The bishop's jaw hits the floor in pure horror as the whole city watches his lies get ripped wide open. Tears of joy spill as families finally tear back into each other's arms in the sky. The winged men scoop up their wives and kids in a tight embrace, and the whole crowd goes silent, stunned by the emotion. Kai and Milan burst out of the building, locking eyes with the trembling bishop. Cornered by his own trap, the bishop scrambles and points at his subordinates, trying to pin the whole scheme on them. Bayer storms up to Kai, showering him with praise for that jaw-dropping sense of justice. Kai stays humble, but dread gnaws at him. What if the bishop's authority makes it impossible to punish him? Bihazai's eyes flared with a terrifying glow as he swore that justice would finally be served. He vows that every corrupt official in the city is going to get wiped out, gone from existence. Then finally, he steps forward and introduces himself. My name is Baihei Klauser. The bishop's face drains of color in full-blown panic as soon as he realizes the special class inquisitor's name. Bayer drops the truth. This isn't some random stop, and his presence is no accident, because the Empire is gearing up to invade Revelda. That revelation slams into Kai like a body blow, because the moment he recognizes the man, he realizes he's the one who got him banished to that island. His mind rockets as he hears the nightmare his hometown is under threat right now. Bia tilts her head and gives Kai a twisted grin, bragging that he's basically the legendary Saint Kai. Kai cracks a fake smile, furious inside, burying his hate for the man right in front of him. Baihei delivers this grand hypocritical blessing. Then Kai finally storms out, his hands trembling like they can't hold it together. Abyss clocks his panic on the spot and immediately asks, "You okay?" Right after the mission, Kai tries to shrug it off as some weird run-in, but the past he buried keeps slamming down on him. Feeling his pain, Abyss yanks him close in a warm, gentle hug and whispers, "You're gonna be okay." Milan watches, burning with jealousy and bracing with worry, because he can feel the whole atmosphere changing in real time. Kai whips his gaze back to the people he saved, and a brutal new fire ignites in his eyes. He swears he'll get stronger and lead the winged men to his homeland, braced to take on whatever war is about to explode. Lebel tracks the water veins right under the castle's edge, locking in a steady flow the village can count on. Kai suddenly realizes they can finally build a real well, and that means no more running to the stream for water to save everyone. A full week flew by since the Harpy tribe touched down on the island, welcomed with Yuri's warm, unstoppable kindness. Even the most starving tribe members are finally bouncing back because the food keeps coming in, and it's changing everything. Katie strides up to Lebel, already locked onto the exact tasks she came to handle. She tells them to team up and go grab firewood together for the whole community. While they're walking, Kata finally spills the brutal truth: this temple tortures anyone it labels a heretic. She clocks it immediately. Kai hasn't been himself lately, and it's like some heavy weight is crushing him from the inside. Lebel can't stop worrying that their huge numbers are starting to take a toll on Kai's well-being. Kadea can't stand the thought of them worrying, so he quietly masks his pain, while his missing family haunts every step. Lebel vows to soar across the ocean, determined to find Kai's relatives and use her blessing to pull them back into the light. She barrels forward without a second thought, charging ahead before anyone even gets a chance to knock sense into her. Luckily, Ren snaps into action and catches the impulsive Harpy before she can slip away into the distance. Ren tells her straight up, if she gets lost, she'll just pile more worries onto Kai's already overflowing list. Lebel crumples in frustration, begging for the moment Kai smiles again. Ren pivots the conversation, pressing Katie. So the new bathhouse is finally up and running? She decides the exhausted king needs a test run right now because nothing else could lift his spirits. Meanwhile, Kai sits alone on the cliffs, staring into the sea with his mind racing as he keeps fishing. His mind won't let go of that mysterious inquisitor from his past. He remembers the forbidden books his father hid, and he spills the temple's brutal past where purges crushed everyone in its path. That terrifying image of the man who delivers these divine executions keeps slashing through his mind. Kai is terrified if the temple ever uncovers his evil god's blessing, they'll storm the island and take everything. He can still feel the weight of those icy, judging eyes drilling into him from the other side. To Kai, that man's eyes burned with nothing but brutal contempt. That grin he had right before the Empire's invasion came still haunts him, and cold chills crawl down his spine. He can't stop wondering, could this really be the same guy who shipped him off into exile on this forsaken island? He chased the dream of saving his father, and along the way he proved himself, earning rookie awards while staying locked in on his duty to the people who pulled him in. In the end, he realizes he can't walk away from his people, because if he's their king, he's got to stand and fight for them. As Kai turns to leave, a relentless Kai-Day intercepts him right in his path. "Come with me, Oni-chan, now. Don't you dare ask questions," she orders, gripping the moment tight. Before he can even argue, Golem-kun grabs him out of nowhere and drags him away. They yanked him straight onto the construction site for the brand new bathhouse. Kai didn't waste a second. He ordered the golem to strip him and toss him in right then. Kai panics when the golem starts yanking his clothes, and before he can fight back, he's forced to give in and climb inside. Kai and Abyss perch on their watchtower, eyes locked on the horizon as the world ahead dares them to look closer. Abyss points out that ships are anything but steady. Sometimes they just disappear for a full 6 years. Their heartbeats thunder overhead, standing guard like vigilant sentries at the edge of their sanctuary. This isolation isn't random. It's a survival move because the world's nations force a brutal blessing ritual through the temple. Any kid born with the mark of an evil god gets tossed onto a monster-riddled island to die. Kai stays locked in on his vow save, every single one of them. Yet he can't shake the question. How much longer can this brutal cycle of abandonment keep repeating? Abyss reveals this ruthless purge has been running for over 60 years, way before she even opened her eyes. This isn't just one monster's cruelty. It's the whole Farley religion. Yanking the strings behind the scenes, Label swoops in like a hawk and announces that the morning control is finally done. Not a single ship dares show up across the blue horizon. Kai snaps at her to stay on her guard, because that dense forest could be masking smoke from any intruders. With a deep breath of relief, Labelle dashes off to soak in the village's brand new well. Abyss clocks it instantly. This harpy has been fixated on water like it's all she can think about lately. Taking a bath after that flight feels unreal, she blurts, eyes sparkling. Shooting through that icy sky makes the village's warmth feel like the most precious luxury alive. Back in the village, Neil slaps a major industrial breakthrough into Kai's hands. She slams a heavy, dark, massive chunk of iron ore onto the table with a brutal clank. No, this isn't some traded junk. It's real iron forged right here in the pioneer village. The villagers call it *Amafugain, *Einer, from the heavens. Like the sky itself dropped it. Meteoric iron is starting to seep into the village grounds for real, because Kai dragged it into their world. As Kai's influence keeps swelling, he realizes the island's entire history is getting rewritten right before his eyes. While the village powers up new kilns to grow bigger, Ren's locked in, teaching magic to the locals non-stop. She tries to hammer slow fire into their heads, but the way she teaches is so intense it feels like a full-on challenge. Some villagers kicked up tiny flames and it drove Kai absolutely crazy. Rage claws at him. He's jealous to the bone that even his own subordinates can cast magic, and he still can't. Ellen Abyss hands him a reminder his freaking cheat abilities are already more than enough. This magic hits different because it's powered by Kai's own belief in what he can pull off. He sneaks in a shot at a simple fireball, but it refuses to spark. Like his magic just won't obey. Labelle bursts back, and the whole situation shatters as panic explodes off her like a wildfire. She lets out a blood-curdling scream. A ship's closing in on us. Kai starts spiraling, peppering himself with non-stop questions about mages and how many ships there really are. And Elle has to literally squish his face just to yank him back into reality. Labelle makes it clear it's only a single, tiny vessel. Just a minuscule speck on the horizon. To get a closer look, Kai hops onto a sky swing that the harpies carry through the air. Up in the canopy, they watch the ship's every move like it's right in front of them. Turns out it's just a fishing boat, tossing its nets into the sea like it's nothing. Labelle kicks on her hawk's eyes and hunts down an exact head count of the crew. Only 5 people are on board, and there's not a single mage or temple scout in sight. Horos, the harpy elder, leans in and demands, "Should we sink these intruders right now?" Kai swallows his urge to act and keeps him locked under surveillance for now. Even when the boat finally drifts off, the whole encounter leaves Kai buzzing with danger. So if a run-of-the-mill fishing boat can track them down, then yeah, this secret sanctuary was never as well hidden as they prayed it was. If they strike right now, it's curtains. He realizes that instantly. The only way to survive is to beef up the island's defenses before the temple learns they're here. So the very next day, Kai storms into Enel's workshop to synthesize fresh warrior coon seeds. He walks into the lab expecting silence, then they throw a surprise celebration at him. He finally hit level 30. The village sign got automatically swapped out, flashing their new status for everyone to see. Their home just got officially stamped as the village of the Mage of Hellfire and Boom. A brand new special shopping feature has been unlocked. Kai's jaw drops when he realizes the village has been renamed for Ren's achievement, then a huge notification blasts onto the screen, officially crowning the territory as the village of the Mage of Hellfire. Kai can't believe it. The system really went and used Ren Chan's Chuenabu self-introduction as the town's name. She kept saying over and over that she was the great mage of Hellfire, didn't she? With the name change came a brand new shopping feature proof that the village has leveled up and is becoming the go-to hub for master craftsmen. These master artisans craft one-of-a-kind treasures you'll never find anywhere else. Sarah explains that these legendary treasures won't stay myth forever eventually. You'll be able to buy them for real gold coins. Kai's whole body tenses when it hits him these upgrades aren't free, and he's about to fork over real money. For now, the two of them push into town to size up how their iron is holding up. They burst into the local blacksmith shop, and the air hits them hot as fire while hammers pound like a battle drum. An old master stands over his strikers, barking for them to hit the rhythm before the metal cools. The workers sweat it all out on every strike, forging that blazing blade one blow at a time. Suddenly, the old man blasts the steel with a raging torrent of fire magic. Kai's jaw drops when he realizes the blacksmith isn't just a builder. He's a powerhouse mage too, a rare dual-class threat who can forge weapons and also slam up defenses for the village. They're a nightmare for any foreign enemy foolish enough to come close. Step one and you're already in trouble. Sure, the everyday tools are still there for anyone to use, but the town is really putting itself on the map for the high-tier magical gear. Sarah blurts out that the absolute best stuff people have is getting dumped as offerings at the statue of Kai himself. Kai stands there stunned as a local woman sets a basket of oranges and a razor-sharp, finely crafted knife right at his feet before walking away. He grabs the blade, staring hard as the truth hits him. Just 3 years ago, they were stuck in the Stone Age, and now they've exploded into a magical industrial powerhouse. A kid spots the offering hanging in midair and blurts to his mom at once, "Kai-sama's here!" The villagers erupted in cheers, convinced this moment was a divine omen, proof that prosperity was finally on the way. While Kai panics over his accidental deification, the whole town's faith only keeps surging stronger. The crowd explodes into cheers, screaming for their mysterious protector they can't even see. Later, Kai snaps everyone into a serious meeting to lay out how they're going to defend the island next. He's determined to test his people's resolve before the real chaos even kicks in. He knows that Temple is a brutal crew. Once they decide to invade, they don't give a single inch. Instead of letting everyone live in terror, he gives the people a way off the island, so they can leave the nightmare behind and start over in a safer place. He tells them, straight up, they don't have to throw their lives away just for some piece of land. Abyss realizes they're trapped in a one-of-a-kind nightmare because now they have to protect the children the Temple just left behind. Kai snaps that if fear hits, they don't need to bully themselves into staying. Yuri pushes past his hesitation and tells him straight, if you want to be a real king, you've got to lead your people with steel-eyed conviction. Sarah tries to keep everyone calm, but the tension in the room is so thick you can almost taste it. Yuri demanded straight up, was he really planning to ditch the country he built? Kai finally clicks that for his people. It doesn't matter where they stand. It's the community they've forged together that makes it home. Do you really want to stay on this island when it could drag you straight into a war with the Temple? He calls for a vote and asks everyone ready to stay and fight, then demands they raise their hands. All across the assembly, one after another, hands rocket skyward like they're competing to be chosen. The crowd catches the movement like a tidal wave, rolling through them all at once. To Kai's utter disbelief, all 49 residents are ready to dig in and fight back. Every single person in the village lifted their hand together, standing shoulder to shoulder like one unstoppable force. Even with blessed people who can hurl meteorites from the sky, the villagers refused to budge. They found the kind of life they were meant to have, here and now. They're ready to keep living it beside the man who pulled them out. People can't stop raving about the mouth-watering food and how this island completely changed their lives for the better. If that temple dares to strike, they'll fight back, no hesitation. All fury. Seeing their unshakable resolve, Kai finally gives in and accepts their decision. If you still want to stick with me, then follow me right now. The moment he declares it, the crowd explodes into pure celebration. Yuri hits him with a hard truth. As a ruler, you don't just lead. You cut down ruthless choices just to keep everyone alive. She pushes him to chase his ideals, even when the road ahead is drenched in blood. Staring back at his old life from that hospital bed, Kai can't shake the memory of his one simple wish for real, natural happiness. He's done with regrets. He's going to crush every second of this life and make up for what happened back then. No limits. The strategy phase kicks off as Kai points out the island's brutal natural defenses. Those towering cliffs are basically a fortress. They're secretly beefing up the landing points while quietly setting up stalling facilities in case the enemy comes for a full siege. If they get hit before they're ready, they'll have no choice only to fight like hell right there on the beaches. They even map out escape routes, because they know a full retreat could be the only way to survive when the temple's main force comes crashing in. Exit stakes will be set up so they can bolt fast the second things turn ugly. To pull this off, they've got to get a ridiculously precise map of the whole territory. Abyss steps up like, all right, ready to carve every detail onto a massive piece of leather. Kai tells her to crank it up, make it bigger than the last version. With a sharp burst of magic, she snaps the island into an instant. Perfect bird's-eye view. The map is finally finished, and it hands them the tactical edge they've been begging for. Once the southern map's done, Kai whips his focus to the strange, untouched north side. Abyss wouldn't back down. She insisted on tagging along, and what she revealed about her past hit like a cold shock. She tells him the north side is exactly where she first opened her eyes. It's not just a forest. It's the very lab where she was first born. Kai finally gets it. He's about to step into a facility older than 1,000 years, where the island's secrets and even the abyss are just waiting to be uncovered. The crew finally hits the base of the mountain, drops their gear, and straps in because now the real trek starts on foot. Abyss fires off a warning that the ruins are falling apart and lethal, but Kai refuses to take no for an answer and demands to see them with his own eyes. They stumble on a gigantic, man-made tunnel, brutally carved straight into the rock like it was meant to be found. As they close in, Abyss starts to fight her own body. Her breathing turns heavy, ragged, and painfully hard to keep up. Ren senses the change and steps up fast, offering to guide them straight into the dark passage. Suddenly, the pressure snaps, she crumples, and the abyss drops her to her knees. Kai barrels to her side, flat out refusing to buy her excuse that she's just feeling under the weather. He realizes the magical energy here isn't just wild, it's way more chaotic and hostile than he ever dared to imagine. Ren snaps that they've got to yank back to the island's south side right now. She cradles the drained abyss in her arms and bolts straight out of the corruption. Ren rockets forward at a blinding speed, tearing through the ground and whipping up a trail of dust behind her. They charge across the land like a storm, ripping through the miles to get as far away as they can from those cursed ruins. In minutes, they burst into the forest safety and finally breathe easier. As soon as they're out of the abyss, the creature starts snapping back to life and demands right then to be set down. Kai confirms those ruins are the exact reason she got hit with that sudden illness. Abyss admits her memories from a whole millennium ago are nearly wiped clean. She only remembers one thing being conjured in that pitch-black void, a living, magical replica. Kai can't stop asking herself, did her creators build her body, but forget to fully install her mind? He's convinced these ruins are rigged with automated security traps, built to crush every intruder who dares step inside. The whole crew slams the brakes on the investigation, choosing to wait until they're truly ready to face the magical interference. Ren couldn't believe it. Abyss trusted her enough to lean on her for protection, and it hit her right in the heart. She snaps into a confident stance and swears she'll torch every enemy straight to hell. Kai quenches her raging fire, telling her they're not heading back to those ruins at all this year. Ren's whole spirit crumples when nothing happens right away. Later on, they huddled together and pored over a super detailed map of the island's terrain, studying every twist and rise like it could change everything. Kai leaned in and demanded Yuri map out exactly where the enemy would try to land. She clocks the thick jungle growth and realizes no enemy could ever spot what's waiting deeper inland. This traps any attacker in a nightmare choice. Fight their way through the woods or go straight for arson and try to torch the whole forest. Kai starts plotting a long-range preemptive strike, aiming to send ships to the bottom before they ever even get a chance to hit the sand. They push deep into the woods to scout out a solid defensive line. Kai spots the perfect prime spot and begins digging a massive moat. He's gearing up to unleash his warrior gunners and golems, blitzing that massive construction project to the finish. He grabs the girls' attention and warns them that this deep excavation is going to be downright deadly. Kai sees the freshly excavated dirt as the perfect weapon he's about to build, towering high defensive walls that shield his archers and mages. Yuri asks if he's having fun, and he grins and admits it feels exactly like a strategic tower defense game. He realizes he's still short on numbers to cover a full defensive line, and he has to whip up a brand new solution fast. That tiny elf girl beams and thrusts a seed of creation into their hands to supercharge their forces. Kai totally blows off her wager and dives straight into forging brand new units to plug every gap. He unleashes his power and conjures two blazing white seeds right into the palms of his hands. The seeds are this weird beige color, and it makes them brutally hard to spot. He invents a camouflage seed that snaps to the pattern of the table it lands on, instantly copying it like it's alive. He fires off two more, practically bursting with curiosity to see what those sneaky stealth units can pull off. One of the seeds hides so perfectly that it looks like it's see-through. Kai plants the black camouflage and transparent seeds, daring fate to reveal what will sprout. By the next morning, brand new magical beings were already bursting up from the earth. Kai stares in disbelief at how insanely fast they've grown. The girls can't wait to kick off the harvest, and they're itching to meet their brand new allies. Magician Kun is born with the rarest gift of all: fire, water, wind, and earth magic flow through him like power made flesh. Angel Chan trails behind, mastering ruthless enhancement magic and life-saving support spells. Kai greets the fresh summons with open arms, and he's got one big hope: that they'll finally click and start working like a real team. The moment the new units pop in, they sprint out to welcome the older warrior ones. Ren jokes that Kai looks like a boss. You can't even reach like standing behind glass. Way too high up to touch. They kick off the moat's construction, but the manual work drags on, slow, messy, and brutally inefficient. Ren offers to torch the forest, turning it into the fastest shortcut to rip those roots out. She throws out the wild idea that Kadi could breathe life into those trees, so they rise up and walk off by themselves. Kai's jaw drops when he realizes the power he has Kai to possess can do so much more than he ever imagined. He realizes this. If she can bring anything to life with animation, then he can supercharge their whole workforce. He asks if Katie can somehow bring those piles of dug-up dirt to life and use them to move out. They throw it in for real, and a hulking earthen monster rips up out of the pile like it's been waiting to attack. Cade barks at DirtCon to get up on its feet and haul itself straight to the fortress site. Chi pushes the experiments again and slips in a bold question. Can she animate specific shapes? With a sharp swing of his shovel, he hacks out a flawless square block from the ground. Cade scrambles to give the block a temporary life, but it just sits there, utterly unmoving. Kai suddenly gets it. This dirt won't wake up until it has a real identity, a proper name. A massive pillar of earth starts to twist, then lifts into the sky like it's getting ready to strike. Kai scrawls a rough smiley in the dirt, and the moment he does, the spirit finally jolts awake. Kaed is absolutely buzzing because the moment the new spirit starts its work, he finally gets to matter. Kai starts thinking about hauling those animated spirits along for their next big maritime expedition. Deep down, his whole journey is driven by one mission: track down Cade's lost family. They set their sights on the lime-licked empire, ready to dig up even more answers. Caden clings to one burning hope: she's finally going to be reunited with her parents. Kaleda stands there, eyes locked on the village that's turned into her temporary home. She remembers the day she first met Gomel-chan and Mir-chan. That dream just yanked the memory straight to the surface. A bright memory of her childhood hits like a flashback back when she was just a tiny girl, wrapped in her parents' love and safe in their arms. On her 5th birthday, her father surprised her with 2 dolls he picked out as her most special gift. Even now, she can't stop wondering if they're still out there somewhere, waiting. She glares at the far-off horizon, praying a ship will finally crest the waves and bring her father back to her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the need to see her parents clawed at her until she couldn't breathe. I'm begging to see them right now, so I can tell them I'm safe, she sobs, fighting through the tears. She rips into herself for being so stupid while the whole village scrambles, bracing for the temple ship's threat. But her doll companions refuse to listen, swearing she isn't stupid for daring to keep hope alive. They remind her that her father loves her so fiercely he's willing to take on the entire temple as her enemy. Kai's only a year older, but his calm, grown-up perspective makes every warning hit like it matters. When her last chance says no one's coming, Katie feels she has no choice but to trust him. Those dolls start pushing her to quit pretending and finally spill her real feelings. All right, let's jump straight to what we can do right now. And they erupt in cheers. Kaheda vows to throw everything she has behind the village, no matter what it takes. Inside the village stronghold, bold plans are blazing into action. Kai tells Sarah he's heading back to Skorpa for the next expedition. He won't stop until he finds a way to shatter the curse binding Sarah's magic collar. They start trading rumors about the High Priestess. She can twist humans into puppets with nothing but her power. Cade once tried to rip the collar off with her own powers, but the seal clamped down like it had a grip of iron. They're convinced that collar is powered by a divine blessing, not some run-of-the-mill magic. Kai decides to interrogate the captured priestess, crawling a creepy contraption over her until her secrets spill. She blurts out the truth: this collar is no ordinary piece of gear. It's a specialized magic sealing artifact, an ancient relic forged to crush your will until you don't just lose, you submit. She admits it. Some unknown blessing seals the item so tightly that it turns completely unbreakable. The priestess is buzzing with excitement over every mystery the gods dare to reveal. She tells him, "Yeah, it's pricey, but once that collar's activated, you practically can't pry it off. To snap this spell, you've got to hunt down the one person who first said those words." So now Kai has one mission: track down Marini Skorpa's infamous slave trader. Sarah grabs Kai and demands he drop everything and answer the collar while he tears through searching for himself and his family. Kairi shoots him a confident look and tells him he'll take care of both tasks at the same time. Sarah can't wait to claw her magic back. She's ready to fight for their new country. Kai admits he's not just curious, he's genuinely pumped to watch her real power explode into action. Sarah's cheeks flare red as she realizes if they travel with only Kai, they might dodge all that unwanted attention. Just as the conversation hits its stride, Cade bursts in ready to unveil his brand new plan. Ren and Abyss storm through the village, snatching up every request they can for their upcoming trip. Most villagers are straight up praying the mainland ships roll in with some top-shelf alcohol. Even the horses are out here making their own demands for a fresh mate. Once their rounds were done, they couldn't shake the question: where the heck did Kai vanish to? They catch sight of something weird tearing across the water like it's hunting them. Cade just dropped its newest experiment and it's blasting forward at a reckless breakneck speed. Kai named the ship the Santa Maria Chan, and once it hit the water, its speed turned everything upside down, utterly revolutionary. Katie whips around to Kai with pure determination blazing in her eyes. She puts it formally, begging to tag along on his next outing. She insists her blessing is everything, and if they're kept apart too long, it'll start to fade. Kai clocks the grit on her face, and suddenly he knows there's no way he can refuse. "Yeah, all right, having power like that on our side is absolutely the better deal," he admits. With a thrill in her chest, Katie shouts for the ship to hit full throttle and go even harder. She's gearing up to go all in, because whatever hits her next, she's ready to meet it head on. Nothing can stop her from finally breaking through and reuniting with her mother and father. The expedition is finally rolling, and the adventure has officially begun. Kai and his crew just swept the island perimeter clean, and now they've ditched the danger while the girls stay behind to run the homestead. On the monitoring screen, Kai looks like he's hanging by a thread while their vessel rips through the waves at full throttle. Back home, the girls gape at the boat's insane speed, comparing it to the high-speed crafts Kai used to run in his old life. Kida's temporary life ability kicks in, and the boat starts driving itself. But trust me, the ride is anything but smooth. Wiped out by the non-stop jarring ride, Kai decides to grab a quick breather at the pioneer village. The second he steps through that portal, his whole body gives out, his legs turn to jelly, and he practically collapses. He laughs about never leaving the village. But Inno's not buying a second of it. She reminds him, "Yeah, we'll always be your comfort, but you still have a job to do." After wolfing down a quick meal and sipping tea to calm his stomach, Kai readies himself to burst back out the door. He puts on a tough guy act, but Cuomo and Enel clock every single bit of it instantly. 4 days later, the whole crew finally barrels into Skorpa's shores. They tore through the journey so fast it wiped out a whole week compared to their last trip. Kai's still reeling from the journey's hits, but there's no time to breathe move now. After their last run here went sideways, Kai tells Abyss to hang back, watch the boat, and make sure nobody notices them. He plants an exit stake in the sand, ready to vanish on a quick magical getaway the second things turn bad. Katie stays back too, because she knows showing up at a slave trading house could turn everything into a disaster. The crew bursts into the roaring city of Skorpa, the trade and commerce giant everyone talks about. They roll in with a cart packed to the brim and 2 rock-solid cows, and the locals can't stop staring. Bystanders murmur as 2 kids tackle a shipment worth a fortune. Everybody's convinced they're the wealthy merchants' kids. Sarah shot Kai a warning in the middle of the crowded market: stay sharp, because someone out there was probably hunting him. They snag a buyer in a flash, but that guy tries to screw Kai over, lowballing him with just 4 huge gold coins for the cow. Kai doesn't blink, he stares you down and snaps that his price is 10. He's already clocked the market value from past dealings, so he shuts down any shady negotiations and refuses to waste a second. Right when the first merchant starts bargaining, a second guy barrels in and promises to pay the full price, no haggling. This ignites a furious argument between the two merchants who's inflating prices, and what fair business even means. Kai, done with all the drama and ready to move on, agrees to sell the cow for just 7 coins. Sarah clocks that those two merchants are probably teaming up to slash the price, but Kai couldn't care less. He's just thrilled to have his gold back in his hands. Once the cows were sold, they snapped into action and rushed to stock up on supplies. They tear through the market hunting anything their village lacks, snatching up horses, filling their carts with glass containers, and loading themselves with seeds. Kai darts back to the village for a quick stop, just long enough to dump the hull and get moving again. He hauls Anel over to the brand new livestock and the cotton balls, but right when she thinks that's the best part, she's got something way better up her sleeve. She steps up and unveils a sword made just for her, forged by the village's finest blacksmith. Kai doubts everything until Enel steps in and kicks off the demonstration. With a dramatic flourish, she unveils its strength boom, a blazing fire sword. This pricey gadget costs a full 5 gold coins, and it's built to funnel the user's magic straight into a blade of pure roaring flame. Kai tells her straight up he doesn't have magic, but Enel won't hear it. She's convinced it's all about the right mindset. Kai lunged forward and roared, "Flames come out!" And then, to his shock, the blade detonated into a searing pillar of fire. It's a terrifyingly powerful weapon, so dangerous that it might be impossible to use against a human without risking everything. After the test, Kai wastes no time and heads back to Scorpa to hook up with Sarah. He tracks her down at a cozy local inn, staring out over the city like she's waiting for something to happen. She looks miles away, lost in thought, like she can't believe how violently the world has changed. Scorpia used to belong to Mondial, and just seeing the familiar sights crashes her with a wave of messy memories. With Abyss at their side, they regroup and brace themselves for the deadliest stretch of the journey. "All right, we need more allies for this one," Kai said, yanking his hood up as they closed in on the target. They plant themselves in front of the Morini slave trading house, jaw tight, eyes blazing with grim determination. They've mapped out every worst-case scenario, and they're ready to unleash magic the second any mercenaries step in their way. But the second they step into the grand hall, an eerie silence slams down over everything. They shout down only to be met with a stern woman glaring from the balcony, telling them the place is shut down tight, no one's getting in. Kai tells him he's got business with Mr. Morini, the owner, but the moment he says it, the news turns grim. Morini slips out to the port city of Nomel to wait out a brutal war between neighboring kingdoms, and don't expect him back for 6 long months. Back at their shaky temporary base, Kai slams down a map and starts plotting their next move. Nelmo isn't just strategically important. It sits right on the route to Kadei's hometown of Gaudia. Kai blurts out an apology to Sarah for the detour, but she lights up with a real unstoppable grin, so ready to jump back into the journey together. She admits it tears her up to dump the weight of her collar on everyone else, then pleads to stay right by his side. Kai nods in agreement, and the bond between them surges tighter as they gear up for the brutal long road ahead. He teeters through the night, one bad moment away from getting crushed. Next morning, the whole crew cranks up and gears into motion for the brutal long haul straight to Nomel. They slip into a tiny dining hall nearby and scarf down a quick breakfast, all while staying under the radar. But the second they step into the tavern, the man at the nearby table goes rigid, like he just saw a ghost. He spots Kai the moment he steps into view, and a wicked grin snaps across his face. It turns out one of the mercenaries in their sights is working for the slave trader they're hunting, and the whole group just got spotted. Fossil barrels the whole crew through the thick, shadowy woods as their trek grinds on. He pushes a detour hard, trying to dodge any Imperial scouts who could spot his face. Kai doesn't waste a second. He cuts straight to the chase and fires off a question. Does the mercenary want a job? Fossil leans in and admits it while his men march off to war. He's a washed-up Imperial mage who wants absolutely nothing to do with the fight. Kai stays on edge, staring at that high-demand mage like, "Why on earth would you even want me?" With a smug grin, Fossil confesses that his gut says following the kid who just beat him will finally deliver the rush he's been craving. He's hunting for the exact kind of fight he's been craving. And he's dead sure Kai is the missing piece. Sarah and Ren clock in real time that this man's intentions are dead honest. Realizing they'll need a guide who knows the Empire's geography inside and out, Kai wastes no time and officially brings him aboard. As they keep rolling down the road, Sarah yanks Kai aside and whispers something urgent just for him. She's terrified that bringing in a mercenary as her guide is a huge gamble that could blow up in their faces. Kai knows this could get deadly, but he can't shake the feeling there's a trust here worth digging into. He clocks it instantly. If Fuzel were driven by coin alone, he'd never have left the Imperial Army. To Kai, the real monsters aren't just enemies. They're the religious fanatics and the traitors who sell out for profit. If they're really going to build a new country, they've got to find out who they can truly count on. No guessing, no pretending. He knows exactly how dangerous it is, but he won't live tiptoeing through constant fear of everyone. To him, being stranded on that island forever felt like the cruelest punishment, worse than trusting the wrong person for a second. Sarah decided to trust Kai's judgment while keeping her guard up like it was second nature. She laughs off every ounce of leftover resentment because she knows the battlefield never stays clean. All she can think about is yanking that slave collar off her neck for good. 10 days later, the crew barrels into the massive port town of Nomel. The city is buzzing non-stop, traders shouting, travelers rushing in from every corner of the world, all colliding in one electrifying rush. Fossil leans in and blurts, "Tell me, do you even remember what our target, that old man, looks like?" Kai and Ren suddenly freeze because they can't remember the man's face at all. Fossil steers them straight to the local bars, where mercenaries usually waste their time until something goes down. Inside, they catch Morani raging, slamming his mug hard because the Imperial Army's delays are driving him up the wall. He rants that there's no real navy and he's fighting tooth and nail just to get a fleet assembled. Fossil crashes into the scene, and the old man's whole world goes wide-eyed like he'd just been caught staring off into nowhere. All the other mercenaries practically burst with excitement now that their boss is back in action. Fossil cuts in and tells everyone, "I'm not here for me. I'm here for my new employer." Kai strides in wearing a flamboyant mask, flashing it like a signal to get things moving fast. Marini shot to instant recognition the moment she saw the boy. Panic hits hard. He screams for his men to grab him and rip him apart. Fossil plants his feet and makes it crystal clear. Kai is under his protection, no questions asked. Kai leans in and tells them to slip away for a quick private talk. The rest of the crew is left stunned, watching their fearless leader get dragged away. Down in the cellar, Kai slams his demands and orders the release spell for the caller. Marini tries to bargain, but Kai slams the brakes. "Forget what you want. Focus on what you're about to lose." The old man hatches a plan to double Kai's pay for Sway Fossil, but the mercenary keeps his promise and refuses to break his contract. Even Ren steps in and shuts him down, declaring she's loyal to her master alone. Kai snickers at the man's hypocrisy. He's trying to enslave everyone, all while clinging to his own life and begging to be spared. Kai threatens to wring the truth out of you by dragging you through a fate worse than death. Broken and crushed, Marini finally realizes he's out of cards. There's nothing left for him to play. He blurts out the spell's name, Corsicorda, and lays bare exactly how that collar is supposed to work. Kai's sure Ren's seeing the truth, so he drops the watch on him, then sprints back towards Sarah. He bursts with the good news to Sarah finally. It's time to take it off. Sarah's stomach drops at the thought of the magic backfiring, but Kai stays blissfully oblivious. She braces herself because the second her life slips back under her control, everything changes. Kai gently sets his hand on her, and he promises her, everything's gonna be okay. He swears that no matter what the world throws at him, he'll carve out a way to protect her. He hurls the spell's chant, and the collar instantly erupts in a blinding, intense glow. With a sharp metallic clank, the collar tumbles to the floor. Kai throws out a rushed apology for the delay, and just like that, Sarah is finally free to live in peace. Swamped by emotion, she bursts forward and yanks him into a bone-crushing hug. She collapses into his chest, shaking with disbelief at how relentlessly kind he's been to her ever since they met. Right in the heat of the moment, she blurts out whether he likes her, and Kai answers with zero hesitation, saying he really does. Sarah's jaw drops at how bluntly he comes at her. Kai tries to explain that he likes everyone, but Sarah's already disappeared into her own little world. She realizes she's completely, helplessly in love, and she has no clue what to do with that overwhelming rush. She doesn't care what he meant. Those words alone are enough to hit her straight in the heart. Fazl planted his feet beside them, staring as the tense exchange exploded in front of him. The traitor demands his collar back, but Ren just refuses to bend. I won't hand this over to a slave trader, he snaps, because he knows exactly what that kind of move could unleash. Fazl flicks the man away with a wave, then tells him to look after himself as they carry on. As they step forward, the group keeps buzzing about the massive stash of magical power they're carrying. Little Kay jumps in and reminds them, now that she's in the mix, they've got 4 mages backing them up. Fazl finally admits, Ren's mysterious blessing makes him the scariest one of all. Ren pivots the talk straight to the Empire's bloody war with the kingdom of Laverda right across the sea. Fazl clocks a familiar ship sitting in the harbor and decides he has to investigate it himself. He swears he'll hook up with the rest of the crew again at the inn later that night. With Fazl out of the picture, Ren and the girls rush into the marketplace to dig up some local intel. The market is roaring with life, but every conversation snaps back to one thing: the Empire's ruthless recruiting drive for the war. They skid to a halt at a textile stall and overhear a grim rumor more soldiers are being ripped from their lives and shoved straight into the front lines. Suddenly, a bunch of drunken soldiers stumble in reeking of booze, and they're hunting trouble like it owes them money. They zero in on Sarah and throw lewd offers at her, trying to lock her in for an exclusive hire. One thug snaps and lunges for her, grabs her arm and screams, "Give her me!" Ren cuts in, warning them to back off faster, things are about to get seriously ugly. The soldiers just cackle, vowing to choke Ren first, then snatching the girls for themselves. One day, a soldier goes to swing and immediately crashes face first into the floor. Sarah finally hit her breaking point, slamming powerful crystal armaments into existence over her fists. With one explosive punch, she blasts the soldier backward, making him stumble and reel. Just for once, act right, she snarls, and her patience evaporates in a blink. Ren tries to patch things up, but Sarah shuts him down fast. She's not buying excuses for their drunken mess. When another soldier snaps a knife out, Sarah braces, then unleashes another devastating strike to seal her judgment. She tears through the last thugs like a storm, just as a city guard captain bursts in to slam the chaos to a stop. Ren insists it wasn't violence for fun, it was self-defense, and the harassers brought the whole thing down on themselves. The captain towered over them, and even while he apologized for the mess those badly trained recruits made, he says the whole war is being steered by the famed mage himself, General Edward Enfield. Ren and Katie lock eyes, and the second they spot that powerful last name, they both realize the same terrifying truth. Ren remembers Cade saying her dad worked at the castle, and suddenly everything clicks into place. Meanwhile, Fazl gets trapped in a memory from 12 years ago, reliving the kind of crushing defeat that still haunts him. Back then, a younger Edward Enfield still clung to hope and praised Fazl's potential. Even after that loss, Fazl refused to have his wounds stitched up, keeping those scars like a vow he would never lose again. Then Edward just smiled, like that warmth used to mean everything, and somehow it's gone missing in today's world. Back then, Edward was a devoted dad who sprinted to whip up thousands of potions the instant his daughter broke into fever. Fazl still aches for that man-in-iron parent who refused to march into war until his child was finally grown. Right now, Fazl tracks down his old comrade, Axel, and grills him for answers about the general. Axel breaks the truth. Edward has been hollowed out after losing his daughter, like the man he used to be vanished overnight. Fazl's jaw drops. He can't even process the shockwave of news about K-Day. Axel confirms the tragedy struck last spring, but the truth still stays foggy and half-hidden. Since then, the general's warmth vanished. He's gone icy, untouchable, and sits alone on his throne in that silent throne room. He's gone completely shut off from the world, refusing to meet anyone at all, so he only speaks through a tight circle of priests. Fazl is begging for one last chance to make his old mentor see reason. But Axel shoots him down, telling him the fight is already a lost cause. When Fazl finally makes his move and tries the meeting again, he storms back to the inn looking utterly crushed. He tells Axel the general swears he didn't even recognize Fazl's name. That guy, did he totally snap? Fazl snarls through clenched teeth, clutching his head as pure frustration boils over. He slumps on the bar, still reeling from shock, until Ren finally zeroes in on him. Ren asks if his business is finally wrapped up, but Fossil grins and admits it's only getting started. Ren wastes no time and straight up asks Fossil if he knows General Enfield. Fossil smirks and basically dares him. There's no way he wouldn't recognize the man who carved him into what he is. Ren suggests they go meet him, and Kita bursts into a mischievous little giggle. She teases Faisal by calling him Falcon, and it just spikes his irritation higher and higher. He snaps back, warning them that hunting for a general's imperial territory is a deadly game. Ren says they're on a hunt for the girl's father, the one right now under their care. Fossil hesitates, but Ren shoves the moment forward, pushing him to admit if he's ever actually met her. When Fossil drops the news that the girl is dead, Ren and Kay lock eyes and share a smug, triumphant grin. Ren tells him to hold up for a second while Cade fires up her big reveal. She keeps needling Falcone, savoring every second of the confusion exploding across his face. She remembers him dropping by her house when she was little, and how, even then, he felt kind down to his bones. Katie bursts into view at last, launching herself into Fossil's arms and yelling with pure joy. Fossil is totally frozen in place. His breath rips out of his lungs as that familiar embrace closes in. "You're still alive," he murmurs like the miracle finally hits, heavy and real, settling in your bones. Ren tells Cade he's in serious trouble, so they had to stay hidden and out of sight. They've been faking their deaths to stay alive, but now everything hinges on a secret meeting with her father. Ren pleads with Fossil to help him shield his precious family, and Fossil's grin snaps right back. "Yeah, it's obvious," he snaps back, then his resolve hardens again. Deep inside the castle, Edward sinks into silence, clueless that the daughter he's been grieving is about to come for him. Kaheda slips a secret letter to her father and swears her own handwriting is all she needs to prove she's still alive. Kai's all in on the plan, but Fossil keeps side-eyeing it, doubting they'll ever manage to get it delivered. That temple's ruthless censorship is a giant wall, one that could smash the whole plan before it even has a chance to begin. Kai isn't even nervous. He swears their specialized delivery service is already lined up and ready to roll. Cade's charm hits like lightning, and suddenly, Fossil agrees to stay with their village for good. Once the deal is locked in, the young girl grabs the parchment and pours her whole heart onto it. LaBelle rips into the sky, clutching the message as it soars over everything. She storms into the temple and shoves the letter straight into the target's hands. Edward, the man they've been hunting, stares at the page and his daughter's words hit him, but instead of a reunion, he rage crushes the letter into a crumpled ball of trash. The crew huddles in the dark, and it finally hits them. He's not showing up. Katie is crushed, spiraling with one terrifying question. Did her own father really forget her? Abyss lunges in to comfort the sobbing girl as he reports that Edward hasn't budged an inch. Vosel can't handle the heartbreak anymore, so he storms in, swearing he'll settle everything himself. He barrels toward the temple, fists clenched, demanding they let him see the temple's masters. Right away, a ruthless wall of high-ranking priests and security slams shut in front of him. They lay it out. Edward is the linchpin of the war effort ahead, and nobody's allowed to mess with him. The priest dismisses the foes, then swings the verdict like a blade, telling everyone the fleet is ready to unleash its sails for conquest. Kai realizes that if the letter can't land the message, then only one move remains: go face-to-face and confront them directly. Abyss is absolutely ready to prove just how deadly she can be for her master. Ren and LaBelle are squirming, desperate for that green light to unleash their magic. They're rushing into the offense, even if it means flipping off the Empire to do it. Fossil slams the truth down. Edward isn't just strong, he's a tactical genius who steamrolls in combat. Even with power that could crush anything, that veteran soldier still can't shake the dread clawing at him. He's about to throw hands because he's determined to beat some sense into that guy. Fossil finally breaks free of the kingdom and bolts after Kai. Kai's got a clean plan. Whip up enough chaos to drag the recluse out of hiding. They locked onto the colossal warship sitting in the harbor like prey-spotting hunters. Kai slaps LaBella with a mission: scout the crew's numbers and bring back the count. She flips on her god's eye and lets it slice through the darkness like a blade. She gasps as that vision hits her senses like a wrecking ball. The ships sit almost deserted, with just a skeleton crew left to stand watch. Kai snaps orders to the warrior Kuns to get ready for sabotage, while Ren sprints in to handle the distraction. Those tiny soldiers barreled into the docks with one burning goal in their sights. They sprint up the hulls, already gearing up to smash the whole fleet out of the sky. Suddenly, those giant vessels slice through space and warp straight into Pioneer Village. Kai can't stop staring at the huge haul they just snagged. He braces for the disaster that's about to explode the moment he tries to leave the island. They're baiting Edward straight into their turf once he's there. His magic gets wiped out. While they wait, the girls hustle to brew tea for the uninvited troublemakers who crashed their moment. Back at the temple, the guards erupt into full-on chaos. The priests demand answers. Why is the alarm screaming right now? The report is brutal ships are going up in flames right now. Ren's distraction sparks into a literal inferno blazing across the night sky. Abyss stared at the brutal wreckage, realizing Ren may have absolutely gone too far. Once the ships were gone, the Empire's war plans sank into nothing dead in the water. Suddenly, a monstrous blast of fire screams through the sky like a direct hit. Abyss catches an eerie pulse in the air as a silver-haired figure pushes out of the smoke. Edward bursts onto the scene, radiating pure, lethal power like a storm you can't outrun. Abyss locks eyes and realizes she's staring at a monster wearing a human face. Kai's crew stares at the feed in total disbelief while Faisal confirms the identity. It's that damn bastard Edward. He's not fighting solo, he's backed up by a whole squad of mages and priests, standing shoulder to shoulder. The second Cade spots her father, her composure shatters, she barrels toward him at full speed. Kai yells at her to stop too late. She barrels right through the gate. She steps onto the battlements and screams the name of the man she loves, tears blazing as she calls for him. Papa, she sobs. But Edward's gaze stays ice-cold, heartless to the core. Kahade's breath catches the second she spots Edward, her father, standing in the middle of the rubble, surrounded by the enemy priests. Faisal doesn't hold back, he barrels into the chaos and yells her name like his life depends on it. Edward's face goes icy and untouchable, like he's a stranger who's buried the man he used to be. That bastard, Faisal bellows, launched himself over the wall, then went straight in for the fight. Kai gapes in shock as he realizes Faisal isn't thinking at all, he's charging ahead on raw, reckless emotion. Faisal plows straight through the line, and the priests erupt into screams calling it treason to the bone. Shut up. Edward, wake up, he roars, fighting to shake his friend out of that trance. The priests aren't buying it, hands shoot up as they start weaving a counterspell. She shut the shimmer spots tight because Edward wasn't free at all. Soul-binding puppet strings were yanking him around. Abyss surges her mana to the brim, staring down 4 priests who just laughed at Faisal's chances. Lightning snaps through the air as Abyss unleashes her power, and Faisal gets slammed into a desperate defensive stance. Ren steps in and blasts a wild storm of ice shards crashing down on their foes. Edward just lifts a hand, and with terrifying ease, he wipes the attack out like it never even happened. A brutal shockwave detonates and nearly rips Faisal off his feet because the terrifying truth hits him. There's a world-sized gap in power. The magic gets wiped clean, and Keanosis is left standing there, shell-shocked on the sidelines. Faisal grinds his teeth and barks at the ladies to deal with the priest while he hooks Edward and keeps him right there. The battlefield erupts into a raging storm of elemental power as both sides slam into each other head-on. Oza fires off a warning to Kai. Those girls won't last 1 second longer against the priest's full combined power. She offers to step in, but Kai instantly knows her raw firepower could blow everyone involved apart by mistake. Then he calls in Mage Khan and orders the spirit to unleash earth magic, crumbling the enemy's footing and tearing their footing out from under them. The earth suddenly buckles under them, and the priests stumble hard, shattering their focus in an instant. Abyss and Ren rush in, seize the opening, and slam Battle Maiden Sanctuary forward to drive home the advantage. Edward narrows his eyes and realizes those villagers aren't helpless at all. They've got blessed shields standing between them and the danger. He fires back with a devastating blast, and in one brutal strike, the castle walls crumble to dust. Oasis lunges and scoops Kai up at the last second, barely dodging the collapsing masonry. The air snaps cold, and sharp ice crystals blast down on them like a blizzard. Faisal takes the hit straight on, ice shards tear through his armor like blades. Why? Kai roars in agony as he watches Faisal crumple, battered by brutal wounds. The priest unleashes victory itself, calling for one last barrage to rip the final control right out of their hands. Sarah lunges forward and slams a shield into existence, shielding Katie and the last remaining villagers from what's coming. Kai scrambles to steady Faisal with the spirit's help, while Ren snatches them a few priceless seconds to breathe. They've been pinned tight with nowhere to run. All right. Sarah slowly leans in and checks Cade, demanding to know if she got hurt in the crossfire. Pada goes completely still, her face swallowed by a thick dark shadow. Suddenly, a vein bulges on her forehead as her patient snaps. "Papa, you idiot!" she screams, and her voice ricochets across the courtyard. She can't even wrap her head around it. Her own father would dare to hurt Fazl Nishan, and everyone she loves. A blazing golden aura erupts from her tiny body as she unleashes her rage. "Temporary life," she screams, pounding her fists into the stone floor like it owes her answers. A giant smiling rock golem bursts up from the earth, towering over every single fighter like they're nothing. The summon's massive scale slams into Kai and the girls, and they can't even get a word out. The golem towers over the terrified priests, and its massive shadow swallows them whole. With one brutal swing, it hammers the ground, blasting shockwaves straight through the enemy ranks. It grinds forward with a deep, mechanical groan, an unstoppable force of nature roaring like fate. The priests completely lose it, screaming at everyone to run, then bolt for their lives like pure terror has them by the throat. "Cade, don't!" Kai yells, spotting the danger and lunging in to grab Edward. Edward is buried beneath the rubble of his own crushing defeat, his eyes fluttering as consciousness slips away. He can't tell if this is real life or a dream, so he clings to sleep, praying that if he stays under, he'll stay with Katie forever. Suddenly, a brutal slap cracks across his cheek, loud enough to make his head snap. He snaps his eyes open and sees Cade hovering over him, staring him down as he insists, loud and certain, that this can't be a dream. He's still in shock that he's alive. But Cade yanks him in and crushes him into a tight embrace like, "You're back, and I've got you." She wipes her tears back with a shaky smile, tells him it's time to move, and begs him to rescue her mother. Falls, battered and worn out, finally cracks jokes about how having a daughter is basically his wake-up call to the luxury of suffering. Edward tilts his head up at Kai and asks for his name, and the boy just tells him no hesitation. Now that the threat is finally wiped out, the whole group huddles together in the very heart of Tenohara Pioneer Village. Rukia has been quietly grinding the Eyes of Truth for years, secretly using her brother Kai as her testing ground. Ever since she got the blessing of Idea, she's been watching him like a hawk, even while he sleeps. Then it all clicks. She uncovers a gut-punching truth. They're abandoned kids, and Kai somehow carries memories from before he was even a baby. With the 12-year blessing ceremony finally crashing in, she's still starving for every last detail about him. The priest shouts her name, and Rukia bursts into the ritual chamber on the spot. He demands she bear the sacred mark on her skin right now. The mark explodes into view, glowing like it's soaked in intense, mysterious power. The top-tier inquisitors freeze on the spot, totally stunned by what they see. One priest snaps into a full-on frenzy, shrieking, "Oh God, so this day would actually come!" He lets it slip that she's secretly carrying not one, but 3 separate gods inside her body. He bowed in total reverence, calling her main deity, Idia Eternodatites. And Rukia immediately saw how to weaponize that shocking power. She flings her voice across the air, roaring, "Idea Eternal Deities," as she slams the seal on the performance. The priests crumble under the pressure, barking orders that she must never speak that name again. When Rukia demands to know where Kai is, the Inquisitor's voice turns to pure ice, then he orders her to let him go. Forever. He locks eyes with her, a terrifying stare that dares her to back down. "Forget about him." He repeats it like a threat. Rukia just freezes there, completely stunned. The moment you realize they're trying to tear you away forever hits like a punch. Tears pour down her cheeks as the Inquisitor lunges forward, reaching to snatch her. Rukia snaps her attention like a blade, locking her Eyes of Truth straight onto the priest. She slips straight into his mind and traps him so completely off guard that he doesn't stand a chance. She instantly shrugs it off, claiming it was just a random surge from her brand new, untrained power. As the truth blooms in her eyes, she realizes Kai is branded by an evil god, and the temple threw him out. She finds out a whole different special inquisitor dragged him off to some unknown place. When she realizes they still haven't managed to kill him, she drops her fight for freedom and agrees to stay training up as a brand new apprentice priestess. It's a smart play he stays silent inside the temple, hunting clues until the whole place starts talking back. She swears she'll hunt down her brother by any means it takes. With a fiery blaze in her eyes, she locks in and says the only one who can save Oni's action is me. The stage is set, and her long-game revenge is about to swing into action. Years later, Kai jolts awake in the present day. He finally snaps awake and realizes the whole thing in his head is old life, back in Laverda was just a dream. Abyss is right beside him again, having slipped into his bed like it owns the place. Fossil bursts into the room and instantly starts messing with the young man. He grins and cracks jokes, like, "Come on, we're already having fun this early?" Kai shrugs it off. He knows Abyss loves to curl up right beside him in her adult form too. He stares into the mirror and realizes no joke he's 15 now, and in this world that means he's finally considered an adult. Fossil's thoughts get shoved aside when he hears it. Edward's been shouting his name, calling for him non-stop. After everything went down at Nomel, Cade's family and Fossil crash-landed into a deserted island life cut-off, stranded and ready for whatever comes next. Kai spots Edward and dives straight into a heated conversation about how roof tiles are made. He lays out what pantels are from his old world, and the architect just stares in total confusion. With his pioneer village ability, Kai snaps a colossal pile of tiles into existence out of thin air. Edward still can't believe how wild Kai's blessing really is. He challenges the temple's strict rules on what counts as holy and what gets labeled as evil. He explains that the temple doesn't judge the god by anything else, it's the seal that shows up on the chest. Kai stares at the truth of it. He's a reincarnated soul, and in this divine system, that's who he is. Edward admits it's a wild new angle because most people never even question whether the gods are real. He's 100% sure that evil god title was nothing but a dirty temple invention and outright lie. Fossil slams the philosophy session to a halt, barks, "Enough, stop yapping and help me out here." Edward comes in hot, unveiling his grand plan for a massive house with tons of room so his whole family finally has space to breathe. He's buzzing with excitement. He's finally getting to spend real time playing with his daughter, K-Day. Then Fossil drops a bombshell. Katie straight up tells everyone she's not moving in with her father. There, Edward is wrecked with panic, clutching Fossil like it's the only thing keeping him from falling apart. Kai blurts out that K-Day is stuck right now, scrubbing the bath with the guards. Fossil keeps taunting the invincible warrior, and it's clear he can't stand up to his daughter. Edward can't stop thinking about those old days when she'd trail him non-stop, shouting, "Papa! Papa!" like it was the only word that mattered. Desperation hits hard. He grabs Kai and begs him to go ask her why she's acting so cold. Falls will tease that maybe she doesn't just hate Papa, she's done with him for good. The legendary warrior crumples to the ground, swallowed by a wave of pure, crushing emotional gloom. Kai storms up to Kate outside and demands to know why she's refusing to move into the new house. She refuses to budge from her usual way of doing things. She's staying in that exact lane, no matter what. Kai fires back, reminding her she finally has her family back, and now she can stop holding herself in and live wide open. "I'm a woman too," you know, she snaps, and leaves Kai standing there, wondering if this is just a rebellious phase. She swears she's grown out of sleeping with her parents, but Kai shoots back fast. She's still sharing a bed with Ren. Kata digs her heels in, refusing to budge even when her stubborn youth screams otherwise. Watching her slip into the crowd, Kai finally gets it. Her desperate rush to grow up fast is starting to ease. She flashes a brave, independent smile, even while her heart still craves the comfort of home. Later on, Kai heads to Chromu to order fresh winter gear for the newcomers. Chromu swears the coats will be ready in just 3 days once she gets their measurements. Suddenly, a surveillance monitor snaps Kai's attention because a familiar face pops up on the screen. Edward and Yuri slip away for a secret talk, deep in the woods where no one can hear them. Edward tells him Kai set up this meeting to stomp out any future clashes between the general and the princess. Yuri admits she totally underestimated just how razor-sharp the young leader really is. They both agree on one thing. No matter his age, Kai is anything but normal. From the other side, Kai can't ignore it anymore. His guilt from eavesdropping starts crushing him. The elves can't hide it. Yuri has been grinding behind the scenes, non-stop, helping Kai juggle the different factions. Yuri can't believe it. Kai's brilliant, but his naivety runs so deep it's almost unbelievable. Edward nods, shocked that Kai wouldn't take a single life even in the brutal heat of battle. Edward tries to apologize for hitting her home, then Yuri snaps in and shuts him down mid-sentence. She won't take some empty apology that just douses the fire blazing in her heart. Edward fires off a straight-up question. Does Point Blank really plan to use Kai as a weapon for her revenge against the Empire? She shuts him down hard, straight up refuses him. She just wants one thing: to slam the door on the hurt that still haunts her past. She knows, deep down, that without help, she can't hit back at the Empire by herself. To drown out the ruins of her country, she has to shove something brand new into the empty space in her heart. She pouts and grumbles because Kai keeps slipping away, dodging every single feeling she's trying to get through to him. Kai and the elves just sit there, staring at the screen in awkward silence. Yuri decides to trust Edward on the spot because he's K-Day's father. Edward finds her trust comes way too easily, and he can't help wondering if he should be more careful than this. He swears on everything he'll never lift a finger to hurt the man who saved his daughter. They slam the door on you, refusing to call their god your ally while you broke away from the corrupt temple they had already left behind. Then she flips the conversation straight to Fossil the mercenary Kai trusts with his life, no questions asked. Edward admits it's brutal to trust a guy who once worked for slavers, no matter how flawlessly he can work magic. But on this island, you get a real shot at wiping the slate clean and starting over. But Yuri can't shake the feeling that this mercenary is getting way too close to Kai. She can't shake the feeling that some invisible wall blocks her from the young leader, even though everyone else just slips right past. Edward shoots a smirk and asks, "So you're just jealous, aren't you?" That realization slams into her. She can't help it. She's seething with envy every time Kai flashes those smiles at someone else. Kai tries to squirm his way out of it, insisting it's just way easier to talk to another guy. Edward doubts Fossil is an Imperial spy, and his scars from the last war are why the Empire trusted him. He drops the bombshell. Fossil helped him fake his death, so he could finally live in peace with his family. Edward snaps that he's never trusted the current Emperor, because that guy once went and proposed to Yuri. Years ago, the prince bared his heart, then got spectacularly shut down. Yuri can't believe it. What if her rejection is exactly what kicked off the war? Edward and Kai both clocked it. This prince's tiny pride is the kind of spark that could burn down an entire country just to settle a grudge. He probably ordered the royal family captured alive, so he could keep them as trophies. They tried to run, and that desperate escape shoved them straight into the slavers' clutches. The idea that her home was ripped up over something that small shatters Yuri's heart. Edward leans in and fires the question, what would she do if a brand new mastermind started yanking the strings again? She clamps her hands to her head, desperately trying to recall what Kai told her about finally letting go of revenge. But a chilling whisper from within won't let those culprits slip away without punishment. She demands the person who gave the order be hauled in and made to answer for every crime. Edward warns her that justice doesn't come easy. This road is treacherous, and it has to stay hidden. Kai finally shuts off the monitor. He can't take it anymore. He sinks into silence, replaying the moment he started eavesdropping on those brutal secrets, praying he didn't just blow up his life. The elves realize that Yuri's thirst for vengeance never even cooled. Still blazing hot, Kai knows he can't just wish it all away, and he finally decides it's time to sit down and have a real talk with the people of Mondial. They've got no materials and no real know-how, so it screams only a true craftsman can take this further. But here's the real problem. Yuri's driving herself into the ground while Kai's gone. She's buried under endless scrolls, fighting through exhaustion to prove her resolve, no matter what it costs. Kai decides to head back to the pioneer village, hunting for answers like his life depends on it. He rushes in and Bam finds Inel waiting there with a shocker surprise. She steps forward with a tray of fresh grapes, and every one of them has taken root and grown. They're already fully ripe and so sweet it feels unreal. Kai savors that deep, rich flavor, but those thick skins make every bite a real chew fest. He pitches a classic fix and turns the harvest into wine like it's destiny. The elves are all in, but they still have to reshape themselves for the mission. Ellen Cromwell bursts inside, scrambling to get herself ready. They pop out in traditional outfits, then stomp the fruit like it's a festival, fully hyped and ready to crush it. Innel blurts out that the village girls look totally sets the mood. Cromwell discovers the work is weirdly ticklish, and Kai can't help but wonder if this whole method is even necessary. They push forward and crush the grapes down to a dark, pulpy mess. Anna leans in and gives Kai a straight-up taste of fresh, brand-new juice. It's a little warm, and the flavor's pretty thin, but Anella's still shining, perfectly clean as day. They dump in sugar and seal it up in a barrel, letting it ferment until it starts to come alive. Right as everything wraps up, Elle can't shake this gut-twisting feeling that she just forgot something huge. Days dragged by until they finally came back to check how things were going. Suddenly, the barrel gives up under the strain and blasts apart into pieces. and Elle gets blasted by the failed batch until it finally hits her and the mistake clicks into place. She totally forgot fermentation gas has to vent somehow or it turns into a disaster. Even with the chaos everywhere, Kai keeps his head up, insisting this mess is just a brutal lesson he has to learn. They fine-tune everything, set up the right drainage, then stomp down hard and steady until it's perfect. Finally, they nail that vintage and it lands perfectly. Enel can't stop smiling. She's thrilled with how it all turned out. The celebration hits so hard that Chromo straight up faints from the sheer success, and the village levels up right after. The Pioneer Village just got upgraded. Now it's officially a level 35 trading hub. Turns out the newest local craze doesn't just sell trinkets anymore. It's all about high-quality knives flooding the scene. This brand new power lets even villagers step beyond their walls and dive into fresh skills like they've never had a chance before. Kai realizes this tech could turn the whole island into a non-stop, effortless paradise. Anal then drops the bombshell. A third advisor elf has finally made it straight into the scene. This is CL, the advisor for dwelling. Though everyone swears she's a full-on shut-in with zero chill, CL is a full-on hikikomori. She shuts herself in her room and refuses to ever step outside. Kai can't stop wondering whether her name matches the same secret pattern her sisters have been carrying. The next day, he and Yuri speed over to Enel's residence to finally meet her. They stare in shock, because where a tiny house used to stand, a huge, lavish manor suddenly towers instead. Even Yuri can't wrap her head around how massive this transformation is. They step in and burst out with their greetings right away. Kai slams on the brakes and freezes, staring at what's right in front of him. In that fantasy world, CL sprawls on the couch, locked in as he rips through video games. She stays locked in and unstoppable, right up until the game over screen slams onto it. Kai stares in disbelief, because retro gaming tech is actually here in this world. And it makes zero sense. Enel steps in front of the shy elf and urges her to finally introduce herself. CL explains that she's the one in charge of dwellings and housing. Kai steps up, introduces himself and Yuri to the brand new advisor like it's about to change everything. He leans in and demands to know if her power is what turned that massive house into what it is. She spills the truth. She's got gnomes working the construction for her. She calls those spirits her funnels. Even though the gnomes can't touch the village itself, they can absolutely twist her every move the way they want. She lets Kai take over the console himself, rebuilt from his own memories. It's basically a classic Three Kingdoms-style simulation game straight into the chaos. Kai grabs Yuri's attention and dares him to join for one round. She can't look away from the moving painting on the screen. It pulls her in instantly. Kai tells them it's happening because his blessing is bending the world itself. They pick their legendary generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The moment the game starts, they tear into battle on horseback, charging straight for the fight. Yuri gets slammed with the insane complexity of the controls right away. She's instantly panicked as her horse bolts, and enemies surge in from every direction to crush her position. Hours crawl by as they grind through level after level. At last, Yuri erupts into a victory cry as she crushes the enemy general and wins. She clicks into the game like she's been born for it, hungry to smash straight into the next stage. Warrior Kun isn't holding back. He's charging up another brutal magical strike. He blasts a torn wave of waters straight through the air, smacking both girls right in the faces. The whole thing backfires in a blink. Girls end up soaked while the guys howl with laughter at their total failure. Warrior Khan tells everyone they're honing nullification techniques with water magic because the chief ordered it. Sarah and Abyss aren't laughing at all anymore. They decide it's time to trade places and hit back with some payback. Wario Kun shoots to his feet, realizes he's way out of his depth, and begs Edward to send backup. Kai barrels into the chaos, shouting that during his break he's going to investigate a specific site. Warrior Kun shook the water from his body and pointed out the ancient ruins lurking on the island's northern edge. Edward points out these structures are over 1,000 years old, so old they likely trace back to the great god Demon War. This massive crusade screams big trouble, and Edward can't shake the feeling that this exact spot might still be buried, untouched by the temple. Kai can't believe it slipped through the cracks and stayed hidden, with the temple's long, ruthless history behind it. Abyss falls into a dead hush, and memories slam into her being a replicant, and realizing that temple would never let something like her live in peace. Their curiosity ignites, and they rush straight to the ruins right away. Edward leans in, absolutely hooked on the temple's secrets, like the kind they'd do anything to keep buried. Kai snaps into action, herding the team into place and ordering Abyss to stay behind while the rest rush out with him. Kai yanks Sarah aside and tells her straight up, if things go bad, she's the one who has to step up and lead everyone. He can't stop thinking that if he's not there, the others will get lost or go completely wild. Sarah's jaw drops at how heavy his trust hits, and when he flashes her a confident wave, it feels like the whole world is leaning on her. She can't believe he's already yammering about death flags while Abyss is telling her to switch outfits before they even set off. They push deeper and deeper into the mountains, chasing a secret hidden entrance. Little Oza shoulders the work, hauling rubble away until the ancient doorway stands clear again. The moment they step inside, Warrior Cone instantly feels a weird, unsettling mana hanging in the air like a warning. Edward confirms the disruption, and it feels like someone is deliberately yanking the energy around like it's under their control. Yeah, that's exactly why Abyss can't come near this place. This atmosphere is toxic to her kind, no question. Even after that brutal drain, Edward shoots back that if things go south, he can still light up with magic. Kai slams the plan home, telling Warrior Kun to ditch the island and bolt the moment he dies. Shuken swears he'll shield Kai no matter what, even while Warrior Kun is left freaking out over those mechanical guardians. They plunged even farther into the gigantic tunnel, and the moment they rounded the corner, the whole facility's insane scale hit them like a punch. Kai can't stop picturing the nightmare ahead standing against an entire army of combat dolls. And it's all starting with Abyss. Edward cracks a jolt to lighten the vibe, but Kai keeps throwing shots at the death flags they just can't stop stumbling into. Oza plays it smart. He slips out as a tiny scout, and with a torch in hand, he makes sure the air you're breathing is safe. They finally stumble on a colossal secret chamber buried deep inside the mountain. The chamber hums with weird machines and cutting-edge tech, like something out of a nightmare is just warming up. Sukan stared at the missing security robots and muttered that this didn't feel like a fortress at all, more like a lab waiting to spring a trap. Kai can't believe his eyes as he stares at these wild materials, vinyl-like waterproof surfaces that somehow still hold up after 1,000 years. While hunting through the wreckage, Kai suddenly spots a stack of gleaming metallic suitcases. Warrior Cone stares at a cave-in that slams the way shut, so he pivots, dropping the root and diving headfirst into the cases. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure rose behind Kai, and Edward snapped a panicked warning through the air. The figure doesn't move at all. Then it topples forward, lifeless. A creepy doll that looks just like Abyss smashes down onto the table. They finally realize it isn't alive at all, and it doesn't even give off a single scent, so they decide it's safer to check her somewhere else. And they haul the shell back to the village. Yuri bursts into the room, sprinting over, eyes blazing with pure curiosity about the new arrival. They laid her down and tore through every idea, hunting for the one way to wake her up. Yuri instantly spots the truth. It's just a hollow shell, not a working replicant. She leans in and says living things breathe out energy. And then she smirks, because this doll is totally hollow, empty down to the last bit. Kai asks if there's some kind of sleep mode, and Yuri shoots back with total confidence. She swears she hasn't missed a single thing. She snatches control of the doll while Kai darts back to inspect the rest of the salvage. The ruins were packed with strange materials Kai had never even laid eyes on before. Edward turns up empty-handed with no documents at all, and suddenly it hits those ancient folks probably stored everything on digital media. Su Chen can't contain his excitement as he yanks the suitcases open the moment they're back. To their shock, the cases were stuffed with spotless, brand new-looking clothes. They finally stumbled on a whole stash of spare clothes for Abyss. And get this, some outfits are even a perfect match for what the doll was wearing. Warrior Kun throws a laugh at the sheer convenience, while Kai grins at the high-tech self-cleaning fabric like it's pure magic. But there's no denying it, the Abyss and these ruins are tied together, and the bond is undeniable. Edward can't shake the thought that she's an ancient being trapped away by savage, advanced magic. When they finally look back at the site, they realize the ruins stretched way beyond what they ever expected. Kai can't shake the gut feeling that this island is hiding even bigger secrets, still buried and waiting. "I'm home!" Kai shouts as the girls bolt out to run straight to them. "Honestly, I would have rather you didn't go," Abyss admits. "And you can tell she's relieved to death that he's safe." Kai grins and hands you a heavy, rugged suitcase as a souvenir. She leans in, stares at the strange outfit, and swears it looks straight from the stars. Kai snaps her eyes wide, totally baffled, trying to figure out what that word even means. "Ah, no, wrong one." He snaps into panic when he realizes this case is stuffed with doll clothes. Abyss leans in and tells her that a celestial replicant is basically a mage replica exactly like her. Kai clocks that she's onto something and he dives into his handheld pioneer village to yank out a massive object. It's a life-size model of a whole celestial built so real it feels like it could come alive. They talk about how fragile they truly are. Because it's not just some shutdown that happens when they die. Their bond shatters, and everything falls apart. Kai figures this out fast. If a mock-up exists, the real thing has to be out there, somewhere in the world. Abyss hasn't lived it firsthand, but the truth is locked deep in her memories, right where only she can reach it. Kai's mind starts sprinting as the pieces snap together. Turns out the temple is pulling the strings behind those ancient ruins. He can't shake the fear that some ruthless power is turning these replicas into demons to bulldoze their doctrine. He shoves the conspiracy to the side for the moment and spots a gift she can finally wear. "Thank you, Gushujin-sama," she says, and a rare, grateful smile finally breaks across her face. Right after the ruin exploration blows over, winter crashes in, turning the island into a bright, snowy playground. The chilly months fly by, and right before you know it, spring explodes into bloom. Kai Gaze stares at the horizon, itching to know if that temple's ship will finally swing by this year. He swears that if another kid ever gets left behind, he'll hunt them down and reunite them with their family, just like he did for Cade. Mania leans in and demands to know if he's really happy, never once crossing paths with his own blood. He slams that thought down, convinced they couldn't be alive after 3 brutal years. Mania slices right through his stoic mask like it's nothing. Kai finally drops the truth. He just wants to put the new kids first, even if it crushes his own feelings. She makes him swear that if no new arrivals show up this year, he'll go hunt down his family. He gives in, secretly hoping that one day he'll finally introduce Maya to his father. Then it's a promise she answers with a soft smile that somehow makes it feel real. He can only picture the shock on his old man's face, and Rukia's too, as his household keeps growing. A few days later, the quiet morning gets ripped apart. The lookout scans the horizon and spots a vessel slicing through the waves. It's here, the ship's here, and the whole harbor echoes with it. This time, the passenger stepping off the plank isn't some kid at all. Kai and Mania hide in the undergrowth, totally baffled as they stare at an adult getting left behind. Ren tightens his grip, ready to swing the second the newcomer so much as flinches. They spot a woman hog-tied and gagged in the sand. And then the ship roars away until she's swallowed by the distance. Kai strides up to her and offers help, telling her, "You're safe now." He snatches her blindfold and puts it back just to bring her sight rushing back. It won't budge at all. Then it clicks into place and you realize it's a cursed magical tool. Terrified out of her wits, she blurts out if this is the forbidden island where that witch was sealed away. Ren steps in and inspects the woman closely, hunting for a holy mark. They spot a weird swirling brand carved into her skin. "I'm blessed," and she turns to me, and God's truth spills out in a voice trembling with awe. She tells the story of a life chained to brutal, non-stop labor inside the great cathedral. After 500 years of loyal service, they kicked her out and didn't even bat an eye. The betrayal crushes her so hard she feels utterly hopeless. She screams in pure heartbreak, mourning the 5 centuries she's just wasted. Kai and Ren can only stare, frozen in stunned silence as she spirals apart before them. Her screams shattered the salty air with desperate cries of "Why?" Ren takes one look at her tail and realizes it doesn't have a single drop of fake in it. The prisoner's eyes go wide when he realizes somehow humans built a whole village inside this death trap. Kai demands answers about the witch sealed on that island. "Ask me anything," she screams, then collapses into pure, crushing despair. She can't believe Kai hasn't even heard the legends of the Witch of Chaos. 7 centuries ago, a terrifying blast ripped the world out of calm and tore it straight into a raging maelstrom. She granted twisted powers to whoever begged, and that's what drove the temple to lock her in a sealed tomb. Kai finally uncovers the terrifying truth behind the temple's mercy. It doesn't just abandon people. It has a dark reason for it, and it all snaps right back to the divine return. She sneers at their cluelessness about such a crucial concept. When a blessed powerhouse gets murdered, their raw resentment detonates, sending their power exploding outward and scattering everywhere. If they murdered her, she'd lock the whole town in an instant. Time would just freeze on everyone. Kai can't stop picturing the nightmare, an entire town trapped, frozen, and stuck that way forever. Even if that monster ended her right there, the devastating backlash would still slam down anyway. The real reason the temple won't just kill the children for good finally clicks into place. If Kade ever died, her power would snap on and blast life into everything nearby, no exceptions. That island stands like a shield, so if a divine return happens, the damage stays low and the casualties stay few. The woman has no clue where the seal is hiding. She tells him the cathedrals are still siphoning power, keeping the witch's prison locked down and alive with control. She flips the interrogation on its head and fires right back, demanding to know who they even are. Kai and Ren flashed a warm, friendly smile and introduced themselves. "I'm Rosalind, but you can call me Rosa," she shoots back. The local tailor reels at the idea of dressing her. It's a total logistical nightmare. Kai locks it in with a fierce handshake, sealing the pact for real. He takes the lead, pointing out that the island's mana is so wild and twisted it can scramble the minds of ordinary people. Even with magical beasts lurking as a daily threat, Kai and his crew still crushed it here for 3 brutal years. He snaps his focus to the fancy blindfold Rose is wearing and demands to know what it's even for. She tells him that curse was sealed on her 5 centuries ago, and as years piled up, the one thing that could break it slowly vanished, until nobody even remembered how. The temple didn't see her as a person. It used her like a tool, like she was never meant to matter. Kai can't stop thinking about how his own father treated faith like something practical, totally clashing with the temple's cold, rigid sessions. Rosa smiles with a sting in her heart, because her extreme age makes even the high bishops treat her like a living saint. Kai won't back down. He demands the truth and presses her for how she's kept her youth for 500 years. She drops a bombshell. She's got the time god's blessing, and it lets her freeze time itself. Her sacred duty was simple use, this power to trap the patron saint in eternal sleep deep inside the temple. She calls him the eternally resting man, the mysterious figure who feels like he'll never truly wake. For centuries, this job turned her life into a waking nightmare. She had to slam the clock back and stop her own time over and over again. She tells him that her body never aged, yet her mind stayed awake and moving the whole time. It wasn't sleep at all. It was a 500-year vigil, fought for one breath at a time. The temple clung to the patron saint's true identity as its deadliest secret. They swear his endless sleep is the one shield keeping the world from falling apart. After 500 long years of serving, the temple finally threw her away like she meant nothing. Kai shows up with a village he built from scratch for the ones the world threw away, and it's thriving like a miracle. He hands her a fresh start and a real home with them. She introduces herself to every resident, and suddenly, for the first time, she feels like she truly belongs. The fox girl shows up with Keishen and the healers march right behind them. Kai clenches his fists and vows to shatter the visual prison, trapping Rosa no matter what it takes. He's determined to bring light back to her eyes. Those poor eyes have been starving in darkness for far too long. He shows up at her brand new quarters to kick off the procedure. Rosa tells Yuri, "You've been spinning stories about the island's king again, and it somehow sounds bigger every time." Kai's face burns as the girls heap praise on his accomplishments, and he can't hide how flustered he is. He snaps the conversation back to the job and his face hardens into a serious glare. He leans in and tells her straight up, "I'm taking this blindfold off now." Rosa panics, snapped a warning in his face. "This device is cursed, and if anyone rips it off by force, it will kill the wearer." Kiri grabs her attention and tells her, "Close your eyes, trust me." Cade strides forward and slams her Transanth life ability into action. She skillfully twists the magical flow just right, and the mechanism finally clicks open. The heavy metal scrapes down and slips away from Rosa's face. Healing spirits surge into action at once, stitching her sight back together. Rosa lifts her eyes, stunned by the sky and sun like she's seeing them for the first time in 500 years. Pure joy breaks through, and tears pour down her face. She finally spots Kai laughing, and it hits her like lightning. Her savior is way younger than she ever expected. Kai officially sweeps her back into the country, like the gates just opened for her again. They light up the moment with a wild feast piled high with roasted meat. Rosa gets choked up and wipes her tears because that flavor hits her straight in the heart. She tells him the temple never gave her anything but thin, cold scraps, just leftovers tossed down in the underground ruins. She says she has to thank her successor Rukia, the girl who's taking her place. That name hits Kai like a wall. He freezes dead in his tracks. Rosa tells everyone that Rukia is officially the new scientist back. When God still marked her from the start, she was hit with a triple blessing. Kai's voice turns razor sharp as he demands the girl's full name, like one wrong answer could set everything on fire. Every single person at the table freezes like the air itself just changed. Rosa drops the truth she's Rukia Husqvarna, and the girl is only 15 years old. Kai's stomach drops as he sees his little sister trapped in that same freezing dark room. While Rosa slips free, he demands the exact location of the ritual chamber like his life depends on it. With sheer determination burning in his chest, he slams the words down he's going to save Rukia. He tells them, loud and clear, that Rukia is his family. Rosa freezes in shock, finally putting it together. That has to be the brother Rukia warned her about. Rukia even pulled out a blessing from the god of truth and used it to track him down in secret. And Millwall Cathedral sits like the heavily guarded fortress of fate. Once Rukia slips into her ritual sleep, that chamber seals shut and won't open again for a full 2 years. Kai leaned in and asked Rosa straight up if she'd gotten the chance. Would she have bolted from that duty? Rosa still feels the blindfold's heavy weight and the sting of it pressing against her temple. She finally says, she wanted to run so badly, but duty latched onto her like chains. Kai knows Rukia is crying out for him right now, and he refuses to leave her to suffer alone. Rage and destiny burn in him like one unstoppable goal. He's the one and only hope to rip his little sister out of her endless vigil. Later, in the calmest moment of the night, Kai leaned in and fired a baffling question at the fox girl, demanding to know where she truly came from. She tosses his question about multiplying into a totally wild new direction. She panics hard, heart racing as she realizes Kai might be hinting at something way more scandalous. The Golden Hind tears across the ocean at an insane breakneck speed. Golden Hinsham is huge, everyone's allowed aboard, and she clocks it. This is the group's sales tally, pushing them straight toward their next big objective. Abyss figures they'll crash into Millwalk in just 7 days at this speed. On the main deck, Kai grabs Rosa and drags her aside to ask her something that could change everything. She blurts out that her power lets her seize control of time itself, bending its flow to her will. Kai shoves a statue from the village into her hands, daring her to unleash her power. She mutters the permanence principle, and a blazing light explodes around the object like it's been awakened. The statue blazes into shimmering gold, and once its time gets frozen, nothing on earth can ever smash it again. Rosa leans in and says she can even use it to forge a sword that never ever breaks. Kai yanks out a magic collar and fires. Do you remember using your power on this? She confirms it herself. Yeah, I really did use my ability on it, and the effect hit hard. But it's faded now. Kai clocks. Instantly, the temple is tangled up with slave merchants and packed with illegal magical tools. He demands to know how many people actually know about her and the man hiding underground. Rosa starts naming the big-shot clergy right up there with the Pope. And a special inquisitor. Kai realizes that this special great inquisitor has to be buried in the temple's darkest secrets. Only one person in the world carries that terrifying title. Kai demands answers. What the heck happened to BV and why it took his name? Klauser is the only one. Everyone calls him the special blessed man. Rosa remembers he's the one who hauled her to this island, and he's got the power to commit truly horrific things. The elite of the world whisper his name like a prophecy, the star-reading child of God. Kai can't help but wonder, could he actually be an astrologer? And will they spot him the moment he steps into Millwalk? Vi runs the crew with time-bending powers, so you already know he's probably keeping a sharp eye on Rukia. Rosa finally confessed she barely knew anyone at all, because they kept her blindfolded the whole time. She slept for centuries, waking up here and there. Then, the moment she opened her eyes, the world had moved on without her. She wears a sad smile and admits she'd already given up on fighting that fate. Kai can't escape the words she said, haunting her every waking moment. He tightens his fist, and his mind flashes back to every past failure that broke him. I'm not backing down, he growls it to himself, like a promise etched in stone. He's got one shot to save someone. He just has to reach out. Rukia, wait for me. He roars inside his head. The ship blasts across the endless open sea like it owns the horizon. 7 days slam by, and at last they break through the horizon and finally see land ahead. Kai and the crew huddle over the map, tracking Millwalk's spot to the east. They mapped out a warpath through the Empire's surrounding lands and the Northern Alliance's territory. That temple's colossal power is the only thing letting pilgrims slip safely between these shattered lands. Kai has already prepped matching pilgrim cloaks for everyone, so they can slip into the disguise and disappear. He tells everyone the checkpoints won't mess around. He may even tap into divine magic to hunt down any spies. If the High Priest hears about them, they'll get branded as fugitives and hunted down. Their first move? Grab the absolute essentials of intel, just enough to build the next step. Rose's knowledge is trapped in time 500 years old, so for this job, she's basically useless. Kai whips around to Rhea and asks, "Can you take point?" He trusts her with his whole life. She's a blessed shield, built to stand between her and the other pilgrims. Abyss leans in and asks if she can come along, but Kai shuts it down, telling her she's staying behind as the spare for now. The moment she hears she's only a backup, shock hits her like a punch. The mages and guards demanded to know if they should hold the line here and stay behind. They both agree too many magic specialists in one place would set off alarms in an instant. Ren Chan stepping into the infiltration team because her powers are built to slip past the god of the search. Because her power is fueled by Alamira's blessing, she doesn't fit the usual mage rules. She's in a class all her own. Right after sunset, they hustle to a tiny boat and head for the shore. The boat slams onto the sand, and the whole crew scrambles into motion. They yank their hoods up and disappear behind the shadows to keep their identities locked down. They power through the mountain pass and close in on the main gate. The holy city Milwaukee rises in front of them, shining like a legend made real. They vanish into the crowd pouring into the city. Kai's jaw drops at how many pilgrims are already up and moving this early in the morning. One of the crew bolts ahead, pushing through the crowd to get right in the middle of it. She snatches quick intel from the travelers streaming past. Like she's hungry for every secret. She breaks the news. The whole city is gearing up for a massive Millennium Festival. This city is a non-stop tourist magnet. 2 giant cathedrals tower over everything, and grand art galleries pull you in from every direction. Kai and Rhea suddenly clock it. This huge wave of tourists will drown them in crowds, making it way easier to disappear. People are already flooding the streets, moving left and right like the whole city's bursting into motion. Everyone stay close. Kai barks the order as they plunge straight into the enemy's heart. Kyra dials a hospital call, staring at the TV where a whole crowd swarms around a shrine, and she can't stop thinking how impossibly far that world feels. But standing here right now, the crowd hits him twice as hard as he ever expected. Yuri points out that the festival really explodes in summer, so he's basically warning you, the crowds are about to get way worse. Ren can't help wondering, does this Millennium Festival really crash into the world just once every 1,000 years? Kai realizes this event is probably marking the end of that legendary Great Demon God War from 1,000 years ago. While the group argues about lodgings, Kai's stomach drops because free pilgrim housing turns out to mean one single bed shared with everyone. They fork over cash for a private room, nosy eyes allowed, and hunt down an inn that actually fits the bill. As soon as they slip inside, Kai stakes out their base, then fires up a plan to scout the cathedral with Ren and Yuri right beside them. The other girls are buzzing with excitement, loving the taste of freedom as they rush out to explore. Kai shoves over the money and assigns them a mission scour information while they hit the shops. Yuri tries to keep everyone locked in and serious, but Kai cuts in and tells her to chill and let them have their fun. She slams one last warning into them: stay safe, and don't you dare say a word. As they make their way to the cathedral, Yuri suddenly goes unnervingly quiet. They slip into the stream of pilgrims flowing through the holy city like one living tide. Kai clocks her mood shift and straight up asks what's been gnawing at her. She admits she's still in shock. This is the first time she's ever stepped through a real town with him. Kai didn't see the sentimental moment coming at all, and it hits him completely off guard. Yuri instantly shatters the tension, teasing him about how hard he's been doting on Sarah lately. Kai stammers out a defense, but she just bursts into laughter at his reaction. She swears her sharp eye can read him like a book, and you can tell she's absolutely loving every second of the banter. Ren slams into the scene and boom, it's Abby who spilled every last secret. Kai says they were just thrilled to finally see Sarah free from that collar. Yuri softens, just nodded along, grinning like, me and Sarah? We're basically sisters. Ren can't resist teasing Kai about his painfully obvious weak spot for Yuri. Yuri suddenly hooks her arms around him and whispers a secret, promising that later, they'll do something together. They finally stepped onto the trail that led straight to St. Perry's Cathedral. Kai breaks down exactly how the facility channels raw power straight into that sealed witch. It's a brutal gut punch that makes you wonder why St. Perry and Rukia were supposedly martyred in the first place. At last, the massive cathedral of St. Arthur towers over them, blazing in full architectural splendor. Inside is even more jaw-dropping. Yuri can barely handle it. Overwhelmed in the blink of an eye, they're standing in front of towering god statues while pilgrims swarm around them, praying like their voices can shake the heavens. Kai tilts his head up, staring at the god they worship like he's trying to crack the truth of what divinity even means. He can't stop thinking about the kid's sacrifice that keeps this pure authority standing. Watching those corrupt priests cackle in their garden, Kai's blood ignites with rage. They lounge in pure luxury, smug and calm, while the whole world bleeds out in the distance. Sensing that deadly fury in his eyes, Ren shot out a hand and grabbed his arm. Her touch chills him to the bone and somehow steadies him while she locks eyes with him. She leans in and whispers that she can turn this whole garden to ash in a single minute if he just gives the word. Yuri feels the dark change in the air the moment it hits. After the silence hits like a punch, Kai forces his racing heart to slow down and chooses not to slaughter anyone. He knows begging for more pain from people already barely hanging on is pointless. A rebellion right now would keep their tiny country from getting out alive with even a scratch. He's begging for everyone to look the other way so his people can slip through unnoticed and finally live in peace on their island. He spins away from the altar, and pure resolve hardens like steel in his chest. 1 year ago, listen to it. A rattling carriage screams down the streets like trouble's already coming. They finally reach the holy city of Milwaukee, and the young girls inside gasp at how massive it is. Eve can still taste the heavenly dumplings from that nearby city she used to call home. They spot that Saint Rukia's got worry written all over her face and demand to know what's wrong. Rukia forces a brave smile and declares, right then and there, that this is her last duty. The girls fear her disappearance will rip the world apart, but Rukia just snaps back she's not worried at all. She finally admits she'd been stuck for 2 whole years thinking about the father she hasn't even seen. She can't stop worrying about him sitting there all alone while she's gone. But she's convinced that inside Milwaukee headquarters, she'll finally track down the man who knows where her brother is. Inside the city, V. Klauser, the special grade Inquisitor, tightens his grip and readies his next devastating move. Her friends clock that faraway look on her face and press her, asking what's wrong. They step up and back her with a promise no matter what, they'll always be right there for her. Rukia flashes a shaky smile, and you can tell the goodbye part is the absolute toughest thing she's ever had to face. A final tight hug snaps their promise into place. We'll see each other again soon. Barusha finally knows the truth, and the Archbishop has yanked her in for a mission so dangerous it might never spit her back out. She swears she'll come back and visit them in their homeland one day, then waves until the carriage swallows the distance. Her heart twists at the awful thought she might never get to see their faces again. She didn't step into this place to pray, she stormed in to track down her brother, no matter what it costs. She can't stop asking why she got 3 blessings, while her own brother gets branded as the enemy of the faith. As she steps into the cathedral, she's sure the answers she's chasing are buried right inside these cold stone walls. A chillingly calm man steps right up to her, like he already owns the moment. Humvee Klauser, the special grade Inquisitor, flashed a predatory grin and made the announcement. Rukia's blood went ice cold when she finally understood the weight of being watched over by someone that high up. V yanks her deeper into the temple and shoves a black cloth into her hands. He orders her to blindfold herself, warning her that where they're headed is a secret she must never, ever let slip. With her eye of truth ripped away, Rukia drops into the pitch-black abyss, sprinting down a staircase that never seems to end. They burst into the depths and stop dead. There it is, a huge ornate gate towering underground like it's guarding a secret. Rosalind Eyes, hidden behind a fancy decorative mask, steps up and greets them like she already owns the room. He casually drops that he just purged a bishop, then swings right into introducing Rukia as the next recruit. Rosa blurts, "I've been waiting for you," and practically throws herself at Rukia the second she sees her. Rukia suddenly realizes this mission is tied straight to her power over time. Rosa drops the bomb, she's been doing this for 500 years, and that's when the horror really sinks in. V lays out the brutal truth. Rukia has to unleash her power and trap the patron saint in an endless sleep. The cycle is brutally simple, and it grinds the soul to dust. Stop her saint's time, stop her own time, then slam the whole thing on repeat forever. Rukia's hit with a brutal sentence: she'll be locked in this room, stuck training for years until she can finally stop time. A whole year crawls by in brutal isolation, trapped under the temple's suffocating stare. She sharpens her permanence principle. But somewhere deep inside, something is grinding her spirit down, day by day. Rosa beams about how far she's come, even though their training is basically guarding the Pope's expensive wardrobe. The older girl leans in and tells Rukia, straight up, that this boring job is about to become her whole life from now on. Rosa is sure V is finally about to break her chains and set her free. She leans in and drops a chilling warning on Rukia. If she wants to stay alive, she might have to relive her whole life all over again. Right after that, V snatches Raso away, and Rukia is left standing. They're utterly alone. Rukia's desperation hits the breaking point. She flat out refuses to be shut away until she finds her brother. V bursts back in and shoves a stack of stationery into her hands for her final letter. He demands she send a letter to her father, insisting they'll never see each other again. Rukia snaps with defiance and slams the Eye of Truth into action. She slams into V out of nowhere, and her gaze cuts right through every lie he tries to hide. Her brother's images crash into her like a wave, cold, brutal, and final. Via's face flips from shock to a twisted, dark grin that feels way too sinister. Your brother, the so-called blessed of that wicked god from 3 years back, is long gone. And even in death, he still sneers. He admits Rosa didn't stand a chance either because she knew too much about the temple's atrocities. Rukia crumples in pure shock, and V snaps at her that she can't just walk away from her post. He pins her to the ground and snarls that he'll kill her father and all her friends if she dares to fail her duty. His face turns into a ruthless mask as he soaks up her total despair like it's his prize. He tells her next time he'll pull out a magical blindfold and permanently steal her sight. A brutal door slams shut with a thunderous boom, trapping Rukia alone in a cold, empty cell. She crumples to her knees and her whole world shatters like glass beyond saving. The veiled woman soaks in the sunlight, finally breaking free from her endless underground prison. Her companion offers to call on the God of Truth's blessing, then slip into her memories and rip open the secret behind that magical blindfold. If this plan clicks, they could finally pin down where their missing brother has been hiding. She grips her hands together, then snaps the Eye of Truth on, plunging straight into the woman's past. A violent wave of magic explodes the moment the vision locks in, wrapped in a dark, deadly aura. But the sudden flashback pulls the rug out from under everything, and the girl jolts, gasping in shock at what she just uncovered. The whole plan collapses in flames, and now they're stuck with zero clues, no sign of the blindfold, and no idea where her brother is. All she could feel was suffocating loneliness and the bitter realization that she had no choice but to face a cruel fate. The vision plunged us straight into the cathedral's cold, dark depths, into a void that felt like it swallowed the light. She realizes the only way to stop the disaster is to pry answers out of the guy behind it fast before everything spirals out of control. Rival's power blossoms into a divine command, and God's sharp eye locks onto the horizon with jaw-dropping accuracy. She clocks Vyklauser skulking inside a building by the cathedral's towering dome. V's intel says they're rushing straight for a secret underground chamber. Kai pauses, refusing to start the big, full-scale operation until the royal guards finally come back. For a split second, the tension melts because the rest of the crew bursts back in, clutching souvenirs from the local stalls. They've dragged red bean dango back onto the menu, this sweet little Millwalk local treats making a triumphant comeback. The girls get hit with this sweet bean flavor, weirdly unfamiliar, but somehow it also feels hauntingly nostalgic. Kai bites down, and the second the taste hits, his eyes blow wide because he just realized what this truly means. He finally tracked down rice, the one food his growing civilization can't live without. Anel snickers at the idea of elves living off rice, but Kai isn't joking for a second. He's dead serious about the farming possibilities. Anel is gearing up to send a villager beyond the walls to study and fully master this brand new crop. She clocks the moment Kai's smile drops, his face hardens as his mind snaps back to the sister he can't find. He finally admits the crushing regret. Rukia still hasn't gotten the chance to meet Anel yet. He vows, hands shaking with resolve, that he's absolutely saving her because a fresh purpose has lit a fire in his chest. Anel leans in and tells him, "Your strength is the blade, we'll carve out our future with it." She feels a crushing, powerful energy blazing inside him, stronger than every mage she's ever met by a landslide. With a playful wink, she tells him, "Nobody in this world can ever fully match the fire you've got." With fresh grit in his chest, Kai calls everyone in for a strategy meeting to hammer out the rescue mission. The whole team bands together as the sun drops behind the jagged, rocky coastline. They mapped out St. Arthur Cathedral in full detail, getting lost in its massive, maze-like layout. Even with her divine sight blazing, Rievel still can't nail down Rukia's exact cell. They suspect V is pushing ahead early, racing to get everything ready for their arrival. The veiled woman snaps that Vi probably ditched the island and raced back to the holy city. Kai realizes their ship is ripping through the water way faster than the enemy's vessels. V is setting the stage for the brutal job Rukia is about to be forced to carry out. The real nightmare is the special Great Inquisitor. He's got to know the true names of their blessings. Someone drops a bold idea to wipe the chaos away and simplify the whole mission. Why not drag V to that island and handle him their way? No detours, no games, just control. Kai hesitates about kidnapping a high-ranking official. Then the veiled woman steps in and warns she can stop him. She flat out admits she's still nursing a huge grudge for getting left behind. And Kai can't help but find that straight up terrifying. He decides the kidnapping plan stays locked away until it's the very last option. Everyone finally agrees tomorrow. The second he makes his move, they'll tail him like a shadow, tailing him like he was their only shot to track down Rukia's secret location. They kick off the big push, choosing an elite roster for a risky infiltration of the cathedral's restricted zone. Kuromo has already cooked up priest disguises, and Enel steps in as the perfect pick thanks to her acting skills. Another hand rockets into the air, bursting with eagerness to jump straight into the battle. Abyss makes it crystal clear she's the only one who's built for a mission this high stakes. Kai agrees to put her on the team, and her excitement explodes like fireworks. They'll duck behind the hoods for cover and take advantage of the cathedral's shaky electrical security. Kai straight up asks Ren to tag along because blessings don't work on her, period. Tomorrow's plan is locked in, and Rival's got one brutal job: shadow V through every single move. Rain slams onto the cobblestones as night sweeps over the city. Milwaukee's skyline is swallowed by a brutal downpour. At dawn, Ren barrels in and wakes Kai, who's still dragging heavy fatigue from that brutal long journey. The infiltration team is already dressed and locked in, but Abyss can't stand how the priest robes feel on him. Rival snaps her god's keen eye on the spot, locking onto the target's status in an instant. She tells him V is already moving inside the cathedral, hitting the Eastern Temple right now. Kai snaps into action, refuses to gamble with the crowds, and orders a secret exit to be staked down quiet, fast, and ready. He yanks out the handheld Pioneer Village device to turbocharge their movement and get them moving in a blink. With a sharp flash, Kai drops back into the village with Rival right beside him. Enel rockets toward him, bursting in with a massive leap of pure joy. Kai darts aside and lets Enel slam face first into the dirt. She snaps back fast, bursting with the big news: Kai finally hit level 40. That sudden spike hit the moment they uncovered rice, the secret ingredient that kicked higher civilization into gear. His brand new prize is the village exit. Weston Enel drops a grin like, yeah, this is just the start. There's way more coming. Now they've got working exits in every cardinal direction, and it massively widens their tactical options. Clutching that fresh steak in his hands, Kai suddenly felt unstoppable about the mission coming up. Enel blurts out that a new ability has surfaced, but Kai is so damn rushed he doesn't even stop to listen. Rival snatches him and blasts into the sky, hauling him back straight to the mission zone, and El watches them disappear, silently praying they survive the battle waiting right ahead. Outside the towering cathedral pillars, the tiny ninja slips in one last stake, sealing their infiltration from the shadows. Cayenne and his crew slipped into the Grand Cathedral without a single alarm going off. The inside is ridiculously huge, so trying to search the place directly feels almost impossible. Ren surges ahead, catching the cruiser's unmistakable scent like a trail only he can follow. They keep their heads down and slip past the high-ranking priests like ghosts, no suspicious glance. Not a single one. They finally spot a heavily guarded shrine, and it's a dead ringer for the ruins back on that island. This is the entrance to the underground chambers where Bay is hiding, and you can feel it the moment you step close. Abyss offers to wipe out the guards, but Kai shuts it down and chooses a sneakier move. A guard snaps into action, barking "stop" the second they step in, yelling that this area is strictly off-limits. Kai flashes a cocky smirk and introduces himself as an inquisitor named Elvis. The guard froze in shock, confessing nobody ever warned them about any special escort. The other soldiers started whispering like crazy about Yuri's beauty, and they were sure an inquisitor wouldn't drag a girl like her along, unless it was all official business. With a lazy, dismissive shrug, the guard lets the whole crew slip through. Yuri burst into a giggle, stunned at how instantly Kai pulls off that acting like it's nothing. Down in the depths, But Krauser felt the intruder's arrival coming like a punch to the gut. He barks at his subordinate, Kellis, to rush over and investigate that disturbance. He whirls back to the blindfolded girl and declares that her duties start today. He whips out a specialized magic blindfold straight up matching the one Rosalind wore. Suddenly, Ren slams on the brakes right at the bottom of the stairs. She snaps out a warning to everyone something terrifying is coming, and it's got power coursing through it. Kai readied himself for an ambush, barking at Abyss to stay locked in and unleash her lightning on command. A shadowy hooded stranger slips into the hallway, and the air turns cold the second they appear. Abyss doesn't hesitate for a second, then blasts a raw bolt of electricity straight forward. The magic gets snuffed out immediately. Blam, white-hot light erupts and wipes it away. Abyss is left staring in shock. Her spell gets shut down way too easily. The crew finally clocks it. There's no guessing here. Their opponent is a savage, top-tier mage. Kai clenched his teeth as it hit him. This wasn't some ordinary guard they ran into. It was someone way worse. After 1,000 years, the enemy finally spots Abyss's spell pattern, its signature, unmistakable and deadly. She yanks off her hood, and boom, there they are, enormous, curled horns blazing out like a warning. Kai snaps to it. She's the same girl from those mock-up models he found buried in the ruins. Celeste drops the truth. She's a war-built replicant, and she's calling herself a Moxibus because she's stuck on an outdated celestial model. Two ancient titans lock eyes and clash in a nail-biting standoff. Silas couldn't believe it. After the Day of Ruin, the Abyss still survived. She flat out tells everyone that, by her master's orders, not a single outsider is getting through. Kai snaps, demanding to know if Krauser is who she's been serving. Silas can't stop laughing. Who in their right mind would think an artificial being could actually keep up with a human? She needles Abyss, smugly claiming some all-purpose model has zero chance against a real weapon of war. Kai makes one final desperate push to ask for a peaceful passage. The replicant detonates in a burst of mana, then roars that her power is so overwhelming it can't be stopped. Yuri slams the Valkyrie's sanctuary into place instantly, cutting the explosive shockwave off at the pass. Ren stops playing it safe and ends the fight in a single explosive move. Kai pushes Abyss to prove this girl what a real scare feels like. Celis jeers at their shield, and right on cue, surprise is about to hit her hard. The Abyss lunges ahead, and her mana spirals into a crushing vortex. She slams Celeste's magic flat, and the replicant freezes, eyes wide with pure terror. They collide midair, and a wild storm of magic crackles through the room. Ren darts through the chaos, and the replicant never sees her coming from behind. She smashes down on the opening with a crushing heavy strike. Ren unleashes her real power as the great Magus of infernal flames, and it hits like a wildfire. Celis tries to fire off a counter, but Ren's raw speed is too much. She can't keep up for a second. They trade a wild burst of punches and kicks until the room itself starts to crumble. Ren keeps hammering forward, never letting the enemy catch a single breath. She pirouettes through the room, lining up her final crushing finishing blow. Abyss throws in the support, and Pinnings is sent packing with a brutal burst of electricity. Ren drives in a final, earth-shattering kick and slams Celis straight to the ground. Kai grabs the opening and slams the switch on Tenoira, blasting the girl away. Celis snaps back in at Kai's village, and with one breath, her strength drains out of her like the lights just went out. She crumples onto the path, fully wiped out, drained of mana and out of fight. Elle bursts in, stunned to spot an intruder popping up out of thin air. That elf girl starts petting Celis, and right away she can't believe how much cuter the real living thing is than the mock-ups. Kai shoots her a message through the link, begging Enel to keep watch on her for a while. Enel's gut tells her not to bring living beings into Tenahira, but when Kai puts his trust on the table, she believes him. Back at the cathedral, the whole crew regrouped, breathless and bruised. After that hard-earned, nail-biting win, Kai snaps, saying they burned through enough time, and pushes everyone to move right now. They finally slam to a stop in front of that giant door guarding the inner sanctum. In her mind, the only warmth left is Kai, her brother, and she aches to share a simple meal, or just a home, with him again. These crushing thoughts of a normal life are all she's got left as the dark closes in. She screams for her big brother, but the brutal weight of her priestess duty finally crashes down on her. In the here and now, Baya gets blindsided when a shout bursts in from the chamber door. Someone claims they're his returning subordinate. Kai and his crew finally burst out at the end of the path, staring straight at the colossal doors leading into the underground chamber. to crack that lock. Kai hatches a plan. He'll tap into Cade's one-of-a-kind power to give it temporary life. He blasts his Tenohira power to rip a hole through space and yank their hidden secret weapon into the fight. Kaida tries to pour life into that focus point, but the energy explodes apart the second it slams into the door. A powerful protective blessing is guarding that entrance like a fortress, blocking any direct magical interference. Abyss hints at a smarter move: summon a replica of the Guardian Celestial instead. Because the original was built to push them back, they're going to need a version they can actually control. Kai yanks a creepy mock-up from the ruins, and the second his touch hits it, the doll starts transforming right in front of him. They ended up with a slightly dazed, horned copy, and they named it Celis. Kai leans in and asks if she can pull a trick to get the system to unlock that door. Everyone stunned. Celis snaps to attention, salutes clean as a bell, and speaks with razor-sharp clarity, ready to dive into the mission. Kai slips her the simple password, just enough to trick the keepers inside. They track down the intercom console, an insane piece of tech way beyond anything magic ever could. While Rosa stays hidden to guard their real power, they fire off the signal to Celis. She slams the button and nails the line on the first try. Then those massive doors finally grind open. Baya is waiting on the other side, and the look on her face says she's not impressed at all. Abyss won't let him catch his breath. Right when the opening finally appears, it fires a brutal, high-powered blast. The blast slams into the entrance and rattles everything to the bone. But Bai stood totally unscathed behind a shimmering barrier, admitting he knew something was off the second that voice hit his ears. Kai locks eyes with the man and gasps sees from the Kia Cathedral, and suddenly they've walked straight into the lion's den. The team steels themselves for a bloody brawl, but they can't help but just sneer at their own ironclad determination. Without wasting a second, he shoots his hands up and surrenders on the spot, insisting he doesn't want to die today. With their Bai neutralized and bound tight, Kai can't help but wonder, did they really land in the right place? They search the grand room from end to end, but Rukia is nowhere, like she vanished into thin air. Suddenly, his companion feels something lurking right behind those ornate side doors. Kai slams his foot into the doors and kicks them wide, his desperation screaming as he races to find his sister. Instead of running into Rukia, he spots a mysterious silhouette crouched in the dark. It's a man with a hard, weathered face and long hair, stumbling around like he's drained to the bone, but still breathing, still alive. He demands, "Who are you?" And you can see the confusion hit him hard after being trapped away for so long. The group snaps to attention because he's awake, and they were dead sure he'd been trapped in deep stasis. This crashes back like a flashback to the Council's sinister scheme, straight out of the dark play they cooked up. The Pope finally snapped, deciding it was time to unseal the forbidden device and wake the Guardian Saint. Bai didn't buy it for a second, but the Pope shoved the truth down his throat and swore those legends were about to crawl into real life. And just like that, Rukia's time as the priestess was officially over. The Pope dropped his mask and revealed his genocidal plan: shatter the witch's seal and wipe her out during the Millennium Festival. When they asked where they'd even find the power to kill a real, literal witch, the answer hit them like a nightmare. They planned to use Rukia as a sacrifice, like the last piece on the board that had to pay the price. Her death would unleash a divine recoil, an absolutely massive burst of power they could turn into a weapon. Rukia finally understood the church had lied to her. She wasn't being protected at all. She was being herded and farmed like cattle. The Pope brushed her life aside as righteous martyrdom, revealing his icy, cold-hearted side in one brutal sentence. Rukia slipped by the sleeping man one final time, refusing to let anyone, especially the ones hunting her, call her a priestess. Cornered by desperation, she spun her power straight into the Pope and Bai. She snapped her soul-reaping scythe into action, unleashing a forbidden death spell. A blazing magical mark ignited on her chest the moment she drove her strike forward, but her horror hit hard. Bai didn't fall. He whipped out a magic ring that cancels death and mocked her for real, for trying to kill him anyway. Then comes the jaw-dropper. The Pope was protected by a time-freezing blessing too. Then he commanded the demon Celis to hush the girl into sleep. Celis yanked Rukia down with her magical threads, snuffing out her short-lived rebellion for good. The memory slips away as the church's corruption presses on everyone's lungs like a heavy fog. In the present, the man on the bed nods and confirms he really is the Guardian Saint. He lets out a dry chuckle and basically can't believe the title is that absurd. Kai demands answers. "What's my real name?" The man finally tears off the mask. He's Arthur, an apostle of the creator god, Aramira. Rosa leans in and demands, "All right, Kai, what's your next move now that we've locked our prisoner up?" Kai's resolve is rock solid. He's hunting Rukia down and dragging her back, no matter what stands in his way. He immediately retreats back to the hidden island, dragging their high-value captive along with him. To wipe their tracks clean, Kai readies enchanted stakes to slam the secret chamber shut. The heavy door slams shut with a brutal thud, trapping the cathedral's darkest secrets behind them once more. Kai snatched Yuri's hand, slammed his magic tenowira, then kicked off their transport. With a blinding flash, the whole squad drops outside beneath a giant blue sky. Kai leans in and tells you he tampered with the seal. Now that room only opens for him. He splits the team on the spot, barking at Ren to escort the mysterious bearded man back to the island ahead of him. He slams a final physical seal onto the door, locking down their escape so nobody stumbles onto it. Kai spins a slick lie to the temple guards, swearing the Inquisitor and the Blessed One are staying underground to wrap up their work. "Take charge of security here," he says, flashing a fake smile at the unsuspecting sentries. Elsewhere, the man they hauled to safety stares out from a plain wooden shack, stunned by every new thing he's suddenly forced to face. After 10 brutal years lost in total darkness, the moment he draws in fresh air, tears finally crash down. He stares at his battered hands, and you can feel the 10 years he got stolen by his captors pressing down on him like dead weight. His mind drifts to that daughter he hasn't seen in an eternity, and he starts wondering if she's grown up and finally found someone special. All he wants is to see his family again, not knowing his return is the one thing keeping the world alive. Back on the island's construction site, Kai keeps a close eye on the work, his heart weighed down like he already knows trouble's coming. Rukia's disappearance is tearing him up from the inside as he glares into the distance, unable to look away. Yuri rushes over and spots the panic on his face as Rosa admits she's got zero leads on where Rukia is. It's become a full-on nightmare. The girl who was supposed to take over Rosa's sacred duties has completely disappeared without a trace. They're freaking out. Maybe Rukia panicked and shattered the spell herself, or maybe some mystery force snatched her away. Kai can't stand sitting still while his friend's in danger. His eye burns with pure, unstoppable intensity. Rosé pushes the plan hit them with pressure now, because she's sure the Inquisitor will crack and start talking. Yuri snaps at Kai to stay on his guard, reminding him their prisoner isn't just dangerous. He's something far worse than anything they've faced. The air turns heavy as Yuri locks eyes with him, a grim stare daring him to blink. She demands answers. What does Kai plan to do with by the second they've got the information they came for? Yuri pushes for a permanent fix, terrified that Bisaction will eventually sniff out their secret colony if he stays alive. She insists they can't possibly let him slip away. One wrong move could get everyone on this island killed. Kai flat out refuses to take a life. He won't kill the man, not under any circumstances. Yuri's gut instinct proved right. She knew Kai's soft heart would steer him straight into this decision. She presses him, stunned, and asks why he doesn't hate the very man who dragged him to this island in the first place. Kai snaps that he doesn't feel real hatred for Bai. He blames the corrupt system and the evil god's followers. But he admits it. Bai's terrifying, a total wild card, because you can't make heads or tails of what he's thinking. Kai flips the whole script and hits Yuri with the question. Does she hate the people who drove her family out of Mondial? Yuri softens, finally clocked it. Most of them weren't chasing dreams at all. Just families begging for one thing, a place to call home. Rosa slams into the tense silence and snaps that Bai personally gets under her skin so badly it's basically unbearable. She's repulsed by how he tosses Rukia aside so effortlessly, like he can't even manage a single flicker of emotion. Kai can only shoot a wry grin right back at Rose as her blunt, raw truth hits like a gut punch. They're racing to their last choices. Either gamble on a long-term time stop spell, or risk a hostage swap to snatch Rukia back. Rosa steps in like a human lie detector during the interrogation, making sure they're not getting played. Kai gives the okay for help, but with a hard glare he shuts Rosa down. She has to stay silent the whole interrogation. Inside the prison shack, the local forest spirits hover over their tied-up captive, watching every move like predators. Kai steps into the room, and the tiny guardian pops up with a huge grin, shouting that it's ready for duty. Ren stands at the door, while the blindfolded byweights wait in the shadows, perfectly ready to strike. The interrogation kicks off with a brutal power imbalance. Bai won't say a word unless someone throws him a question. Kai jumps straight into it, demanding the prisoner's full name and his official affiliation. He steps forward and introduces himself. by Krauser, a top-tier special-class inquisitor from the Central Cathedral. When they corner him about his blessing, by drops the truth Fortuna, the goddess of fate, has him in her favor. His power is straight-up terrifying. He can see the world's future laid out before his eyes. Kai freezes dead in his tracks, because Eclipse B might have known about the whole mess long before it ever happened. Bai snaps it clear he doesn't waste his eyes on little personal stuff. He only sees the massive tidal forces that carve the world. Kai stays on edge, doubting that power is real just because it sounds perfectly convenient. He whips around to the mystery man, firing off one furious question. Who's really behind the prisoner locked in that secret room? They's visibly rattled somehow. Kai found the man, dragged him out of that eternal cell, and actually made it happen. He finally uncovers the terrifying truth that humans are the keystone holding the entire world in perfect balance. Without him, the whole world would literally crumble. And Kai was desperately hoping he hadn't hurt him. Kai counters with a sharp point. If Bai can really see the future, he should already know exactly what happens to the keystone. He smugly guesses they're still trapped somewhere inside the cathedral, reading the truth from his own bodily sensations. He clocks that only a handful of people are even supposed to know the keystone exists, and that makes Kai's knowledge feel downright impossible. Bai clicks in there's no way this attack is happening without a high-ranking insider feeding Kai's group the plan. A wicked, razor-sharp grin blooms on the Inquisitor's face as he snaps every last piece into place. He locks onto Rosa as the leak and instantly pieces it together. People are actually surviving on the Forbidden Island. And Kai's mind races, because right in his reaction he almost spilled their greatest secret. Rosa is left frozen in shock, terrified at how effortlessly Bai outplayed them right from his chair. Chi snaps, demanding to know whether Bai has some kind of foresight. With a simple, trembling smile, he admits he's finally relieved. Rosa is still breathing. Rosa isn't fooled. For a second she snaps and rips into Bai, accusing him of ditching her to die. The tension hits its breaking point when Yuri steps in, ready to back her up. Bai brushes off the hostility and thanks Rosa for her service, while Kai scrambles to keep the conversation from spiraling off course. Bai admits didn't mince words his actions were brutal, but he swears it was all just temple orders, not his choice. Kai makes it crystal clear, this truce is paper thin, and if things tip the wrong way, death is still right there waiting. Bai keeps a chilling calm mask on, swearing he's a man of justice, while Kai blasts his old sins out in the open. The interrogation pivots to the mysterious kid they just rescued, and suddenly, they're chasing the evil god the rumors have been whispering about. Fire reveals that the deity's name has been erased from history so completely, it's like it never existed. To the whole world, this nameless god is known with one terrifying label, a witch. Centuries ago, these witches tore through the temple and unleashed dark blessings that sent everything into chaos. Like a bombshell thrown right in your face, it got whispered that Lord Edward's daughter once got marked by this evil power. He slams a warning into Kai. Ditch that stronghold, because once this gets any worse, it turns deadly. The temple flipped its policy overnight, and now it's coming for the sealed witch once and for all. Kai is completely stunned by the thought of finally hunting a legendary beast that's been sealed away for ages. Beshel keeps dropping more intel, sure his words can't stop the inevitable outcome. Outside, Rosa and Yuri finally steal a quiet moment by the woodpile. Yuri's eyes sharpen as she leans in and demands, "So, you're secretly spying for the temple, Rosa?" Rosa crumpled, confessing she'd snapped, then completely blanked on Kai's orders to stay quiet. Yuri leans toward the horizon, eyes locked forward, and she presses Rosa, "What do you really think of the land we've built?" The village is booming, anchored by a towering castle at the center and a bustling shared dining hall where everyone gathers to eat and live. They carved out farms, locked in a steady water supply, and even built a bathhouse so the whole community could thrive. It's a complete world apart from the monster-choked wasteland Kai stumbled into 3 years ago. He made it out of that living nightmare only because he was stamped with a god's name and wrapped in divine blessing. His sister Rukia was the only one who could pierce that divine link and truly see the real him. With Kai gone, every resident on that island faced one brutal fate: massacred, or dragged off and sold into slavery. He didn't just rescue them, he built them a nation and a real home to live in. Yuri leans in and tells Rosa straight up Kai is their ultimate benefactor, so show him the respect he's earned. Rosa finally feels the full weight of what she's done, then steps up and offers a heartfelt apology. Yuri takes the gesture, but she shoots back a warning mess up again and you'll face a brutal, soul-crushing plunge straight into the ocean. Then she leans in and demands to know if Rosa still burns with a vengeful desire for Bai. Rosa finally exhales, admits her rage has cooled, and says she's no longer hunting for blood. Still, she agrees Bai totally has it coming. He just deserves a little dunking for that attitude. In the interrogation room, the news only gets darker when B smirks and drops the bomb. The temple wants to turn Rukia into a god. This island is seconds away from turning into a full-blown war zone. So Bei grabs Kai's attention and tells him to run while he still has a chance. Kai storms out of the room and runs straight into Edward, who's been listening to every chilling word from start to finish. Kai slams himself over losing his temper and spills his own weaknesses during the talk. Edward leans in and reassures him, saying the information they scored made every second of trouble feel totally worth it. The team huddles together, scratching their heads, wondering where this ancient witch could be hiding. Ren remembers Rosa warning him about one brutal spot on the island, where the monsters won't even dare to step. They finally clock it. The witch is probably trapped inside that giant towering tree dead in the middle of the forest. That temple's scheme is pure nightmare fuel. They're set on murdering Rukia to spark a divine return that'll wipe out the witch. Abyss demands the next move as Kai fights to keep his footing under the crushing weight of the moment. Ren snaps that Rukia is the temple's trump card and that a rescue has to be the top priority. Kai decides they've got to double-check Bai's info with the man he dragged back from the temple. He storms toward the holding area with Ren at his side, ready to square off with the Holy Saint. Ren leans in and tells you this man has Aramira's blessing and that his secret has been hidden for a whole millennium. Kai slams his knuckles on the door, hungry for answers. Inside, the man looks wrecked, groaning that his body feels weighed down like it's carrying the whole world. He flat out admits those priest robes were nothing but a slick disguise's way to sneak into the temple. Panic is clawing at him. He wants to know if his family's okay, so he corners Kai and demands an update. He steps forward, throws his name out like a warning: Arthur Williams Farley, an apostle of the Creator God. When the name Farley hits the air, Kai's eyes blow wide with pure shock. Arthur leans in and reveals his insane gift has a name. It's called the Gods of Colors. Kai's stunned. He hasn't heard of it. He spilled the story to country after country already. He claims his power is simple. He can forge gods in his own mind, and those gods go out and hand power to random people. He labels them the Blessed Ones, making it crystal clear they're not just any ordinary apostles. So far, Arthur has managed to conjure 13 different gods in his head, and it's only getting wilder. Among them stands the chief deity Farley, flanked by his 13 divine followers. Arthur leans in and tells you this 1,000 years ago, the world barely had a few dozen apostles, all sworn to serve their god, Aramira. He craved for more hearts to join him in that divine power. While he fought to push humanity forward, he never stopped training and waiting, because he was ready the moment the Blessed One finally arrived. Whispers about a terrorist crew called Eridor started flying around, but Arthur locked in on his assignments like nothing else mattered. He grabbed a final heartbeat with his little daughter, swearing he'd make it back in time for her 5th birthday. Disaster blew up his journey when his airship got torn from the sky. Ardoro snatched him and kept him locked up for a brutal decade. One day, they shoved a masked kid into the cell like it was nothing. From that moment on, Arthur's world went dark. He crashed into a deep, endless sleep. Right now, Arthur finally wraps up his tragic past and tells the whole crew everything. Kai and Ren are visibly rattled by the tale. Kai blurts that crossing paths with him was pure luck, while Arthur stares out at a world he hasn't laid eyes on in ages. Kai finally grasps the terrifying truth. Arthur hasn't just been asleep for 10 years, he's been gone for over 1,000. Arthur lays out the Aradoro as a religious cult that spits on science and swears nature is the only truth. Kai's mind is blown when he hears about magical stabilization, and he instantly realizes it's a concept he can actually relate to. Thanks to modern devices, anyone can tap into real magic now, no talent required. Arthur confesses that as an apostle, he never once practiced magic himself. Kai's face drains of color as the weight of everything finally hits. He grills the guy about that faith, but Arthur can't remember ever starting a religion in the first place. Arthur's only dream left now is to break through the chaos and reunite with his wife and child. Kai vows to help, but he pushes the man to rest right now. As Ren trudges through the woods, he blurts out how heavy that revelation feels. Arthur didn't just lead them, he's the origin point behind the 13 Blessed Ones. Ren drops a dark theory. If Arthur dies, every blessed one could lose their power. This shatters Kai's world, because the temple used the Blessed One of Time to keep Arthur alive for centuries. Kai refuses to hand him back under the temple's control. He knows if Arthur gets to live a normal life, the whole world could erupt into chaos. Still, Kai clenches his resolve and refuses to let this world's twisted destiny stay broken. Ren pumps her fist and vows she'll protect her master no matter what the world throws at them. As she clings to him, Kai can't shake the dread that if he ever slips up, his friends might vanish from existence. The crew drops everything and storms into a strategy meeting because they're zeroing in on Rukia's rescue. They charge straight for the main village, rallying every ally they can find. Every person around that table freezes jaw dropped as the news hits like a bomb. They finally figured it out. The man they stumbled upon was the true wellspring of every divine blessing. Kai drives the whole conversation straight to the Operation 1 last shot to save Rukia. He's going to tap the search god's power in the holy city to track her down. When they ask what happens if they fail, Kai lays out two sharp paths. No room for confusion. They've got two choices now: sprint in for a direct rescue or sit down and bargain straight with the temple. The crew huddles, arguing whether they've got the muscle to take down the witch, but the unknowns are stacked way too high. Negotiation is playing with fire. The princess flat out warns that the temple won't just hand over their trump card to fight the witch. She snaps that the temple would never bargain with anyone whose identity stays a mystery. The scarred man hints that there's a way to twist all of this to their advantage. He says, all we've got to do is make them believe they can use us. He's plotting to weaponize the temple's crushing sense of superiority. Suddenly, the room's vibe flips on its head, like a storm just slammed into the air. Inno suddenly feels a weird ripple of magical energy pouring out of the great tree. The whole crew bolts to the balcony, racing to see what's causing the disturbance. Even the non-mages can sense that this seal hasn't snapped yet, but it's definitely starting to splinter. They charge straight at the massive pillar holding the barrier in place. Chi spots it instantly. The monoparticles in the air are shifting colors at breakneck speed. That kind of change feels wrong, and it happens at lightning speed. That realization slams into them like ice-cold dread because the witch could burst back into their world any second. Kai stared at the lonely island and realized the huge tree wasn't just scenery. It was a natural barricade, keeping the monsters out for good. But this isn't some peaceful hideaway, it's way more than that. A terrifying witch is buried deep within its roots, so powerful even the local beasts won't dare come close. As Kai strides through the village, Anil and the rest of his loud, energetic crew run up and greet him like something epic is about to start. They huddle up to lay out the crushing weight of what they have to do next. Fossil locks in their next moves on the spot, rescue Kai's sister, and secure the island's future before it's too late. Simple survival won't cut it. They've got to grow their numbers and strike up trade, or the whole group gets crushed. To make it through the temple's watch and the world's judgment, this island has to be officially recognized as a real country. Kai finally feels the weight of it all staring at the feet like, wait, is something like this even possible? Fossil lets it sink, and Kai's anonymity is their biggest weapon because the world has zero clue what he's truly capable of. They're ready to flex their military might and squeeze every last bit of power from their hostages to force the talks. Kai turns to the whole crew and demands everyone's take, especially the winged folks. Anil gets completely slammed by all the tangled political talk swirling around her. Yuri steps forward and makes it crystal clear. Everyone sees Kai as their king, and they're ready to fall in line behind him. She points out that as plain commoners, they've never been taught to speak up about how the kingdom should be run. Yuri grills Kai with a what-if invasion scenario, and Kai fires back a ruthless, high-level plan: mercenaries on the ground, economic sanctions tightening the screws, and intelligence warfare in the shadows. He lays it out plain. A nation survives or collapses based on its commanders and the messy power games between countries. The whole group freezes in shock, realizing Kai's plans are on a whole other level, way beyond anything they ever dreamed of. They're blown away by how his strategy always turns the tide. Yuri can't believe it. A 12-year-old is seeing the world with an attitude way too mature for her age. Deep down, Kai knows he's not doing anything magical. He's just cashing in on memories of world events from his past life. He was sickly as hell, lived off stories, and now he's stuck wondering if he even has the guts to negotiate like a real king. He slams the brakes on his self-doubt and shoves the conversation forward like he's got no time to hesitate. Yuri clocked how fast he changed the subject, like he was dodging anyone who might see the cracks in him. Later on in the village, Enel finally catches up to Kai, grinning like he's got everything under control. She leans in and tells him, "I've got something brand new ready for you to try." She flashes him a sneaky hint, then swears she's got a special sweet treat waiting just for him. On the plate, freshly made sweets gleam, looking so dangerously delicious you almost forget to breathe. While Enel pretends it was nothing, Karamo is the one juggling the real hard work in the kitchen. Kai takes one bite and the flavor slams into him so hard he can barely react. That taste hits, and suddenly his mind floods with a vivid flashback to his old life and the family he left behind. He tells Kuramo it's genuinely great, and the young elf lights up with pure pride. And then their instincts scream something's off, so they quickly ask, "Are you okay?" She locks eyes with him and demands to know if he's overworking himself. Kai tries to bury his feelings, but his silence shouts louder than anything he could say. Enel won't budge for a second. She says she can see straight through his whole act. Kai finally gets it. He has to start masking his emotions way better, because everyone can see right through him. Enel decides things have gone too far and calls on Ciel to join them for drastic action. Before Kai can even blink, someone grabs him and drags him into the secret triangle hugging room. The elf sister's hug snaps into action, and it lifts his spirits like a burst of light. Even when Kuroma's face burns with embarrassment, she's still yanked into the huddle. No. She pleads with Kai not to look at her because her cheeks are burning red. And I'll make it crystal clear. You've got to bring pure, blazing enthusiasm in moments just like this. She leans in and whispers to Kai that nobody means as much to her as he does. Elle steps in like a solid wall for him, telling him, "Anytime you feel yourself about to collapse, come to me. I'll be right here." Kai's kindness hits him like a wave and he finally breaks, letting those tears spill. CL gently tells him, "You can come to my place and cry anytime you need." After that emotional outburst, Kai finally feels like a weight's been lifted, yet Kuramo still keeps her face buried in shame. Elle teased her sister, swearing she wasn't just pretending, she genuinely loved that group hug. Enel shoves Kuramo forward, urging her to light up the room, then grins and threatens, half joking that he'll kick her out of the trio. As they head back, Kai spots those tiny spirit creatures peeking at them from the stairs. He leans in and asks, "So, how's Celestial doing?" The android girl lies in a pathetic heap, slumped unconscious with only the faintest breath left. They loom over her, staring like, what happens to her next? Trying to decide her fate before the end comes. Kai can't stop thinking, can she even give a command that turns off this thread in her? They all agree on one thing. They can't just leave her like this. They have to rein in her magic output before it spirals. And now she snaps because the perfect solution is sitting right there in the cupboard. She yanks out a magic ceiling collar, the last missing piece that finally locks that power-packed android in check. So Celestial stands there, completely defenseless and clueless, because the next few moments are about to decide whether she's still a threat. But Abyss pulls out a specialized magic suppression collar and, right in front of everyone, lays out exactly how it works. She tells Kai it's totally safe. She's worn that exact kind of model for over a year herself. Without a second thought, they strap the device around Celestial's neck, locking away her deadly powers. Kai decides it's time to bring her outside, and she puts her faith in Ren to keep a ruthless watch on her every step. They haul her into the open air, every step dragging the weight of their captive, and every breath screaming that they barely survived the fight. Celestial finally wakes, her eyes snap open as she realizes she's been trapped and held down. Her first question hits like a punch. Why in the world did they spare her instead of wiping her out for good? Kai spills the whole backstory, how she and Abyss were both built in the exact same facility. Celestial freezes her internal data, has zero record of any general-purpose model like Abyss. The moment the android realizes the magic nullification is gone, the whole conversation snaps into focus, and there they stand, right on the Forbidden Island. She snaps with sudden hostility, demanding to know her master's safe before she'll lift a finger to help at all. Kai fires right back, demanding she tell him if she even knows a girl named Rukia Hasperna. When Kai drops the bomb that Rukia is his younger sister, Celestial squints hard, clearly unconvinced. She can't swallow the claim because these two siblings look like they came from completely different worlds. At last, she finally admits Rukia wasn't just moved, she was snatched to be used as a temple sacrifice. Rukia drops a chilling bombshell. She even tried to kill her own master, unleashing the terrifying power of the god of death. Kai's jaw drops. He can't even wrap his head around it. Like his sweet sister is really out there wielding a power this brutally horrific. Celestial fires back that if he's lying, his sister's master will make sure she's wiped out for good. Kai stays planted, shouting that the master is still alive. Then Celestial crumples to the ground, finally collapsing in pure relief. With her master finally safe, the android's cold mask shatters and she sobs like her heart is breaking. That night, Kai and Abyss duck into their quarters and hammer out their next play. Abyss can't stop wondering when he'll finally kick off the official search for his sister. Kai drops the bombshell he's going straight to the temple to negotiate face-to-face, praying for a peaceful end. He thinks if the temple hands her over, they can stop the bloodshed from getting any worse. If the talks fall apart, he's going to hit the second Rukia gets hauled onto that island. But here's the twist: if they save Rukia, they'll lose their deadliest weapon against the witch. Kai knows the witch can't be allowed to wreak havoc, but he flat out refuses to trade his sister's life for the world's safety. Abyss snaps at him to quit shouldering the whole world, swearing the temple can take care of the witch on its own. She swears that no matter what hits them, no matter how the world shatters, she'll still stand between him and the end. Kai's heart flutters. Her fierce loyalty and kindness have him smiling like he's just been saved. They steal a quiet moment together, hands locked tight as their bond turns real. With Abyss riding close by, Kai feels unstoppable, like every twist in that temple is just a hurdle he's about to smash. The plan's locked in. Now all you need is the courage to push through and actually pull it off. In a freezing stone room, Rukia jolts awake, bound tight and gagged, fighting panic as she comes to. A dark-haired woman burst into the room, flinging her book aside as she strode straight toward the prisoner. She bursts in and tells everyone her name, Mariela, and drops the truth. She's a top-tier priestess with the terrifying power to put anyone to sleep. Mariela wastes no time. She's there to shatter Rukia's spirit and twist her into a mindless puppet. She's tasked with turning Rukia into the temple's obedient doll for the ritual that's about to start. Mariela throws out a deal. She'll rip the gag away the second Rukia answers her questions. Rukia clocks in right away. This woman has absolutely no clue what her real blessing actually is. Once the prank is gone, Mariela stares shocked by the young girl's eerie calm, even as her fate closes in. Rukia flips the whole situation on its head, pushing Mariela to spill a secret about the temple right after she gets Mariela's cooperation. Mariela smirked and bragged about her high-ranking status, even while she was stuck on this assignment. She spills the truth: she's only playing guard because she's been in hot water lately. Turns out her current core isn't a gift at all. It's a punishment handed down by the higher-ups. She clenches her jaw, pins the blame on a brat named Kai for everything that went wrong, and vows revenge. The second Rukia hears her brother's name, her eyes flare wide with shock. Mariela shuts the connection down, saying the Kai she knows is buried under black hair, and it looks nothing like Rukia. Rukia clocks the opening and jumps on it, offering to spill her blessing if someone grants her one last favor. She snaps her eye of truth to life and stretches a hand out, reaching straight for Mariela. Rukia shatters through the priestess's memories, and there, plain as day, a silhouette snaps into view that looks exactly like her brother. When she sees him, hope explodes in her chest because she realizes she can't afford to die here. Mariela bristled at the sudden touch, snapping at the girl not to pry into her mind. Rukia just smiles, all apologetic, and goes for her final card. She invokes her ultimate blessing, the law of eternal constancy. Like fate locking into place forever, a blinding flash erupts from the young girl as the ancient power snaps into control. Mariela yanks on her puppet strings to stop it, but the damage is already done. Rukia gets frozen in time, and her body turns into an indestructible statue that won't move an inch. That sudden burst of magic rips through the room, and the other priests come rushing in, desperate to see what just happened. They're shocked to discover the sacrifice has been frozen in perfect stillness, like time itself stopped cold. A priest snatches Mariela and howls that nothing living can undo the magic he unleashed, while Rukia has yanked herself clean out of the ritual, leaving Mariela to crash straight into the brutal fallout of her own failure. Fossil steps up and volunteers to be the face of their temple negotiations. The room goes deadly quiet as everyone measures just how huge and dangerous his proposal really is. He finally admits it. He's the only one who can cross this tightrope without revealing their real power. Right now, the temple is still completely clueless about the guardian saint and the witch and everything they know. Fusel already sees the danger because the more secrets you hoard, the faster the world shuts you up. He claims his rough, ragged look screams, perfect fit for a filthy, lowly mercenary. Exactly the kind who gets stuck doing the dirty work. Playing the villain with a sorcerer's act keeps everyone's eyes off the real king. Kai nods and says it flat out if a king crowns himself. The guards don't hesitate. They chop him down on the spot. He quips that Fuzzle already looks like he's born to be a common bandit. They waste zero time. Fuzzle's cover story gets hammered into something bulletproof right away. They just stand there watching, fully knowing this lie has slammed the door behind them. There's no coming back now. Kai and his crew slip into the St. Arthur Grand Cathedral under the cloak of night. They lock themselves in a room that only the inside can crack open, sealing their escape in total safety. They plunge into the structure's dark depths, determined to drop their calling card and make sure the place remembers them. Kai blasts his voice into the dark, making sure the local garrison hears him loud and clear. Guards sprint toward the noise, their instincts screaming that an intruder has slipped into their holy halls. A battle commander tightens the noose, pushing closer to the source and demanding the enemy drop their weapons and surrender. On the ground, the guards spot an abandoned clerical hat, and right beside it, a sealed letter. Dread hits them hard the moment they realize the robe is owned by the high-ranking Baisama. From far away, Kai heckles them, smugly insisting he's already snatched their most precious treasures. He storms in demanding a negotiation, vowing he'll execute both of them and the guardian saint if they don't comply. He gives them 5 days, just 5 to answer, or he disappears into the shadows without a trace. The guards slam into a dead end, completely baffled, no sign of the intruders anywhere. The heavy doors slam shut with a brutal clang, trapping the Templars outside their own sanctuary. By the time they smash in the door, the room is totally wiped clean. The soldiers can't even wrap their heads around it. How on earth did the intruders vanish from a sealed chamber without a trace? Back at the base, the mission's weight crushes the air like a storm you can feel. Yuri looks back at her past and admits the arrogance she once carried only held her back from growing. She spent her whole life being handled like a fragile flower, but now she's craving real strength, no more pretending. She feels completely swallowed up as Kai and Fuzzle charge ahead with unstoppable, decisive moves. Kai calmly leans in and reassures her, swearing that her point of view was the key to how they won. Yuri finally clocks that Kai isn't just some average guy. He's the real deal, and way more than he admits. In her eyes, he's the most charming, brilliant leader she's ever met. Fuzzle crashes the moment with a sly grin, needling Kai about his undeniable popularity. He tells you his mom was a top-tier military commander, and that's exactly why he understands how the temple thinks. His noble bloodline is documented for everyone to see, yet they kicked him out years ago. Kai listens closely, and it hits him hard. These mages aren't just fighting spells, they're dragging massive family burdens everywhere they go. With the backstory locked in, Kai shoves the documents into Fuzzle's hands and orders him to memorize them. Training kicks off tomorrow, and Kai is going to hammer it relentlessly as your teacher. He's going to rehearse every trick that Temple could unleash to try and break them. Fuzzle takes the challenge head-on, ready to pour out every last ounce of himself. Kai stares ahead, already knowing fate has locked in, no undoing, no second chances. Yuri can't shake the feeling that this negotiation is turning into a ticking bomb of luck. One wrong move, and everything goes up in flames. Kai grabs her help for the next phase of their practice. To make the lie stick, Yuri has to buddy up as Fuzzle's companion and sell him as nothing more than a loud, brash idiot. She can't help but feel teased when Kai cracks jokes about her beauty just to break the tension. Yuri swallowed his pride and admitted, even when he's joking, his words can still sting people. She leans in and challenges Kai. Does he really hate it when she tries to get close to him? To prove she meant it, she begged for a tight hug to whip her courage into place. She insists his warmth is the one thing that'll keep her steady enough to step into her role. Kai hesitates for a heartbeat, then finally yanks her into a tight, unshakable embrace. Yuri's jaw drops when she feels the truth in his touch. They huddle in the still room, and that crushing tension finally snaps. Kai spots her shaking and realizes same fear is ripping through her too. Yuri admits that standing across from the temple on equal ground used to feel like an impossible dream. She doesn't want excuses. She wants him close enough to feel his presence. Kai can't believe it. This moment feels real, and pure happiness hits him like a wave. Yuri flashes a sly, triumphant smile, quietly savoring a tiny win over her rivals. Things heat up way too fast, and Kai finally jerks back, forcing his focus back into place. He leans in and tells her straight up, settling things with his sister is still his top priority. Yuri can't help but admire his iron will even when it makes him almost impossible to sway. She makes a daring vow. Once that temple's handled, she'll come right back to pick up their celebration. Kai can't shake the gut feeling that she just dropped the ultimate death flag on their mission. Fossil leans in and asks if they're ready, and the outfit they pick? Honestly, it's raising eyebrows for all the wrong reasons. Go extra, don't hold back. Because even if the others look like they're marching to a royal ball instead of a negotiation, you still push it. They'll hide behind masks so nobody can clock who the Princess of Mondial really is. Rosa and Kai lock in the final touches, then brace themselves to step straight into the lion's den. They stride into the grand hall, and to their shock, the place looks eerily clean, like no trap is waiting right around the corner. To keep the battlefield fair, they've rolled out magic nullification, while Rosa quietly stretches time itself with a subtle blessing. It's a precision spell that makes 100 seconds drag out to 101, just one beat of extra time, enough of an edge to change everything. Massive doors crash open as the Pope strides in like thunder, making his grand entrance. Kai felt a colossal threat closing in and snapped at Yuri. Get those shield blessings ready, this could turn aggressive any second. Even with tension snapping in the air, Fossil stays ice calm, demanding the gates fling wide exactly as promised. Kai steps up and snaps, reminding the opposition that the Holy Saint is in their hands, so any reckless move is out of the question. Fossil steps up and sizes up the religious leader face to face as the negotiation finally kicks off. The path ahead hits like a nightmare. Rukia is trapped in total stasis, pinned down by the temple's priests. Seeing her frozen like a statue slams straight into Kai's heart like a shockwave. Basso hides his worry behind a sly smirk, openly poking fun at the Pope for actually showing up in person. He steps in and calls himself a freelance mage, and just like that, the whole scene snaps into place for their high-stakes demands. Seeing Rukia frozen in time throws everything off, but Fossil doesn't even blink. He keeps moving. He demands the Forbidden Island like it's already his birthright, determined to carve it into a brand new sovereign nation he controls. The Pope's first worry is the Holy Saint's safety. Fossil swears she's safely sealed in stasis. He even throws in Rosa's warning because, if the Saint wakes up, it could spell the end of the world. Fuming, the Pope snaps, "Tell me, who are you really, intruders?" She stays shrouded in mystery, says there's nobody worth fearing. And then right to the Pope's face slides in the reminder that he's hiding secrets of his own. Fossil spins a wild story how he was just a run-of-the-mill mercenary until fate dropped him on that island by sheer accident. He insists he only grabbed the Saint as a hostage because he could see the kid's insane political power and he wanted it for himself. He makes it crystal clear. This isn't some rebel faction at all. They just don't give a damn about the temple's gods. When they demand they return the hostage, Fuzzle snaps a flat refusal because he knows the temple will unleash hell the second they let him go. Instead of anything temporary, they push for a permanent setup, keeping the Saint frozen in time. Rosa steps into the blazing light and flashes the Pope a chilling, fearless smile. She barrels up to him and rips into the orders that stranded her on that island, declaring this showdown her inevitable revenge. Fossil laughs it off, then tells the Pope that karma is finally catching up with him. Rosa steps in and boldly says she's finally found it in her heart to forgive the temple because Fuzel saved her. She tries to pull off a dramatic flair, but her performance feels way too loud. Suddenly, the tension shatters. Rosa blanks on her next line entirely, and the whole room freezes in pure, awkward confusion. The princess steps in like a spark in the dark, telling Rosa she doesn't have to drag out a fake forgiveness just to make things right. She vows to carry full responsibility for the Holy Saint until their brand new nation finally stands strong and stable. The Pope gets boxed in, staring down a brand new power player only this time. They've got yet another blessed one of time on their side. As the girls snap and argue over who gets which role, the Pope sits back and charts his next devastating move. He realizes that with Rose on their side, they might just keep the Saint locked down forever. Kai lets out a huge breath of relief as the negotiation finally snaps back into place. The whole hall goes dead silent as the Pope measures just how heavy their proposal really is. He hesitates, jaw tight, insisting he can't hand over Rukia. She's the only blessed one they've got. Kai clocks it instantly. Rukia isn't just there. She's the temple's trump card against the witch. When the Pope tries to shove off her condition as just a mission mix-up, the group clocks the lie instantly. Rosa bluntly tells them Rukio's stuck in that frozen state, and he's probably going to stay like that for the next 20 years. Rosa's the only one who might break the spell, and right now the temple's trapped in a real crisis. The Pope starts measuring his options, wondering if keeping her on that island could somehow work in his favor. He can't shake the feeling there's a leak, somewhere like someone's testing how much they really know about the witch's true nature. Finally, he whips his head around, scanning for his missing subordinate Bai. Fossil just shrugs like it's nothing, and bam, he drops a bomb. Yeah, we killed him. Kai stares at the Pope's reaction, knowing this power struggle isn't even close to over, it's just getting started. Fossil straight up confirms the kill to the skeptical temple head, snuffing out any last hope for a peaceful interrogation. Rosa makes it crystal clear. Bai left her with no choice the moment he set out to end her life. Fossil leans into the deception, claiming he memorized Bai's cryptic final words right there, just to sell the lie to the temple. He hands over the fake code, shouting that this road they're on ends in total ruin. The temple head looks shaken to the core, right where the group wanted him. Kai realizes the whole elaborate bluff is landing flawlessly, perfectly masking their real intentions. They cut the info off early, convincing the temple that nothing sensitive ever leaked. This lie will lock the temple into its cruel rule, abandoning more kids on that island. It's a cold, calculated play, one that quietly keeps the island's population growing without anyone catching on. Kai doesn't ask twice. He demands an answer right now on his terms. Fossil doesn't pull punches. He storms in, demanding full ownership of the island. He's not chasing land alone. He's demanding to be recognized as a sovereign, equal nation. The temple head scoffs at all the pomp, but Fossil shuts it down fast. He demands they acknowledge him as both a noble and a mage. That hard-earned international fame is the one shield keeping the temple's greedy hands from reaching your home. In this world, a country doesn't survive on borders or speeches. It lives and dies by land and the people standing on it. Official temple approval? That's the golden ticket to diplomatic immunity. Basil snickers at the Forbidden Island title because that temple clearly botched the job and handled it all wrong. He yanks the sealed witch out of hiding, and the temple head is caught totally, completely off guard. Rosa finally drops the truth. She's the one who cracked the island's prisoner secret. The head rings the alarm about the witch's legendary threat, but Fazil just shrugs it off like it's nothing. He loudly swears that if that witch ever shatters her seal, he'll come for her personally, no backup. Just pure vengeance. Spotting the perfect opening to dump a deadly problem, the temple head's smile slowly spreads. He slams the deal shut, handing them the island and the official national status with it. A seal of recognition from the temple is so powerful it keeps other nations from even daring to step in. The head finds Fossil's ambition hilarious, convinced no merchant would ever dare to show up on that remote little rock. Fossil just smirks, because he knows this is only the opening move in his master plan. Rosa pivots, pressing them to promise one thing. Can they finally take Rukia with them? Before making his move, the temple head huddles with his advisors and weighs a counteroffer. He demands the guardian saint stay right under his control, no exceptions, if the deal is going to go through. Fossil snaps the realization in place. Man, they're about to lose their only real leverage. The head counters by snapping. Take Rukia and get out, let me handle the island's business. He's adamant the guardian saint can't close his eyes, not for what's coming next. The whole crew's stunned, piecing it together as they remember getting told clear as day never to wake him. Whispers from the ancient headside legends crackle through the air like the moment for the saints to awaken is here, right now. Rosa raises her signal, and its go time. Plan C starts now. Fossil finally nods and accepts the terms. For now, so the saint is left trapped inside the temple with no one to save them. When the head starts asking how they're even getting back to the island, the whole atmosphere snaps into something deadly. Rosa starts channeling an insane surge of mana, bracing herself for a sudden escape. Fossil needles the guards, daring them to take him on like they're about to walk into a fight they can't survive. The head backs down, and Rosa darts off to undo the spell on the saint at least. That's what she's going to try. Right when the crew gears up to leave, Rosa hangs back and refuses to move. Out of nowhere, a colossal round door slams shut, trapping her inside the chamber with a brutal seal. Fossil demands answers, then Kai realizes they've been locked out, completely cut off from everything. Rosa's voice crackles through the monitor, tears spilling as she begs them to understand she can't join them. Fossil shrieks at them to knock it off and finally yank the door open. Rosa admits that escaping the dark underground was the happiest moment of her entire life. The guilt of killing Bai shattered her, and now she feels like she can't possibly stand by Fossil's side anymore. Fossil explodes with rage, snapping at her that she was supposed to taste true freedom in the outside world. She blurts out the spell was a lie and tells him it'll fade away on its own in just 10 days. Choked with tears, she clings to the memory of the light Fuzel showed her the day they first met. She swears she'll stay put, shoulder the duty all the way to the bitter end. She urges them to ditch her and go chase their own happiness. With a heart-splitting farewell, she snaps the transmission off. Fuzel rips out a gut-wrenching roar that booms through the hall, bouncing off the walls. He hammers the stone wall until his knuckles split and bleed, spitting curses because he couldn't save her. The guards flat out say they can't touch the seal from their side. There's no way to override it. Fuzel crumples in grief, and the pain of the loss slams into him all at once. He grits through the pain, pushes himself upright, and swears he'll come back for Rosa one day. He checks in with the temple's head and makes sure their original deal is still firmly on. The head nods back with a sinister grin, and you can practically feel his real plan hiding underneath. He's planning to turn Rukia into a divine return bomb, then wipe out the whole crew the moment they land on that island. He finally feels like he's got the whole situation right where he wants it. But Kai locks eyes with the man and feels the trap snap shut around him. He already slipped a secret stake into the room, spelling out their next move: take out the assassin and the witch. The ink slams onto the parchment and seals a deal that flips your whole world upside down. The island is officially theirs now, and a top-ranking official just confirmed it. Fuzel doesn't care who he's with. He just wants the paperwork squeaky clean and legal. This place used to be called Windmill Island back when people actually remembered it, but time erased the name from the world. Kai puts off choosing a permanent name for the country, because he knows the perfect moment will come, the moment the priests decide to escort Rukia themselves. The days ahead shatter into short-lived pieces. Fuzel snaps instantly into defense, reminding everyone that Rosa personally handed that girl to their care. The priest snaps back that a 10-day voyage is a death trap without their divine navigation markers leading the way. He even dares them with the idea that their ship could capsize if they try that journey by themselves. Fuzel shoots back that they've got an imperial vessel and that they already know exactly where they're headed. The priest refuses to move an inch, insisting the blessing of time matters to us just as much. Kai finally clocks the real plan. This isn't just rivalry. They're trying to sink Ruki and ride the witch's resurrection to destroy him. Fuzel snaps to the tension and barks. "What do we do, boss?" And Kai leans in, whispering, "Don't worry, I've got the negotiations." He steps forward, calm as fire, and lets them feel without a word how much he knows they don't trust him. He suggests a compromise: let a few of their own people slip onto the temple ship. The priest huddled up with the others, stunned into silence by the sudden offer. To everyone's shock, they sign on to the terms with barely any resistance. They drag the whole crew to their inn and tell them, "Stay here, don't leave until sunrise." Fuzel grins and goes, "All right then, if you're offering hospitality, we'll gladly take you up on it." They tumble back into a massive cathedral, desperate to catch their breath for the night. They cram into a private room, heads close, locking in their final strategy. Behind those closed doors, the masks of diplomacy finally rip off, and the truth comes roaring through. Fuzel and Kai ditched the whole act and exploded into cheers, stunned by how flawlessly the negotiation had gone. Rosa snaps at them to cut it out because nobody's watching anymore. Kai thanks the team, but he makes it crystal clear: they can't drop their guard yet. Fuzel can't believe it somehow. They snatch the Pope's official approval with terrifying ease. While everyone exhales with relief, Yuri keeps her eyes locked on that priest, because his sudden cooperation still feels suspicious as hell. Kai split the boarding crews on the spot, then dragged Fuzel and Ren onto the temple ship. Abyss, Yuri, Sarah, and Edward are gearing up to take control of the Golden Hind. Abyss looks terrified, but Kai shoots her a steady look and says, "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." He lets it slip that Rosa's already been shipped back to the island tucked away under a fake bathroom break cover story. Edward spots that the guardian saint is ready to go, and he yanks the tracking stake out of the room. The chamber has been sealed shut tight, locked away from any prying eyes. Silence crashes over the city as night sweeps in and takes control. As the sun climbs the sky, the mission kicks off for real, no delays, no turning back. Kai and the girls march out then. A sudden, unexpected presence slams into the scene and freezes them in their tracks. A woman with eyes like daggers stands right in the middle of the priests. She spots her and goes, "Wait, that's Morella, a priestess from Label's old village." Kai fires a warning at Fuzel: stay razor sharp, because she's the master of hypnosis. They've got no choice but to lean on Rose's spells to shut down the enemy's mental interference. Kai barks orders for everyone to wear masks and keep their real names locked up tight whenever they're out in public. They storm onto the massive vessel, fired up to rip back what was stolen. A priest guides them through the temple ship's wooden corridors, steering them deeper into the unknown. Right there, they spot Rukia hanging in the air, wrapped in a dazzling burst of divine light. Kai gazed at her, pride and sorrow tangled in her eyes, and she whispered, "Rukia, you've grown." Fazl drops a quick compliment about her beauty, and the second it lands, Kai's protective instincts snap on like a switch. Fazl laughs it off, grinning as he teases Kai for being such a ridiculously doting brother. Kai leans in and whispers to Rukia, promising her that her nightmare is almost done. Lost in the thick grip of sleep, Rukia feels herself slipping into a foggy dream that won't let go. She stretches her hand into the black and something lurking close answers back. She catches Kai's smiling face through the haze of her unconscious mind. A wave of warmth surges through her the moment his hand glides across her face. At last, the ship lurches into motion and slices straight through the ocean's wild waves. Labalail slams her temporary life magic into the vessel, ripping it awake from its dormant sleep. The ship actually wakes up like a living thing, snapping to attention the moment she calls. They slam teleportation stakes into the ground to yank 3 major locations into striking distance. This lets them zip back and forth between the ships and Tenohira Island without a single hitch. Labelle snaps into command, steering the temple ship straight ahead like he owns the stars. Kai orders her to steer like she's clumsy, and together they deliberately botch it to fall behind the main fleet. This slick deception lets almost the whole crew slip back to the island early, beating the clock. Abyss bursts out praising Kai, calling his foresight and non-stop dedication to protecting everyone nothing short of incredible. Kai's chest tightens with real emotion as he gets ready for the next phase, because her gratitude hits him right in the heart. The other girls pile in to roast him for being way too cheesy, and somehow they all end up agreeing no king hits quite like him. After 5 brutal centuries of non-stop upkeep, the ancient seal that kept the witch trapped finally gives way, and everything starts to break loose. The higher-ups finally snap the truth no matter how hard they tried. This device kept gulping resources until it hit absolute breaking point. When the mechanism starts choking out, they race to shut it down and slap on a long-distance comms device to link up with the other cathedrals. Deep inside the vessel, Mariella exhales a heavy sigh, already sick of how dull her assignment is. Her young underlings, Claire and Eve, show up with a meal totally clueless about the chaos waiting to explode. Mariella swats away their attempts, reminding them cold and brutal that their grim mission is to erase Rukia. But those girls are so wrecked by crippling seasickness that the assassination plot barely even registers. Mariella gets shoved into caretaker duties, scrambling to help them change while she keeps a nosy guard from barging in. She laments her shattered reputation, stunned that a high priestess could end up in such a pathetic state. Rage floods through her as she pins everything on a boy named Kai, then swears she'll make him pay with the ultimate price. 10 days into the voyage, the ship finally smashes through the silence and lands on the shores of the Forbidden Island. Up in the clouds, the winged folk spot a foreign vessel creeping in, and they blare the alarm at once. Kai watches the ship from afar and realizes it's a Suicide Squad sailors sent to meet their end on these shores. He knows if he sends them away, they'll just slip back later, so he gears up with a deadly little counterplan. With a dark grin curling on his face, he vows that anyone who dares step onto this island won't be seen home again anytime soon. Kai rips through space with his Tenwar power and appears instantly on the temple ship. He locks back in with his boss, keeping his true identity hidden, and gears up for the meeting with the newcomers. A bald priest steps up to greet them, swearing straight-faced that he's carrying a gift from the Pope himself. The priest hums with generosity and offers to send 3 other priests to take charge and help govern the island. It's a bold, transparent power move, and the priest doesn't waste a second, making one thing crystal clear: once they touch down, they're not leaving. Kai huddles with the boss and whispers a razor-fast plan: let the guests in, then toss them out the second they start causing trouble. Mariella and her 2 subordinates burst into the room like spotless holy emissaries, striking fear and awe in the same breath. The priest steps forward and unveils Mariella as a high-ranking priestess, with Claire and Eve standing guard beside her like holy shields. Kai stays locked in silence behind his mask, quietly eyeing the whole trio like he's hunting for a weakness. Mariella's gut clenches as she squints at the masked figures. Something about them feels deeply wrong. The whole transfer kicks off as the little group is thrust toward the island shore. As the ship finally pulls away, the boss shuts the smiles down and makes it crystal clear. Those polite words are done. He immediately pushes for a search of Morella's things, demanding they check for anything dangerous before it can cause harm. He rips her bag open and dumps it onto the sand, and boom, potions and gear spill out everywhere. In the middle of all that loot, his eyes lock onto a weird little metal tube like it's calling his name. He recognizes it instantly. An ancient emergency flare, an almost mythical relic. Even the military doesn't see it often. Mariella panics, tripped over her own lie, insisting it was standard gear for dispatched priests. The boss isn't buying her act, not for 1 second. Kai stepped forward and demanded to know why someone like her had been picked for a job this remote. Mariella fights to keep up her holy act, swearing this is nothing but another sacred duty. Fed up with the games, Kai rips off his mask and lets his real face stare back at everyone. Mariella's composure explodes into pieces the second she clocks her mortal enemy. Fueled by pure spite, she lunges at him, howling that it's all his fault, then tries to snap soul-binding puppet strings onto his body and wrestle control. The spell detonates in a blinding flash, and Kai doesn't even flinch. He grins and admits he'd been ready for every one of her tricks, so her magic fizzles out completely. He tells her straight up that causing a scene during a secret mission is the worst move she could make. Kai snaps that she must undo the mind control spell on the two girls right now. When she hesitates, Kai closes in and fires off a chilling threat about the island's giant insects. Screaming in terror of being chewed alive, Mariella finally gives in and breaks the spell. Claire and Eve jolt awake in a daze, rubbing their eyes, hearts thumping as they try to figure out where they are. They blink in total disbelief. 1 second they're expecting the holy city, and the next they're stranded on a beach. Kai keeps tormenting Mariella, leaning in with a chilling tale about the island's horrifying long-legged bugs. Mariella snaps in an instant. Tears pour as she crumples to her knees, crushed and broken in total defeat. Two young girls suddenly gasp in terror when they realize their own temple has basically left them behind. Mariella grips her head with both hands and shrieks, "I'm done, my life is over!" She slams face first into the sand, straight up quitting on her mission. Kai can only stare in shock, thinking the temple just picked the absolute worst person for this job. He whips his attention to the girls and starts introducing himself, calling himself the rookie while his older brother stands right there. He swears to them he'll never, ever treat his sister or her friends like they're beneath him. Even though the girls clocked him as a little suspicious, they couldn't help but feel relieved the second they found a genuinely friendly face. Kai flashes back to Rukia hunting for her family, and straight up feels a sharp ache for what that poor girl is going through. He tells them, "Trust me, once you're back together with Rukia, everything clicks into place." He jabs a finger at the castle far off and vows, "We'll bring Rukia back there and restore everything." The girls can't wait to help their friend and fall right in behind him while a pathetic Mariella pleads, "Can I just head back to the ship and tell them I failed?" Kai stares at her like she's doomed, sneers idiot, and warns that the temple will kill her the moment she fails. He wastes no time. He declares her his prisoner, and that's final. He swears he won't kill her if she stays obedient and under supervision. Cornered with nowhere left to go, Mariella snaps into her good girl act on the spot, clutching Kai's arm like her life depends on it. His companion sees right through her and snarls, "Step out of line and I'll dump you straight into a tub of bugs." They charge across the drawbridge and slip into the fortress's safe walls. A guard offers to take the load off Kai's shoulders, but Kai shoots back, "Nah, I'll carry it myself." The women are left speechless when they spot the advanced village tucked away behind the moat. They burst up to a solid, rock-steady house that looks like it could survive anything. Kai corrals the girls into a room, then orders the warriors to take their posts and stand guard. LaBelle jolts awake, totally blindsided by those weird tiny creatures crawling all over her bed. Out there, they keep their eyes locked on that distant temple ship, like they're ready to pounce the second it moves. Rosa clenches her magic and shouts, "Cancel!" ready to shatter the law of eternal constancy. Inside Rukia's mind, she floats through a storm of memories, terrified that she's trapped in yet another dream. She's haunted by memories of her older brother fighting for breath in a hospital bed, so fragile, it feels like he could break at any moment. In that life, he threw himself into games to slip out of the White Room's clutches. He'd already quit the life he used to know, then the universe ripped him out and hurled him into this one instead. She still remembers the way he cradled her like nothing could touch her, even back when she was just an infant. Rukia swore she'd protect him this time because this world was just too deadly to let him face it alone. A wave of regret crushes her chest as she drifts through the empty void. Her eyes pop wide the moment she clocks his face. A hand thrusts out toward her through the illusion, like fate itself refusing to let her go. They lock into a fierce embrace as a blinding flash detonates around them. Rukia crumpled into tears and blurted, "Wive, I've wanted to see you for so long." Kai grins at her, and with a voice full of warmth, he tells her he feels the exact same way. Crushed and bursting with emotion, Rukia blurts out her undying love, and then shocks everyone by saying she even wants to marry him. She clutches onto him, praying this perfect moment never has to end. Rosa leans in, eyes glued to the screen, flashing a playful smirk like she already knows what's coming. Rukia jolts back to her senses and realizes, oh, no, she's got an audience watching her. She demands if it's really him, and Kai nods with total certainty. "Yeah, it's me. I came to rescue Ru." He yanks her into a warm, gentle embrace and whispers, "It's all okay now. I've got you." Tears of pure relief poured down her face. She presses her head to his chest, and the storm in her finally goes quiet. The whole group just stands there, watching that heartfelt reunion unfold, torn between joy and pain. Night crashes down on the quiet village, wrapping everything in shadow. Rosa tells everyone that Rukia isn't her cheese, just stuck in a daze from that time-altering magic. Kai whips his head toward his allies and pours out heartfelt gratitude for pulling off the rescue. LaBelle pauses, staring into the unknown, and can't stop asking herself what fate is waiting to claim her. Kai makes the call to send her back to her ship, and she barrels toward the coast. He yanks out a flare gun, lines it up, and gets ready to blast the signal. A blinding streak of light tears across the sky, and the temple ship instantly locks on. Kai barks at LaBelle to call for pickup, then they both stay locked down in the shadows. She waves them off with a warm thank you as the ship barrels toward the shore. Suddenly, LaBelle's face snaps into full-blown shock. She frantically waves torches in the air as Kai barks orders for the warriors to keep their eyes locked on her. Back in the village, the whole crew crowds under a giant tree, all eyes on each other. Mana density is blasting upward, surging into a spot that was empty a second ago. They realize the temple wasn't just sitting there, it was pumping energy non-stop to forge a huge concealment field. A shockingly powerful presence is starting to crawl into the world. A razor-bright beam of light slashes straight through the very heart of the tree. Kai snaps the order to everyone. Stand ready, but he presses one rule into their bones. No matter what happens, nobody attacks first. A mysterious figure drops out of the glowing sphere above the treetops.